Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Verdant Flower, Crimson Wind in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 1, When We Were Children. Edelgard's first day at Garreg Mach goes poorly, almost entirely because someone tries to kill her. Tries to kill her and her two compatriots, Dimitri of the Kingdom and Claude of the Alliance. They are saved only by a strange mercenary with an expressionless face. Claude in particular almost dies. The stranger's sword, the one thing that keeps the bandit from taking his head off. Edelgard, for her part, does all right, but the nightmares swarm over her that night. Bridget afire, it's people dying, risking her own life to save Petra, her siblings dead, mother, father. When Petra shakes her awake, she is so grateful she clings to her, cries quietly into her arms. Petra, ever stoic, simply holds her. Edelgard does not deserve Petra's devotion, but at the moment, she will take it, cling to it as any drowning soul clings to their rescuer. The next day is better, because no one tries to kill them, and she can amuse herself watching the mercenaries and Claude, who seems to have gotten rather entranced by his savior. The woman's name is Byleth, and Edelgard gets the fascination. She likes men and women both, and this woman has much to write home about. Claude is head over heels, too, only Dimitri seems unaffected, even as he obviously checks her out, which makes her wonder about the rumors of himself and his Duskurian bodyguard. Not that she'd blame him if there was romance there. The tale of Didu and Dimitri is well known, even in distant Inver. The tale said that Dimitri's knight, Didu, had saved Dimitri's life from a monster at a young age. When Didu himself was just the son of chefs, Dimitri's grateful parents had showered him with honors, and even sponsored him now, to go to Garreg Mach and fulfill his dreams of being a knight. A romantic tale, she must admit, though she has no such romance in her own life. No one has ever rescued Edelgard but Petra, before, and she owes Petra a mountain of lives. She owes her all her murdered people, so no matter how grateful she is, it is always underlined with her grief at how much more she owes the purple-haired beauty and her slaughtered people. She sees their ghosts often enough, even without such reminders. But Didu has no such history. Duskur has and always will be Faerghus' most esteemed and trusted ally, their great trading partner and friend, who had helped them defeat the Adrestian Empire at their beginning, who was themselves rescued from Dada by kingdom loyalists. In turn and at each turn, the two nations have chosen to support each other, even in extremity, even when cynicism would dictate otherwise, and now the two share a special bond that goes beyond the usual practical politics of nations, a much celebrated friendship that has stood the test of time. Duskurian nobility mingles freely with Faerghus, and there are those of mixed blood on both sides of the border. The church in Faerghus rails about it, but it is the one thing that Faerghus does not obey. The church in Holy Kingdom it may be, but it values loyalty too much to toss aside the foreigners who aided it. And the Western Church always finds excuses to claim that Duskurians are Fodlanes anyway, claims they are descended from groups once made by the goddess, or that they were founded by some lost colony of Agarthants, before Ciro's war wiped them all from the face of the planet. Lies, but the kind believed in and treasured, no matter how much it frustrates the Archbishop in his tower at Garreg Mach. And so there are no dead between Dimitri and Didu, no ghosts, no history of horrors. Just rescue and heroism, a fine enough recipe for romance, Edelgard supposes. She is drawn out of her musings by the attempts of the two men to woo the mercenary to their side for one reason or another. Edelgard, who stays quiet so no one knows about the rage and despair inside, merely smirks at their ham-fisted attempts, and when the mercenary asks in a dead, blank tone if Edelgard wishes to make an offer to her, too, the princess merely shrugs and says, "I wouldn't mind, but I'm not going to bother you about it." The answer pleases the strange woman, who favors her with the tiniest smile before her face resets to its default blank stare. They finally reach Garreg Mach after a good day's walk, where the Church of the Spirit has set up shop, where they remember the murdered goddess and praise Nemesis, who freed the land from the yoke of dragons, who fought the goddess' own daughter and emerged triumphant. It is a point of pride for Edelgard that she is his descendant, that Adrestia comes from his bloodline, and she likes the stained glass she sees, of her ancestor, the rough barbarian of a man that he was, crowned in fire, wielding the sword of the Creator, gifted to him after the goddess' death. There are other stained glass of him, Of course, flanking the very tall one she admires is one of him battling Ceros alongside his noble companions, and another of him establishing the laws that would guide Adrestia, but the one she likes best is the one that shows him as the rough, ugly, human king. He was just a man. A man worthy of the goddess' attention. Edelgard is not very religious herself. No help from above has ever been present when she needed it, but she cannot really blame the goddess for being dead, so she is at peace with the church, though sometimes she wonders how things would be different if Suthes had not died, if the goddess had lived. If perhaps the horror of her life might have been averted, had Fodlan a living deity to watch over it, instead of a dead one. But one might as well wish that Agartha had not burned in dragon fire, that Shamhala was not lost, and all the technology that was once mankind's had not been torn apart by Ceros. If wishes were horses, even beggars would ride, as they say. They end up before Solon, descendant of ancient Agartha, as all archbishops are required to be, and he seems a bit off-put by the mercenary and her father, who apparently have some history with the church. Well, he's off-put by the father, anyway. The daughter he seems most interested in. Interested enough that he offers her a job as a teacher, to replace the one that ran away during the attack. They're all surprised, and none more so than Edelgard when, given the choice of houses, Byleth gives the one answer Edelgard never expected. Black Eagles, the mercenary says. I wish to teach Edelgard's class. And so, having made only the barest attempt at an offer, Edelgard proves herself her compatriot's superior in diplomacy, and acquires the grand prize. She will remember this, later, and wonder how different things would have been without Byleth, and shudders to consider those futures. Byleth is a genius, and also the funniest person Edelgard has ever met. Edelgard is a very careful woman. She keeps others unaware of just how off she really is by projecting an air of calm, quiet confidence, but Byleth keeps breaking down her barriers by accident. The blank-faced woman is the ultimate straight man. She makes everything around her funnier with her sheer indifference. Casper's passion smashes against the rocks of Byleth's disinterest in hilarious fashion. Ferdinand's dramatics fall so flat in the face of Byleth's blank stare that it is impossible not to laugh. Each class is a riot of accidental comedy. Dorothea joins her in this, and Dorothea is the prettiest woman Edelgard has ever met. She is gorgeous beyond compare, and something in her heats up when she looks at her, something that has been dead for ages inside her. And Dorothea seems to like her too. When Casper bothers her to sing something Dorothea has told him she will not do on command, Edelgard reprimands him, and Dorothea favors her with a wink. Edelgard is sure her face is a crimson flower, blooming red, and it only grows worse when Dorothea says that she might sing for Edelgard, where she will not sing for Casper. Byleth saves the day by settling the class down, but Edelgard is full of warm tingles for the rest of the day, and even loyal Petra cracks a joke about it later. It's nice, and so it hurts that she has to pack that away. Life is not for her. Death haunts her too much. She has debts she must pay, she has a goal she must meet, people she must kill. Dorothea's beauty, Dorothea's lovely voice, Dorothea's attentions, she cannot have these things. Not yet. Maybe not ever. But, also maybe someday. She clings to that, and over the course of the next few months as they serve Solon directly, the church taking a distinct interest in the Eagles, Edelgard begins, slowly, to make friends with her classmates. Shy, broken Bernadette is the first, Edelgard sensing pain in her like her own, and reaching out. Bernie's own childhood rivals Edelgard's for horror, though less death haunts the purple-haired girl. She grows to feel protective of her, taking her homework to her when she cannot work up the will to leave her room, sitting outside her door and talking to her when she needs it, delivering meals, too, when her terror means she cannot leave her room to eat. Acts unbefitting of a princess, perhaps, but Edelgard has never felt like royalty since the night she found out she could not stop her countrymen from committing genocide, and so to do these small acts of kindness, it calms her, it keeps the nightmares at bay. It helps Bernie, too, who ends up leaving her room more often, though only for short bursts, but it is progress, yet, and it gives Edelgard hope that her own madness can be faced, that she, too, can make progress. Dorothea approves of it, approves so much that she joins in, seems to ignore the furious blush on Edelgard's face as the opera singer helps her out. She has heard Dorothea speak of her kindness, speak of her with praise, and her heart thumps, trembles inside her. Goddess, her insides feel like soup, and Dorothea just keeps stirring the pot. To calm down, she pets the cats, who end up congregating at her door, where she works to make sure there is a dish of food at all times. She likes animals, they do not judge her, and taking care of something else has always been a balm for her suffering soul. She loves the cats, and they often follow her, watching over their friend. Edelgard even names them her favorites are Little Orange and Big White, because Edelgard is so bad at names that even Petra, ever faithful, has given up on her in that area. Sly, shadowy Hubert approaches her of his own accord one day, while she's tending her cats. It turns out that he is from a family that has traditionally served her own. She'd never known. After Bridget, after everything, she was placed in so many far-flung places that she lost all connection with her family line. She has no idea who owes her, or why. But Hubert remembers the ancient debt, tells her that his family descends from Nemesis Dark Mage, who owed his life to Nemesis, and swore that him and his family would serve Nemesis and his family all their days. Edelgard at first dismisses the debt, but Hubert seems almost eager to serve, seems excited to take his place in the great stage of history, proud of family traditions. Edelgard has no such things left. The idea of a family tradition is a foreign and fascinating concept to her, the idea of a bloodline keeping such things, such memories. It is beautiful, to Edelgard, whose father, stepmother and siblings all died, who has no family at all. So while he'll never replace Petra as her retainer, she has grown too used to trusting the Brigidian, too used to letting her handle all the issues a retainer does. She is grateful for his unquestioning support. It helps that he has a different take on things, more clever, more cunning, more edged. Petra calls him a snake, at one point, but with great approval, and explains that in Bridget, serpents are admired for their sneaky wisdom and cleverness. Hubert, rather than taking offense, seems delighted by the comparison, and he spends much time with Petra. At first the discussion is of serving Edelgard, but later the discussions turn private, and Edelgard is surprised by that more than anything. Petra is so used to addressty and contempt for her origins that she's never had a friend but Edelgard before, and definitely nothing more. Edelgard is extremely supportive of it. Petra needs more friends, and more people who care about her. Hubert's easy acceptance of the Bridget woman and genuine interest raises him high in Edelgard's eyes, and when he, non-lethally, poisons a church guard who had been rude to Petra and forces him to miss his shifts, Edelgard claps for joy as he regales them with the tale. He'd bought the poison off Claude. Edelgard will think, later, that she should have paid more attention to that. Ferdinand and Caspar are a strange duo to become friends with, both fire like her, but in different ways. Edelgard is afraid of fire, not just because she saw Bridget burn but because she knows her true self, the self inside the fake shell of the calm and collected emperor-to-be that she wears. She is fire, too, but the kind that doesn't stop, the kind that can't be controlled. It renders it awkward at first, to be friends with them, but time wears her barriers down, she comes to understand them. Caspar's fire is blue, like his hair, fire turned so tightly and intensely towards a goal that it shines like the sky, battle, and the love of it, and passionate joy in combat. That she gets, that fire is part of her fire, the joy that drives her ghosts away, at least for a while, though her berserker nature makes it harder to control than Caspar's simple delight in violence. He relishes combat, and she wishes her own love of battle could be so pure, did not have the edge of desperation that drives her to furious overkill. Still, it's fun to match axes against him. She's less afraid she'll hurt him than she is with the others, and when he tells her that they are both proud members of Team Short and Violent, she bursts into surprised laughter. Caspar holds it as a victory for a full week. Ferdinand, meanwhile, is fire at its calmest, to the extent fire can be calm, a campfire, warm and peaceful, or maybe something like a sun. Edelgard wonders if she can be like that, someday, if maybe getting revenge for Bridget and her murdered family will grant her peace enough that she can be like Ferdinand. He wants to be her rival, but she manages to effortlessly defang him simply by telling him the truth that she finds him far her superior. Edelgard is a blunt weapon who barely functions on her best days, but Ferdinand is a noble with a nobleman's sense of duty, and other than the fact that Dorothea hates him for some reason, he has nothing against him at all. He is a perfect gentleman, a true noble. She admires him, to be honest, that he can so effortlessly be the person she pretends to be, and that very pretense is why she knows he's not faking. She has grown able to tell those who fake it like her from those for whom it is an honest, heartfelt thing. Ferdinand doesn't know what to do with that, so they settle on being friends, and she takes him into her ever-growing circle of companions, and into her confidence, lets the shining star that is his nature guide her, help her make the false persona she constructs just a little more real. Linhard she befriends last of her eagles, mostly because she has the least contact with him due to his narcoleptic habits. But what begins as her berating him for not living up to the standards of the eagles becomes, to her surprise, a conversation about the past and about effort that leaves her mind spinning. Linhard turns out to be the smartest of them all. To her surprise, he may be the smartest person she has ever met, and every conversation with him broadens her mind. Lazy, yes, but not merely smart, but wise. There are depths to the Wind Mage, and she sees what Caspar sees in his boyfriend, though she cannot see what the two find in each other like the opposite poles of a magnet, they are. But romance is not something Edelgard understands. Her feelings for Dorothea are the first time she has ever wanted someone, and her schoolgirl crush is just that. 2 more students join a few months in, poached by Byleth to fill holes in their ranks. Raphael, from the Alliance, is an enormous giant of a man, recruited because, besides Caspar and herself, the Black Eagles lack any real powerhouses in the physical arena, and he came because his family has always been merchants, and he knows much of Adrestia and its cuisine. He is a delightful compatriot, no manners and less elegance, but kindness and honest generosity roll off of him like waves, and Edelgard enjoys hearing him talk about his sister, the way she always enjoys hearing people talk about family. It is something she will never have, and so she sucks it in by proxy. Raphael is so gentle that even Bernie, who is so scared of people, soon learns that she is absolutely safe near him, and he reminds Edelgard of stories she's heard of the good dragons, those few monarchies who, led by Saint Cethleon, turned against Ceros during the Great War. He is like that fabled tribe, so vast and huge, but so gentle. Annette is their other transfer, joining to learn more magic at her father's request. A sharper contrast could not be found, tiny and source-rouse where Raphael is huge and physical, added because her father is a friend of Byleth's and asked. His daughter's passion has always been magic, and Adrestians know magic better than anyone. Byleth had been amenable. Edelgard wonders if her own father would have liked her tendencies towards axes and magic, if he would have indulged her, but her mind skitters away from the thought. It hurts too much, even now. Annette fills the days with talk of her family and a passion for magic that even wakes Linhard up, though it comes with a tendency to cause absurd chain reaction accidents that, if nothing else, make Edelgard extremely knowledgeable about first aid, and aware of where they keep the vulneraries and elixirs. Often she tends the girl, who apologizes first, and then goes off on energetic speeches that drag even reluctant Edelgard into interest, as she patches her wounds. Annette seems born in the wrong country. To Edelgard, she has an Alliance mouth and an Adrestian love of scholarship. She shares nothing with cold Faerghus and its stoic obsession with honor. Strange girl. Last, but never least first in all her thoughts is Dorothea. Dorothea, who is an angel in human form, who Edelgard cannot help but be flustered by, who seems to see something in Edelgard that she's certain she doesn't have. Edelgard stumbles towards something like friendship, with this girl who torments her so, who seems to find delight in teasing her and rendering her a mess. Edelgard does not understand it, but wants her too much to complain. Edelgard does not know this, but Dorothea sees a simple thing in Edelgard. She sees the truth. She sees a noble princess who brings food to shut-ins, who plays with the monastery's cats, who tends to the wounds of klutzy foreigners and somehow manages to find worth in all her fellow Black Eagles. Who saved Petra, all those years ago, who is haunted in her eyes, but does not let her inner pain drive her to cruelty. Dorothea sees Edelgard as she truly is, and finds a woman to admire, maybe to love, and it doesn't hurt that Edelgard is so easy to tease, particularly for an old flirt like Dorothea. Dorothea's only wonder is that Edelgard resists. She clearly wants her, is clearly into her, but she will not accept. She resists. She does not even begin to seek what she wants, but flees it. Dorothea finds herself wondering about that, about what must drive Edelgard, that she seems almost scared to accept Dorothea's attentions. Many have wanted Dorothea, but no one has ever wanted her and then actively fought against it, and it is a mystery Dorothea ponders often. Her teacher, even, grows to be her friend. She knows the other teachers offhand. Hanneman, the lion's teacher, is wise, though half his stories involve talking about his sister and her apparently enormous brood of children. and the other half are about his obsession with Agartha and technology, and his willingness to mess with it, even when it might explode in his face. Manuela, meanwhile, is, to put it politely, a goddess-damned mess that walks like a woman, but Dorothea loves her. Dorothea treats her almost like her mother, and so Edelgard, who can deny Dorothea nothing, is multiple times roped into hauling Manuela's drunk ass home. She thanked her, once. Then blew her nose on Edelgard's cape. Had anyone but Dorothea asked, Edelgard thinks she might have chucked them in the lake. As it was, Edelgard just sighed and scrubbed the cape clean, with the help of Hubert, who is apparently the world's greatest domestic housekeeper. The things you learned about people when you lived with them. Dorothea knows she's taking advantage when she asks Edelgard for help, but Edelgard is so strong, and Manuela partially raised Dorothea, was her guardian in the opera, when others would have taken advantage of the beautiful street rat. She owes a debt to Manuela that she will never be able to repay, and she is determined to take care of Manuela, to make up for the fact that Manuela seems equally determined to not take care of herself. Seath, the combat instructor, is cold, but she senses great sorrow in him, and so Edelgard does not hold it against him. She knows that pain of loss, she bears it inside too. He seems to have a particular distaste for the Black Eagles, but she asks the others not to lash out because of it, and he eases up a few weeks in at Byleth's request. Someone in Adrestia did this man harm, Edelgard thinks, and so she is gentle when she speaks with him. But Byleth becomes a friend, to Edelgard's surprise. Maybe it's how close they are in age, or something else, maybe just shared knowledge of death. Byleth alone in the monastery might have seen as much death as Edelgard has, and the two share a connection only survivors know. Byleth, who only seems cold, who grows close to all of them, who intervenes directly with her students and seems determined to shepherd them through every storm. Byleth, who Edelgard confides so much in, not entirely meaning to, but that blank face is one that prompts talk, if only out of nervousness. They all do it, they all speak to that blank stare, but Byleth proves worthy of the confidence, keeps all their secrets close to her chest and supports them, understands. Edelgard even wonders if, perhaps, she can share her suspicions with her, and get the mercenaries' aid in hunting down whomsoever it was that decided Brigid should die. Things are nice, for a few months. She even gets along with the other houses, and in particular gets to know Claude, who is so incredibly smitten with Byleth that it is the only secret the man has that everyone knows. Even Linhard, who pays more attention to his pillow than anything else, sees it, and at one point writes an epic mock ballad about a deer trying to fuck an eagle that is so foul, crass, and rude that Dorothea immediately starts trying to set it to music. That was the day Edelgard stopped wondering what Caspar saw in Linhard. To his credit, Claude found it actually really funny, and suggested a choir for certain parts. Claude's a good man, if secretive. She gets that. His Almiran heritage is written all over his face, and the alliance is a hotbed of intrigue that makes the empire look well adjusted. He's in a difficult position. She's heard that some kind of fight has happened over there. Something about nobles disappearing, about his grandfather's weakness, rumors of experiments and strange things, but it's always hard to get news out of the alliance, so she dismisses it. Probably just political intrigues gone wild. Claude is always working so closely with Hilda, who is so lazy and superficial that Edelgard doesn't pay much attention to her. That will bite her, in time. Only Dmitri bothers her, and it isn't anything the man's done. He's kind and gentle and heroic to a fault. It's that Dmitri is, well, her step-brother. Her real mother had died after giving birth to the last of her siblings, her father had remarried, and that woman had been Dmitri's mother, as it turned out. She'd tried to lead a coup or political movement of some sort against his uncle Rufus, and had been banished from Faergus, her marriage to the king annulled. Edelgard had found all this out while hunting down what info she could about her family, looking for any connection to her dead she had left. This had all happened when Dmitri was still a baby, and he had been raised by another woman since, a Cornelia, something. He calls that woman mother. She's heard him do it, and from all she's heard, that's more or less how he sees it. The same way Patricia was her mother, because she'd been a child when her father remarried, and she remembers Patricia's warm, kind smile. A stepmother can be your mom, that is a truth Edelgard knows well, and Dmitri does, too. But Edelgard has no true relation to him, not really. He is her step-brother only in the most incredibly distant sense. On a technicality and a whim, really. But, she would like to call him brother. It would be nice, to have a sibling who lived, even a sibling who wasn't really a sibling, in the end. A fantasy, but, the kind that makes life a little easier. Before she can try, though, before her aching tongue can say the words that will soothe it, the tomb of the goddess happens, and all hell breaks loose. A war on masked soldiers. Faces decorated with dragons. Ever since Ciro's horrific assault on humanity, dragons have been the bogeyman of the world, Fodlan's great terror. Dragons, who followed Ciro's, who once said, "I will not bow to an ape." Dragons, who rose up after Suthi's death, who followed Ciro's in a reign of monsters ended only by the efforts of great heroes. Dragons, who corrupted humans with their unholy blood, who gave crests to humans in an effort to control them, and to empower their sycophantic servants. Some few monarchies opposed their brethren, but their stories are rare on the ground. Dragons are figures of terror in most tales, who rose to take over after the goddess' death. The stories disagree as to why they rose up. Humans and dragons had lived in peace for years beforehand, but Suthi's death broke something open. The dragons blamed humans for Suthi's death, and perhaps that is true. The church maintains that it does not matter, that Agartha did not deserve the terrible vengeance wreaked on it, even if a human had slain her. Popular theories abound that the dragons did it, or that Suthi's died of natural causes and Ciro's simply took an opportunity. Who is to say? But here, now, men in dragon masks. Goddess. Edelgard feels revulsion, even as she cuts them down, as they race desperately to battle, to stop these men from doing whatever it is they came here to do, that requires them to break into Suthi's very tomb. And the man with the enemy. Riding a great wyvern, bedecked in black, axe in hand. Chuckling and referring to them as humans. Clearly a put-on. Dragons have been dead for centuries, but she did hear a rumor, of dragons who could wear human form. Monarchies, but that would mean they could be anyone, they could be anywhere. Even in Brigid, a ghost whispers in her ear, a ghost wearing her mother's face, a man with that mask was in Brigid, remember. Edelgard fights, and it is Linhard who takes on the wyvern rider. The dragon knight Linhard had noticed that he flew a wyvern, and the wind magic in his veins knew how to put down a flying beast. Sacred Excalibur, and the dragon knight is hurt though not dead. Laughing, and leaving them with a single shining stone, a gift for victories. What the hell was going on? This is something of ancient tales, not modern combat. Edelgard has time to think. Even as the dragon knight left, another strange being appeared nearby. A masked being before them, riding a masked wyvern, who halts the fight with words alone. The voice is distorted, not man or woman, made into a low growl, like the crackle of distant thunder. I would rather not fight you. I have grander goals than this. And you have impressed my dragon knight, that's not easy, you know. He's quite hard to overawe. Who are you? Byleth asks, the sword of the Creator in her hands, taken from the masked mage who had tried to open the casket in the chaos of Linhard's great victory. I am the Storm Caller. And I bring the winds of change. Somewhere in Edelgard's bones, she finds it in herself to be afraid of that voice. Masked soldiers, masked men, remember, remember, the ghosts whisper, tone rising, now they scream it, remember, remember, remember. A memory from so long ago, and a task the dead have set her. Are you the one behind Brigid? Edelgard yells, and the figure's posture changes, pauses. She has surprised this being, whatever and whoever it is. But it leaves before it can speak again, leaving Edelgard with questions, but also, a goal. She knows who is responsible for Brigid now. Kill him, Edelgard, kill him. The silent, shadow war continues, even as the school year wears on. Masked men, and so much horror and remire, goddess, remire. Remire. Memories of Brigid cloud Edelgard's mind, and she goes as berserk as the townsfolk, who slaughter each other with glee, who change, who form strange claws, who almost become dragons. What is this? Something poisonous in their blood, and the dragon knight appears again, amused by the massacre. Kill him, kill him, kill him. And, a figure. Name of Rhea, strange, cold, cruel, amused. Who hates Byleth, who calls her abomination and blasphemy. Kill them all, kill them all. Edelgard barely pays attention, too furious, too taken by bloodlust, too desperate to silence the screaming ghosts, though even in her berserk rage she does not strike down the villagers who are still sane, and even manages to save someone. In one of the small houses, there had been a strange, green-haired girl. She had lain there hurt, but hadn't been possessed like the others, and Edelgard had picked her up and put her unconscious form over one shoulder without thinking, still fighting even with that handicap, moving to defend the girl. She can save one person, even if she could not save her family. We're dying, Edelgard, why can you not save us? Save us, Edelgard, avenge us. The Dragon Knight had come for her when he saw that. Probably zeroing in on easy prey, though the sudden seriousness of his movements speaks of something else, but Linhard proves his victor again, and the Dragon Knight isn't laughing when Linhard pummels him this time. He is furious, but Linhard sleepy, wise Linhard, who hates fighting, proves himself the one eagle who can face this foe, and his wings are strong enough to blow this hurricane back where it came from. The Dragon Knight is banished, and the battle ends soon enough, those villagers still sane enough to be rescued fleeing, and their poor brethren, who are innocent of this, who are guilty only of being victims of Rhea's cruelty, are put down, the only mercy the eagles know how to give them. It is a bloody and horrific day, and there are no celebrations and no joy in them after this battle, not even in Casper's heart. Without the roar of battle to distract her, Edelgard collapses, holding the girl, victim, and pray for her ghosts, until Dorothea comes up to her, hugs her gently, hums a soft, wordless tune that calls Edelgard back from the brink, and makes her ghosts go silent at last. She is so ashamed that she cannot even thank Dorothea, just flees her arms, avoids her, and when they return to Garreg Mach, Edelgard runs to her room, to weep into her bed, to try to stay awake as long as she can before sleep submerges her in horrific nightmares that Petra must shake her awake from. But before she wakes her up, Petra goes to the opera singer, and she tells Dorothea why Edelgard acts this way, tells all the Emperor's secrets to the commoner. A violation of trust, but Petra must do something. Edelgard is getting worse and worse as the war on the Stormcaller goes on. Too many bad memories, and what healing she has received isn't enough to suffer this new wound, and Edelgard needs support. The only help for pains like this are people who care about you, and Dorothea cares enough that Petra trusts her with this knowledge. The eagles can help Edelgard, they cannot save her, but they can give her the strength to save herself, they can be there for her on good days and bad. Dorothea thanks Petra, knows what it costs the silent Brigidian warrior to betray Edelgard like this, and swears to do her best to help her. She gets the others to help, too, not by betraying Petra's trust, but by reminding them of debts they owe the Emperor, and tells them only that Edelgard was hurt bad by Riemeyer, hurt on the inside. Over the next week, Edelgard's nightmares recede like a tide of blood, under the careful and carefully orchestrated attentions of her fellow eagles, the flock moving as one to protect her from her inner demons. Even Casper, impossibly, finds it in him to be gentle, playing strategy games with her, something like the battle they both so love but removed enough that it does not trigger her rampages. Hubert makes sure her clothes are clean, Petra keeps all imperial business at bay for a time, Linhard casts spells of peace on her, with her consent, and in full confidentiality, and Bernie joins her in taking care of the animals. Byleth takes her fishing, because the professor only has 4 things she likes. She has already been banned from fighting Edelgard, you can only eat so often in a day, and sleeping isn't a group activity, so that leaves fishing. She gives Edelgard an extremely stupid-looking hat, puts on one herself, and the two spend the day trying to murder the fish in the lake very slowly. Claude apparently bought Byleth the hats, and they discuss him a little, discuss that Byleth is surprisingly touched by his interest, though she views him as a bit young for her to pursue. Still, it's flattering. Byleth has put off so many people with her stoic nature before, it is nice to be, if not chased, at least wanted, for the first time. An hour or so into it, Flane, who joins the Black Eagles at the monastery for lack of elsewhere to go, fishes with them too, and her eyes are haunted veteran's eyes, probably related to the scars all over her torso. She has wounds that should have killed her. Flane catches twice the fish the others do, and makes an amazing meal with them that Edelgard does not have the heart to tell her she can't taste. Her tongue has been numb in her mouth since the tragedy of Brigid, though Byleth assures her that the meal is beyond fantastic. Flane just grins, and mentions that an old friend taught her, and gives her erstwhile fishing buddies stories of how bad she used to be at cooking, before her father took the matter in hand. It helps, it all helps, and Edelgard will never piece together why all these people think she is worth the attention, though she will accept it. It grants her too much peace not to. She is worth it because she is their friend, and because though she does not know it, the mask she wears is not just a mask, but another facet of herself. She is not just the berserker, she is also the kind woman they have come to know. A person is a complicated thing. Edelgard sits outside the goddess tower, and it is Dorothea who meets her there. Edelgard tells her the story of her parents, a fantasy she must believe in. It's probably not true, but Edelgard likes to think it is. It makes her feel connected to her long-dead parents, to think they met and it was beautiful as a fairy tale. Dorothea meeting her here almost sends her into flight, but this has been a good day, and so she stays, and hears Dorothea sing, just for her a reward, Dorothea tells her, for telling her such a lovely story. Edelgard's face burns with fire as the song finishes. It is the loveliest thing she has ever heard, and she does not quite mean to cry, but weep a little she does, and thanks Dorothea for her kindness. The singer merely laughs, blows her a kiss, and leaves Edelgard stewing in a rush of her own desires and wants. Edelgard could bury herself in Dorothea, and bury her past, all her pain soon, she swears to herself. The Stormcaller must be killed first, Remire avenged, all the dead made whole. And then she can love. Then she can live. But not before. That's her promise to herself. Avenge the dead, then you can live. Geralt is murdered by a traitor's arrow. A trick. They had thought themselves so smart, following wounded Hanuman's trail to the Dragon Knight's lair, to rescue a knight of the spirit trapped down there for a year, Linhard making their now personal war a matter of 3-0, even though he takes a nasty blow from a hatchet first. Edelgard had felt almost heroic. She'd been having a good day, and even seeing the Stormcaller does not dull that joy in her heart. She even laughs when Ferdinand mocks the Stormcaller, calls him the Storm Runner for fleeing. It was a good day. But now, oh Byleth, oh, Professor Shamir, that had been the devil's name, she had struck him down from behind like a coward, an arrow to his heart. The greatest warrior, the mightiest knight of the spirit, taken down by a cheap shot. Edelgard swears vengeance. One more ghost to avenge. One more. For her friend, and Byleth, her professor, is her friend, no question. Her pain becomes Edelgard's pain, and Edelgard is so used to suffering, what's a little more? Even the other houses get involved in the grieving. Claude plants flowers on the grave, of course he does. Claude's crush on Byleth is the worst kept of the man's secrets, and this must cut him to the bone. She is right for reasons she cannot imagine, not at that moment. Dida takes care to cook meals for Byleth, and deliver them. The professor has always been lax about her eating habits, and with her father's death, what was once stoicism is now withdrawal. Bernadette, of all people, who knows despair better than anyone except, perhaps, Marianne, ends up sitting with her, not talking, just sitting. They all rotate that duty, watching their teacher, and a week later she finally arises, and begins to go through the motions of life again. But Edelgard knows that suffering, talks to her about it, about revenge, and so, when Rhea reveals herself, when Byleth has a chance to gut Shamir, Edelgard backs her up, and the eagles go with her. Shamir stands, confident, smiling as Rhea walks up behind her. Ah, Shamir. Human, but a magnificent servant. So faithful. So loyal. Shamir preens. Rhea's face turns inhuman, eyes slitting. But just a human. Rhea's hand goes through Shamir's back, and pulls her heart out. Shamir collapses, dying, and Rhea holds the heart up. Be banished into the brilliant light of dragon fire, unholy abomination, she commands, and the heart bursts into white fire, and Byleth is taken away in a flash of solar fury. No. Edelgard loses herself. Scores of masked soldiers fall. The eagles race along, desperate to protect their leader as she gives in to the bloodlust that lurks inside. They killed Byleth, they killed Professor, they killed me. Edelgard, kill them, kill them, kill them. She does not remember most of what comes next, of Rhea escaping, of Byleth returned, hair rendered strange by whatever happened to her in that light, but she does remember Dorothea hugging her from behind. She remembers settling back against Dorothea's softness. She remembers waking up afterwards, and talking with Solon of what this all might mean. Answers are found in the wake of Geralt's death and Byleth's transformation. Byleth has told them the truth, that Suthies, not quite dead, had been possessing her, though she does not know why, nor does she know why she has the strange powers she does. Her father's journal revealed that Solon did something to her to try to revive the goddess, that Byleth is not entirely natural, but what ancient texts call a homunculus, a being made of dark magic. She is a shadow given life and then stuffed with the ghost of a divine dragon. There is nothing like Byleth in all the world. But she's still a person. Edelgard tells her so, stands up when Byleth seems down on herself, and her and the eagles all voice their support of her. Flane's eyes light up with interest. Something there, something about being told she's a person, that she wants, though Edelgard has no time to piece that together, as Byleth thanks them, and even smiles, the first time she's seen a true smile on her teacher's face. And then the last battle is upon them. The final battle is another tomb, but this one a museum of oddities, the last pieces of Agartha and Gareg Mach, the last relics of mankind's greatness, which the Church of the Spirit seeks to bring mankind back to again. The Stormcaller seeks to take this Agarthan technology, so now comes last battles, now comes the Stormcaller and their soldiers against the Black Eagles, one last showdown. Edelgard is proud to stand with her eagles, who defend this place of humanity's history from these dragon cultists as if it were their very roost. They spread their wings and fly, and she has never been so proud of them. They win a hard-fought victory, and at the last moment, Edelgard corners the Stormcaller, the one who has murdered so many, who is responsible for all her suffering, and she flings aim at the mask. The mask shatters under that perfect throw, and somehow, Edelgard knew who it was, the moment before it came off. She is filled with understanding, sudden and terrible, as the shards fall off and the truth is revealed at last. I suppose, Claude said, sighing as he wipes a thin trail of blood from his face, that this was inevitable. No. Gareg Mach is under attack by the Alliance, which needs hide itself no longer, and dragons come with them. Dragons, Claude is not just a schemer or a planner, he is a demon of hell. Adrestia never cared too much for the Church's strictures, but Edelgard knows what dragons mean, what they tried to do to mankind so long ago, before Nemesis arose and put an end to the ambitions of inhuman monsters. The King of Liberation, once a bandit, then Emperor of Adrestia, her own noble ancestor, through whose line she inherits her crest of flames, whose blood in her veins pumps with understanding and purpose and terror as she sees his old enemies arise again. Dragons. Claude has cut a deal with dragons. Panic crawls all over her as she sees the beasts arise and, with a few puffs of their deadly breath, clear a row of men, dozens of good men and infantry bursting into ashes at a touch. Oh Spirit, no. Her thoughts are a mess, even as she swings aim, even as she stands and fights and casts spells, Byleth a blazing icon of divine fury beside her. She is grateful for that. Claude has demons on his side, but they've got the goddess herself, or whatever it is that Byleth is, and maybe that outweighs it, in the end. This is a war between heaven and hell, and she is but a human, crest or no crest, but she fights anyway. This can't be happening, this can't be real. Dimitri fights too, Spirit bless her crazy brother. Him and Didia form an iron wall as the Alliance troops storm the ones made of stone. The Blue Lions fight beside her Black Eagles, desperate to hold back the storm. And storm it is, a crimson wind that will take them all, even as she cuts down 3 men, 10 more rise to take their place, and all manner of unholy demon come with them. A dragon approaches, a dragon, spirit within, dragons walk the earth again. Her nightmares and reality blend and bleed together. The dead of Brigid lay piled up next to Alliance corpses. She sees a dragon swoop down on Brigid's capital and set it alight. Hilda directs the titanic forces at her command with swift, sure movements. Hilda, dear goddess, Hilda, she jokes about being lazy. How has she turned into this calm, cold, cruel general? Edelgard knew her. She wasn't like this, was she? What a fool she's been. She's been wrong about everything. These people aren't her friends. They're her enemies. She's so stupid. She's always been wrong. Everyone betrays her. Her family betrays her by dying. Her country betrays her by murdering Petra's people for it, and now her friends betray her by hiding their true nature and seeking her death. Of course. She is alone, the way she always is. Her mind shatters. Fractures were always there, slowly healing, but she has not had enough time to truly recover. She stands on cracked glass, and the sight of dragons is a hammer blow to it, and Edelgard falls. Mad laughter begins to spill from her lips. Her mind starts to shut down. Her arms are tired and her spells are getting sloppy, but still she keeps going, berserker inertia the only thing keeping the machine called Edelgard alive, dead inside even as she sows more physical death all around her. She laughs. The Archbishop appears, and does something. Some ancient technology, reserved for desperate moments, called forth by gutting an enemy soldier and pulling his heart out, not something she would have expected him capable of, but today is a day for Edelgard to find out how foolish she truly is, how wrong she is, and her only outward reaction to the sight is another burst of bloodthirsty laughter. Solon casts a spell with that heart that swallows half the battlefield in darkness, a sacred banishment to Zaharas, granting a moment's reprieve before cruel claws close over him, some immaculate dragon swooping in to catch and drag him alive and screaming to a cage, the old wizard bound and helpless as he is taken by Alliance forces. Byleth tries to save him and fails. She falls. No. No. Tears pour from Edelgard's eyes as her professor falls over the cliff, down into death and darkness. Howls of denial tear from her lips, but she keeps fighting. She can do nothing else until she sees Claude. She sees him take aim at Dimitri, at her brother, at the last person on the planet who she will ever be able to call kin. Flashes of Petra, of little Petra, and Edelgard before the axes of her countrymen, blazing through her eyes. Her dead parents, her dead siblings. No. She leaps and shoves Dimitri out of the way. Claude's arrow takes her left eye and all her sanity with it. Chapter 2, How We Grew Up. Edelgard will never remember how she escaped Gareg Mach alive. Other survivors will tell stories of a one-eyed berserker, screaming to the high heavens, defending Dimitri even as she bled from her ruined eye, how she threw spells and swung her axe with equal aplomb. Some will report that she eventually fell, and that Petra saved her, as she had once saved Petra, the Brigid exile dashing to the fallen princess' side and hauling her out bodily, a feat of heroics, to repay her for her kindness of years before. She did not get Amber, no one knows where her ancestral weapon went, but she got Edelgard. Petra is hurt, but she is able to pass Edelgard's unconscious form to the other Black Eagles first, before she distracts the enemy with a chase that ends with her plummeting into a river, thought to be dead. Edelgard will remember nothing of that day, and very little of the next week. Her nights are unblemished storms of nightmares, her days differ only in that, when she is awake, she cannot see out of her left eye. The others take care of her as best they can, and their care and love for her, that she recalls in hallucinogenic flashes that are hard to tell apart from the dreams. She recalls Casper's desperate face, she recalls Dorothea stroking her hair one late night when the nightmares won't stop, she recalls Linhard tending to her eye. She recalls Hubert, ever present, who maintains her and feeds her, and the murmurs of quiet conversation, and Petra's name on every tongue, sorrowful tones, and loss. In another time and place, Dorothea is forced to fight a war of aggression, she is made one of Edelgard's foremost and most trusted officers, and she commands death in a war provoked by nothing more than Edelgard's dream. It destroys her, to become a destroyer, and the war's torment is clear in her eyes. But in this time and place, war has come for her, she is innocent of responsibility here, none of the bloodshed is her fault, and that means she turns out differently. To be attacked, to be hunted, is something Dorothea is intimately familiar with, from her days as a street rat, she knows how to scurry, how to hide, to listen to her hackles when they rise. Too much like the bad old days, and the war wears on her, but it is still familiar, and she is not wounded by visions of her dead schoolmates and friends. It was not her choice or decision to fight them, after all, she seeks only to defend herself and her home, and self-defense is one of the only good reasons to fight in all the world. You have a right and a duty to protect yourself. A spirit of defiance, the same unbreakable strength of will that let Dorothea survive the streets of Inber, comes back to her, a fire that had never died but merely slept during times of plenty, kept stoked in case of need, and now that the need arises, she finds she is a towering inferno, she finds that she will not back down, even standing up at the gates of hell, with dragons alive again. Dorothea rises to the impossible challenge even as the rest begin to fall, and she halts their collapse single-handedly. Where Casper would give in to rage, Dorothea slaps him back to focus. Where Linhard would give up to despair, Dorothea hugs him, gives him strength to push through. Bernadette's fears are assuaged by Dorothea's attentions, the scaredy cat convinced that she is an eagle and that her place is with them. Ferdinand's bravado is reined in before it can get him killed. Hubert is forced to share secrets he would never reveal by the sheer force of Dorothea's personality and the need to keep Edelgard safe. Edelgard, who wanders in a daze while awake and whimpers in her sleep, kept safe by Dorothea, who wonders if the woman inside will ever come back out. Irony of ironies, only Raphael, Annette, and Flaine, their transferred folk, their take-ins, need no assistance from Dorothea. Raphael is laser-focused on survival, on living long enough to see his sister again. Annette saw her father fall at Garreg Mach, she is driven by revenge and her functioning is at a peak, and Flaine is an old veteran, she has seen more war and death than anyone here. Now that they no longer have Byleth and Edelgard wanders only the nightmare of her own mind. They become some of her most trusted lieutenants, not deer, or lion or stranger any longer, but black eagles. They put on new wings and they fly, supporting Dorothea in the lead of her refugee flock. And so it is that, bereft of Edelgard and Petra both, the Black Eagles are not left leaderless, and it is Dorothea who marches her group of refugees to something like safety, for a time. Edelgard spends a week in a haze. She only truly awakes when battle finds them, when the Black Eagles, who are now fugitives, each are wanted in their own home country. These teenagers, wanted dead or alive before they even truly hit adulthood, are caught. The sound of war awakens her, some glorious surge of howling rage that clears her head, the ghosts drowned in a tide of bloodlust. Losing her eye has shattered some barrier inside her, some restraint has popped loose, and now Edelgard is freed to be the screaming berserker she always was. And yet it is strangely calm, the fire is dead inside. There are only ashes left, and it leaves Edelgard terrifyingly calm, even as the ashes inside her seek to smother all she encounters. She storms out of the makeshift hospital tent they'd set up and charges the battlefield, armorless, one of Casper's axes in hand, and fire dances around her as her spells murder the foe. She demolishes the enemy, the bloodline of Nemesis awakens in her so strong that nothing can stand up to her, and not a sound comes from her lips. She is perfectly calm, she is more at peace than she has ever been before. The ashes inside her smother her soul and her enemies both. As she is soaked in gore, the dead leave her be, driven back by the wave of newly dead that she creates. It is only when the battle is over that her head fogs again, that the nightmares return, and she meekly lets Dorothea return her to camp, to be cleaned and tended to. But somewhere inside, the ashes begin to spread, and all the bright fire of her begins to die. They are cornered by an army of men and dragons, a week out, an army big enough that all their incredible talent and Edelgard's quiet fury cannot win the day. The end is come, and they know it, they cannot fight an army entire. They are surprised by the attack, because Claude has recognized that Edelgard is his true enemy, that she will never seek peace with him, and so he hounds them relentlessly, has prepared ambushes all over, and they have stumbled into one. But there is someone with them that even Claude, hunter of secrets, could not have predicted, something that one of his allies has conspicuously failed to tell him about. The Dragon Knight is loyal to Rhea's dream, and thus, is subservient to Claude, but he has goals of his own, and he did not tell them of the green-haired girl, or her true power. So when the army finds them, Flaine stands up, with a strange look on her face. "You're my friends, you know," she says. In the last few months of their stay at Garreg Mach, Flaine, who they all know by instinct is not really a teenager, no matter how young she looks, had become a Black Eagle and joined them, and they had all gotten to know the quiet, sweet girl who was not a girl. "So, please, remember me that way." And from her pocket, she withdrew a shining gem, and she changed. She is a massive leviathan in her true form, a dragon of the waters, a great sea serpent, something like an oarfish and a carp put together. She can move on land, if awkwardly, powerful fins working as something like legs, but the real value of her immense form is the surprise the enemy feels and the power of her watery breath, which releases a flood of newly formed fresh water that washes the army away and renders the ground soggy and muddy, difficult to cross on foot and almost impossible for cavalry and caravans to move over. Not perfect, but it gives them a chance to put distance between them and their pursuers, possibly to lose them in the mountainous foothills of northwestern Adrestia. The dragons can just fly over it, and they do so, desperate to keep them from escaping, but it turns out that the old stories tell the truth. dragons can be slain. Dorothea and her friends are used to killing monsters, and at her able direction they distract, confuse, and befuddle the beast long enough for Casper to get a killing blow across its overextended throat, while Flame and Edelgard battle the other, Flame finishing it by tearing its head off with her massive, toothless jaws as Edelgard distracts it by setting its wings alight. The enemy tries to approach, but they escape, Flame shifting back to human and collapsing from her exertions. Edelgard carries her, setting her feet to running, and though the chase takes all day, the Black Eagles manage to shake them off their trail. Edelgard stays awake, even helps them set up the tents and get firewood, the sight of dragons spreading the ashes inside her and dampening all of her fires, though all of them look at her askance. It's the longest consistent period in which she's been up and moving since she lost her eye. She even thanks Hubert for making her an eye patch, which visibly disturbs the stoic man more than seeing her wounded did. She's too calm. Flame lays near their fire, sleeping, covered in a few warm blankets. She awakes in the safety of their small camp, near their fire, late that night, slowly rising to a sitting position. I'm sure you have questions, she manages. Edelgard lades a portion of their meager stew and thank the goddess they have food at all. Casper and Hubert had been prepared out of paranoia and habit respectively into a bowl, and brings it to her. Just one, Edelgard says, and Flame, who is very old, has time to be disturbed by the simple emptiness in her eyes and her voice, at peace only because there was nothing inside her left to burn. What? Flame asks, as she sips from the bowl. Are you still one of my eagles? Edelgard asks. Flame, who had expected to be thrown out, and how can she blame them? After everything her people have done, how can she blame these humans? Their fear, isn't sure how to answer that, for a second. Would you have me? Flame replies. Edelgard nods. I need loyal soldiers to throw out the invaders, and I do not care if they are humans or dragons, Edelgard answers. The tribe of Saint Cethline fought alongside my ancestor. I offer that same chance to you. Flame barks a laugh. I know that, and better than you, descendant of Nemesis. Once upon a time, I had the name my father gave me, and it was Cethline. The others are caught in open shock. Cethline, sacred dragon, the only saint who was not one of the 10 elites of Nemesis, the only saint to be a dragon, sacred beast of water that sought only to stop Ceros. If Flame is Cethlian, then she predates even Adrestia, she is ancient beyond belief. Dorothea, who loves faith, revels in it, seems almost entranced, as does Ferdinand, while their mages stare at each in shocked disbelief, Hubert and Linhard both pondering just what it would mean for Cethline to walk among them again. The others are stuck in various states of disbelief. Only Edelgard doesn't care. The past is a cemetery of demand-spewing ghosts, the future is a shallow grave. Only right now was real. Will you fight, Cethline? Edelgard asks, and Cethline, who never wanted any of this, whose morals drive her to fight even as her heart desires only to rest and eat, finds herself swearing allegiance to Nemesis family twice in one life. Until the day I die or Ceros does, she promises, quietly and with a sense of sinking, but Edelgard's hug is as warm as it is surprising. Thank you, she says, and a little of the old Edelgard is in that voice. And that night, Edelgard truly awakens, giving in to the onslaught of hate inside her, to chase her ghosts away, and to command the war. The only ghost that remains is Petra, as present in death as she was in life. Far away. The river bears Petra safely a long distance too long. There is some magic at work here, or, perhaps, the poor luck of Petra is being repaid all at once, in a bounty, in a jackpot. Petra is found, unconscious, but breathing, adrift on a tree trunk, by some of her countrymen, fishers, and sailors, who dare come close enough to Fodlan's shores for the bounty to be found here. When they see her, their exile, their most hated citizen, traitor to their kind, they debate what to do. To drown her seems a way to fix the mistake, to end the shame of Brigid's royal family, who serves the empire that murdered Brigid, but, in another burst of good luck, the captain mentions a cousin, who is alive because Petra saved him, months ago. And that turns the discussion another way, turns it around. For in the middle of the hunt for the Dragon Knight, Petra had received word of pirates attacking what was left of Brigid, and Edelgard, who could never stomach harm being done to the remnants of that place, had ordered the Black Eagles to go assist. The pirates were crushed, and the eagles had flown back to the mission, to discover the Dragon Knight under Gareg Mach and retrieve the woman who would kill Geralt, though they knew it not at the time. Edelgard had damn near forgotten about it, afterwards. A simple act of atonement, of reparation, for all the things Adrestia has done to Brigid. Not even close to being enough. But, it is something. It is something to think about. And they know that only Petra would be able to convince Edelgard to do this, and that makes the sailors think, even as they look at her unconscious form in the water. Perhaps, they say to themselves, she is no traitor at all. Perhaps Petra has been doing the duty of royalty all this time, has been working for the only victory she can, siding with Edelgard in hopes that, when Edelgard takes the throne, she can restore Brigid. And the idea carries some weight, because of the eagles, because of what they did for Brigid. They said Edelgard saved Petra during the tragedy, something no one in Brigid had ever believed up until a few months ago, when Edelgard and her army had arrived, and driven the pirates from their shores. It had seemed an excuse for Petra, a way for her to blame a life debt, but now they know several folk of Brigid who owe their lives to Edelgard, and it does not seem such a stretch that Edelgard might have rescued one more, in her youth. There are no kind words for Adrestians in Brigid, but a few lips have offered praise for Edelgard, in recent times, and some wonder now if perhaps the old myth is true, if Petra is repaying a life debt to Edelgard, who rescued her from her countrymen's blades. If Petra seeks to make Adrestia repay all of its old debts, if Edelgard, for whom Brigid was murdered, may in fact be innocent of the crimes of her countrymen, if perhaps she genuinely seeks to atone. The people of Brigid will never forgive Adrestia. Some things are beyond the pale. But this group of sailors, finding their far-flung princess in need, find that they can forgive Edelgard, that they can forgive Petra. Who knows the games of politics? If Edelgard can retake her throne, with the help of Brigid's estranged princess, perhaps there can be reparations, there can be hope for Brigid after all. Perhaps Petra can return one day, dishonored no more, and Brigid can be rebuilt, and the tragedy's long nightmare might finally be over at last. Others would not think so, perhaps. But there is the thought, in Brigid, of late, that they have judged too harshly, perhaps, that they have made a mistake. That they have made assumptions which have proven false, been too quick to cast aspersions, now that Petra has shown herself to still be a defender of her people. And while many in Brigid refuse to do so, this group is not above admitting such, and that is another streak of luck that Petra is owed, paid to her honestly and in full. So they pull her alive out of the water and patch up their fallen princess, and when she awakens, she sees the friendly faces of her countrymen, and knows she is safe. And when she is healed, she leaves them, to set off to find Edelgard, in the middle of Fodlan's Great War, and finish repaying her debt. For the next 5 years, Edelgard goes to war, and leaves a storm of ashes in her wake. For 5 years across her stolen country, even as Adrestian flags are burned in great pyres and the flags of the Alliance raised in their place, as dragons murder all resistance and erect churches to their glory in 100 cities, Edelgard marches, Dorothea at her side, her second in command, who can translate Edelgard's growling into plans for the rest of them, who keeps her head in combat because Edelgard does not. For all Edelgard's calm, once the battle is joined, she is too focused on the slaughter to command, and so any adjustments to the plan must come from the singer's lips. Dorothea Arnult, of no nobility, thus becomes the pillar on which the resistance hangs, even as Edelgard guides them to war against their oppressors, and victories they mount, where no one else can. Dragons are cut down in their sleep. Alliance officers are killed. Entire shipments of supplies, lost, translated into life and food and support for Edelgard's endless battle. The innocent are saved, bandits purged, hostages rescued, the Adrestian people protected. 5 long years, in which the Black Eagles, always hunted, always hounded, become legends to the people, their last great hope, the final resistance, the true emperor and her faithful bodyguard, who someday will return to her throne and save them all. Their names become stories on every lip, even as the Alliance bans mention of them on pain of death. The insignia of the Black Eagles decorates a dozen walls in every town in Adrestia. What was once just an affectation of the officers' school in Gareg Mach now becomes a sacred symbol of resistance that inspires the people to rise up. Each develops a legend: Caspar Dragonslayer, Annette the Witch Knight, wise Dorothea, Ferdinand the Lost, merciful Linhard, Red Raphael. Names of honor and respect, for the teenagers who spend 5 years at war in the name of their people, the only thing the grateful population can give them. They grow tall, in the eyes of their people, and cast long shadows that haunt the nightmares of the Alliance officials, who live in fear of the day that the wings of eagles carry them to the grave for their sins. The eagles inspire rebellion in people they will never meet. Grown men and women die shouting words of loyalty and long life to the eagles, even as the executioner pulls the handle and they drop. Children whisper excited and exaggerated stories of their heroics in playgrounds and forests away from watchful eyes. Flags of ancient Adrestia are carefully preserved under floorboards and in hidden places, awaiting the day that Edelgard comes home to Inver and the Empire is reborn at last. Precious relics are protected, hidden, for the day that Edelgard will call and they must use them to take back their country. There are few homes in Adrestia that do not pray to the goddess to keep Edelgard and her eagles safe. And those prayers are answered by someone. They live, they survive, they keep fighting and they keep winning small battles, even as the war always turns against them, but they are the only victories Adrestians earn at all, and so they are celebrated in secret and in every home. For all Claude's brilliance, he cannot overcome this simple fact: the people love their emperor. Before, that love had been born of simple loyalty to the family of Nemesis, sacred progenitor, but now that love is born from her deeds, from the impossible task she has committed herself to, and the good she has done. The eagles' heroics attract almost as many soldiers as they lose, volunteers who come to them to serve, knowing that death awaits them, but knowing, too, that there are things that matter more than death, that are worth a life. There are only 4 good reasons to fight: happiness and freedom and justice and self-defense, and in service to all these great ideals come heroes from all the nations of the earth. Adrestians, first and foremost, who cannot stomach life under a golden flag, but others, too, Alliance expatriates who cannot live with themselves as oppressors, kingdom citizens who go to serve with them in hopes of defending their homeland from afar, warriors of Duskur who seek to put axe to the throat of the ancient enemy of humanity. And from farther afield come foreigners, who serve mercenaries of Dada paid in stolen gold, scattered souls of lost Bridget who come to help the emperor who once helped them, Almiran wyvern riders who seek to redeem their nation's sins, and a few from even farther afield, from places so distant that Fodlan knows of them only by myth and rumor. Even dragons serve alongside them, for it is known that a dragon fights alongside Edelgard, that Cethline is returned to the Empire in its time of need. A few of Flayn's distant kin come to join them, those who look around themselves and realize that this cannot possibly be what Suthies wanted, and so abandon Ciro's Med campaign to join the rebellion. Not many, but a few, who come to them, who offer up the terrible power of the Monarchites, in penance for what their brethren do. They are watched, but all prove loyal, and the tribe of Saint Cethline returns to the earth. It is this army, an army of all nations and all races, that finds itself serving under the banner of the old empire, united as Black Eagles. And the old empire it is, the Alliance and the Church of Ciros overwhelm all opposition. The dragons are the trump card, but would not have sufficed by themselves. It is Claude himself, Claude on his distant throne, and the support of all Almira, that makes the war unwinnable. Claude is too smart. Given the resources Edelgard has, Claude would have devised a way to cut all the way to Inver. With the resources he now has, the war is a game of chess where he has all the pieces, and the loss of the Red King is assured, no matter how Edelgard runs, no matter how many pawns die in desperation to keep her alive. Still, she can keep up the game for a time. The Red King dances across the tiles, one step ahead. He has not caught her yet. But she cannot stop him from winning the rest of the board. Alliance troops and Almiran wyverns and Ciros dragons reign triumphant over what had once been Adrestia. It is broken up, divided into a dozen territories and awarded to nobles Claude favors, mostly those who are related to the small group that had been his golden deer, whom Claude loves so deeply. They go to war, too, those golden deer, but only Ignatz and Hilda ever bring them to battle, and the Black Eagles never have a chance to kill them. They come close just once. Edelgard and Hilda once dueled amidst the carnage, and the least daughter of Goneril proved a match for the once emperor, pink hair flying as she strove to cut her down. That fight had ended when Hilda landed a lucky blow on Edelgard's leg, crippling her, and when Hilda had made ready to put an end to the rebellion, a nameless Adrestian rebel had tackled her, saving Edelgard's life. And while Hilda had shortly thereafter torn the woman's head off with a single swing of her axe, it had given Caspar time enough to grab Edelgard and run, for Linhard to save the leg, and for the Eagles to continue their war. The war goes along those lines for 5 years, and all of them change. Caspar is at peace in combat, something in war wears well on him, as it does for Bernie, who finds it less stressful than dealing with her father, who embraces the terrible irony that her own father was so awful that war is a chance, impossibly, to heal from her trauma. A quiet, powerful woman emerges from the sheltered, scared girl she had once been, and she and Caspar become fond of one another, laughing folk in battle. Fearless Bear, they will call Bernie, to her own amusement, a name born when one of the Dodo with them mispronounces her name and it sticks. Fearless Bear, for Bernie, who is so anxious in social situations, almost seems to deliberately seek out war, riding her horse into the middle of horrific battle, more at ease with violence than with small talk. The other Eagle officers know of the chair, of the way her father raised her, and understand. It is not that Bernie does not fear battle, it is that she fears social situations more. You can approach courage backwards. Caspar Dragonslayer, who delights in the challenge of battle, who alone of the Eagles manages to solo a dragon in the full glory of its fury, finishing the epic clash with a stolen axe buried deep in the jugular of a flame dragon, who dies in stunned disbelief. They all kill dragons, the Eagles become experts at the act, but Caspar alone strode forth to duel one and came back victorious, tall as a giant. Annette joins them in time, her fury crystallizes in her veins, becomes eternal, and so she celebrates each death she causes, shares in their delight in battle. Which night they call her, and it fits, she cackles in battle, avenging her father with every spell. Flame, who has earned every epithet she will ever have already, is simply at peace now, perversely finds the war more familiar than the strange land of peace she had originally woken up in, and goes back to the ancient task of a soldier with a veteran's gusto. Peace had sat strangely on her war-torn mind, but this is so familiar, 1,000 years later, and she finds that war never changes, to her relief. Dorothea thrives most of all, her determination and her cool head make her the true leader of the rebellion, for all that Edelgard is their decision-maker and icon. There is no one in the Black Eagles and the small army they have gathered who does not know that Dorothea is their boss, and she manages the tasks that had once been Petra's with incredible efficiency. Wise Dorothea, counsel to the Emperor, who the common folk know as one of them, and who is thus the most beloved of all the Eagles, becomes a character archetype in a million stories, the commoner who advises emperors. They blossom, a verdant flower on the battlefield, finding spring in carnage. But not all of them grow well in the face of this crimson wind. Hubert ages 3 decades in 5 years, losing his Petra before their romance had a chance to blossom, and losing Edelgard just as he was beginning to truly serve her. Serve he still does, but this Edelgard bears little resemblance to the kind, awkward young woman he had come to know. This Edelgard is too cold, too quiet, for all that she is so polite and seems so refined. Something is gone in her, and Hubert does not know how to bring it back. Dark Hubert, they call him, for the gloom that follows him. Ferdinand sees it too, and does his best to support Edelgard even as he mourns himself. Ferdinand is haunted by his family's death, his father having been one of the last to openly resist the invaders. He'd been a corrupt man, but nevertheless he had proven courageous in his final moments. He'd died well, but he'd still died, and Ferdinand's hair grows long in mourning. Ferdinand the Lost, in popular myth, the nobleman who lost everything in the attack, standing in for every good noble of Adrestia who has suffered in this assault. Raphael is haunted by a sister whose status he knows not, but he cannot leave, he has duties here, and it turns the mirthful giant mournful, his eyes shadowed by horrors. It makes him more of a berserker than he ever was, that worry, and they call him Red Raphael for the blood he spills, his alliance heritage making him more dangerous in the eyes of Adrestia than he honestly deserves. He commiserates with Linhard, who the war tears apart on the inside, who regrets each drop of blood on his hands, who focuses on healing so that he may contribute in a way that will not leave him shuddering with nightmares for days on end. Merciful Linhard, who eases his heart by healing, who makes an effort to heal wherever he goes, and by himself probably buys the Eagles more support than any. There is no Adrestian who does not know that, if you bring your sick to Linhard, he will restore them, and so villages keep quiet about the Eagles being near. Do not inform the authorities. A reward of coin is nice, after all, but to know that your child will not die of illness is worth much more, and gratitude to merciful Linhard keeps more lips shut than even Dorothea, who is aware of the phenomenon, will ever know. And as for Petra, on her lone flight, she keeps getting distracted, saving the innocent from oppressive hands, and so she becomes a legend too, a rumor of a ghost that once served Edelgard, who even now in death serves her emperor. The quite alive Petra keeps moving, ever hunting the eagles and ever failing to make contact, the two circling each other, circling, but never once touching. And the story of this Brigid woman who saves them makes the people of Adrestia speak of the mistake they made, that it must have been some scheme of Ciro's, to make them murder Brigid's people, and wonder if the Alliance's oppression is not simply retribution for their sins, and popular opinion begins to turn in favor of the islanders, who so far escape the war's wrath, who seem to be deliberately ignored by the forces now taking over their former overlords. Claude cannot bring himself to make a second tragedy, knowing that his allies were responsible for the first sickens him to his bones. Claude is a monster. You cannot do the things he has done and claim decency, but he is a monster with rules, and it is what sets him apart from Ciro's, whose dreams of dominion have no such boundaries. The war proceeds outside their lands, too. The Church of the Spirit of Man falls everywhere, that is, but in holy Faerghus itself, the middle child of Fodlan's nations, who finds itself as the last man standing. But it is not doing well, for all that it has outlasted its competition. Faerghus is barely holding out, armies of knights and scores of mages from Fhirdiad's school of sorcery just barely enough to keep the relentless storm from dimming the silver moon of Faerghus once and for all. Dimitri's parents fall ill, and he is forced to become king before his time, and while Dimitri, through trickery and alliance, brings all he can to bear, it just barely results in a stalemate that he is slowly, but surely, losing. He is playing poker with a veteran gambler, and while Dimitri discovers a spirit of daring within him that keeps Claude on his toes, beginner's luck can carry you only so far. The Black Eagles hear only the most distant and distorted rumors of what happens up there, mostly focused on those who were once the Blue Lions, now Dimitri's most faithful and trusted companions. They hear that Didu and Dimitri were married, in a solemn ceremony that brings Duskur fully into the war. Didu and his family were not important, but Duskur had wanted to help, and needs only the thinnest excuse to enter the war. Ships bearing dark-skinned soldiers arrive daily at Faerghus docks, entire companies of axe and shield-wielding warriors who appear to aid the kingdom in its time of need, as once Faerghus knights had stormed the beaches of Duskur to aid it. They hear that Felix takes up magic and puts down the sword after his father's death, in honor of him, and turns out to be a greater mage than he ever was a swordsman, more his father's son than either of them had ever liked to admit. They hear that Ash and Ingrid are knights without peer, and that they slay dragons the way lesser knights slay infantrymen, though that is marked with tragedy. Ingrid's husband, Glenn, Felix's brother, had died, and the widow knight is Ingrid's title now, her child with Glenn kept by her father while she goes to war to avenge him. They hear that Faerghus has been digging up old archaeological sites in desperation, looking for some ancient edge of lost Shamhala that can be brought to bear on these new foes, seeking something that might yet turn aside the end that approaches them. They doubt most of these, but the last they know to be true. They meet a group of them once, a pack of scholars led by Mercedes, disguised as traveling mercenaries. They sit and take tea with them after a chance meeting on the road, lions and eagles curious as to each other's fates in a world ruled by the deer. Edelgard joins them, but lets Dorothea lead, spending most of her time remembering tea with Byleth, and happier days at Garreg Mach. It had been a bad day, and cold Edelgard needed the warmth of those memories, and diplomacy was never her strong suit. Dorothea, however, is perfectly polite, an excellent hostess, and she and Mercedes exchange what few pleasantries remain in them. The lions are headed east, into the Alliance proper, a mission almost impossibly dangerous. Mercedes goes, because Adrestia had been her home once, and she feels a terrible hate in her, for what has been done to it, would save it if she can. In another life, they would hunt each other. In this one, Dorothea and Mercedes hug, and remember better days at Garreg Mach, and when they wave their goodbyes, they both have tears in their eyes. They are the last people from Garreg Mach to see Mercedes alive, save Hilda, who will kill her, but it is not the last they will hear from her. But that is a story that must wait 3 months to be told, and so Mercedes slips away into the darkness of history, walking down the long road to her grave. 5 years into the war, Edelgard makes the decision to go to the ruins of Garreg Mach, to fulfill a promise to the dead, and Dorothea signs off on it, because she remembers the promise, too, and there are no reports of enemies in the area. Just some bandits, easily wiped out, and they might pick up some loot from them. And who knows? Maybe seeing the monastery will do Edelgard some good. Lot of good memories there. Byleth is alive. Edelgard stumbles on her, and does not even know it. Her ghosts do not bother her so much these days, mostly because she has tipped over the edge into an insanity that is much colder, but Petra is a constant presence, and it does not surprise her that returning to Gareg Mach should cause her old professor to join her old retainer. She grins at Byleth's attempts to talk, chats with her amiably while ignoring her attempts to speak in return. Quit that, Edelgard snaps at her eventually. I know you're dead, stop trying to convince me otherwise. Be like Petra. She doesn't bother me so. Byleth, seeing that Edelgard is gone, seeing nothing in her eyes but empty, ash-choked wilderness, resolves only to follow her old student, keep her out of trouble. Maybe figure out how to fix all this, later. There are bandits in the ruins, as Dorothea had known. Edelgard had cut ahead, eager to see the place. Some small spark of the person she used to be daring to light itself up in her icy heart. Seeing the bandits freezes her again, reminds her that she is a schoolgirl no longer, that more than her left eye was lost here. She cannot claim her innocence was taken. That happened in Brigid, with Petra trembling in her arms, her own nobleman seeking to murder the girl for nothing more than her place of birth. But there had been almost a renaissance here, a new spring, some second blossoming of her broken heart that was cut short by the Stormcaller and all that came after. Without him, she thinks, she might have. But that doesn't matter. That chance died with the professor, who walks beside her, but Byleth's boots crunch so loudly against the ground. Is that normal? Petra is not so loud, but then again, Petra was never that loud, too much a hunter to be caught out like that. But none of her other ghosts ever made such normal sounds. Their voices were so loud, but their bodies passed through the world without disturbing it. Edelgard wonders about that, and the spark in her refuses to die. Byleth's presence is like someone blowing gently on that delicate ember in her soul. Some echo of what once was, of better times, that inspires her to remember. She doesn't want to remember. If she remembers, then she'll have to look back on these last 5 years and she cannot live with the pain. With the loss. It's not guilt. She feels no real guilt for anything she's done. Her eagles have kept her righteous through her cold insanity, and that is a debt she will owe her friends all her life. But she must call them eagles, and not her friends. She must suppress everything that she is. If she doesn't, the ghosts will come back. They'll tear her apart, for ignoring them for 5 years. But that spark is so warm, and Edelgard is so cold. She attacks the bandits to put out that fire in herself. Byleth moves with her, and Edelgard realizes this is not a dream. Byleth cuts them down, too, the sword of the Creator, a sacred whip that scourges the evil, slicing through bone and flesh. Her madness has never pretended her ghosts could touch the world. Edelgard is stopped still by that. A miracle. The spark flares, threatens to catch her alight. Her professor returned to her. Their luck might be turning around. She chokes that hope in her heart. Hope hurts. If she lets herself feel, she'll break. She can't. She turns to the battle with renewed ferocity, desperate to bury the joy that threatens to bring spring to her winter-bound heart, and with it, a flood of tears. The eagles catch up soon enough, each awestruck at seeing their Professor Byleth, shining, fighting, Suthies reborn. Cheers go up in the ranks, even amongst the broken in their company. Even Hubert and Linhard, who the war hurts worse than any, have smiles on their somber faces, cannot quite believe what they are seeing. The bandits are routed soon enough. The eagles would have been enough. Byleth added to the weight makes it a fight without a struggle, and soon, they are reunited. Edelgard flees it. She can't. She simply can't. She growls and returns to the camp, to clean her weapons and armor, to pretend that the joy of today did not happen. To fight her urge to smile, because her unwillingness to feel anything at all is the only reason she has not shattered. Byleth watches her go, worried, and Dorothea teaches the professor, for once, and the subject is Edelgard. But inside Edelgard, that spark refuses to die. Byleth's return prompts a flurry of activity. The monastery is reclaimed. Foolish and dangerous, it is right on the border, but perfect, because the plan is so audacious that even Claude cannot believe the reports he hears. that the monastery is being restored and that the eagles are taking it as their nest. It would be so foolish, so stupid, and Edelgard has been so unemotional, so uncaring of things he had assumed she would care about, that he can't believe it. Edelgard has no emotional connections left, she would not restore the monastery and take it as her home. But Edelgard would, if advised by Byleth, and Claude does not know that the woman he was so in love with has survived, and that she is now ready to take the world back from him and the dragon he serves. And so it is that, perched directly on the border of the alliance, the Black Eagles are perfectly safe, for a time. Where to begin? Byleth asks many questions as they work, seeking both to understand what has happened in the meantime, but also to figure out their next move. The one question that matters is this: where are the rest of Saint Sethleen's tribe? Dragons of their own, dragons with experience fighting their own kind, would be a boon, and the dragons that have joined the Eagles are none of the older ones, consist mostly of young dragons who cannot quite stomach Cyro's war. Edelgard has not sought them out, even though Dorothea has advised it, regarding it as too risky, too dangerous. Surely all the remnants have been wiped out by now, and would the survivors still be friendly? It seems to be staking their entire rebellion on a strange fantasy, and after the death of Gareg Mach and the end of her joy, Edelgard cannot believe that such risky bets will pay off. But Byleth has returned. A miracle. An impossible miracle. And that spark inside her, that hurts so much, it makes her believe. So that night, the War Council sits at the table in Gareg Mach, and Flayn tells them their history. Long ago, when the goddess still lived, there was a disagreement. Two great peoples lived in Fodlan then, one native to this planet and one born of the goddess blood after she landed here from a distant star. They were the children of the goddess and the Agarthants. The Agarthants were your government at the time, the human government in Fodlan, while all of what you now call dragons were called children of the goddess. Nabatea. Not all humans were Agarthants, but all humans were ruled by the Agarthants, just as all children were ruled from Xanadu, which you now call the Red Canyon. I was a child at the time, as my people reckoned things, so my memory of it is fragmented. Suffice to say that the disagreement was over certain technologies the Agarthants were developing. Suthes was eventually called on to resolve the dispute. She admitted that her heart told her to go with her children, but she feared she was biased towards them, and so she ruled in favor of Agartha, but ordered it to be cautious, and that she herself would watch over the new technologies. I am not sure what the drawback was, perhaps environmental destruction, concern over ethics, perhaps simple destructive potential. Regardless, Cyros, one of Suthes' children, took offense to this, and she began to gather followers. She originally intended to leave Fodlan, to find a place where humanity did not exist. This was unlikely at best. You humans are native to this world, you had already spread out over most of it when we arrived, but perhaps there were islands in the sea you had not reached, or secluded places too harsh for your ancestors to conquer. That was the original idea, anyway. Cyros had been one of Suthes' favorite children, had in fact been her most favored daughter, and she had felt so very betrayed by the decision. Still, mother and daughter were patching it up, at the end. Suthes intended to bless Cyros' attempt to find a new home, and my father, who you know as the Dragon Knight, as Seath, but his name is Sikal, was one of Cyros' most favored servants, and so intended to take me with them. I would be valuable, as a sea dragon, able to swim and explore and find our new homeland, and Cyros entertained the idea to my father, in private, that once the new land was successful, perhaps they would establish ties with Fodlan again, to show her mother that she had forgiven her. A sigh, released after long ages. Then Suthes was murdered by the Agarthants in her sleep. It turned out that some of them felt she was still an impediment. They killed our progenitor, our very god. Have you ever felt a god die? You would not believe the horror of it. We knew it in our bones, all our hearts stopped when hers did, just for a second. They murdered her as she slept, and they made a sword out of her bones, and your crest, your very crest, Edelgard, out of her blood. They defiled the body and left what remained for the crows in Xanadu. I'm not sure whose hands killed the goddess. I have my suspicions, but if it's who I think it is, then my feelings are complicated, and I don't want to go into them. But regardless, Agartha was responsible for giving the order, and Cyros, she seemed to blame herself. To blame her decision to leave for distracting her mother, to wonder how things might have went if more of us were in the Red Canyon instead of in Fodlan's throat, where our great migration was going to begin. She would never reconcile with her mother, she would never be able to make her proud, or make up for what she'd said to her. And to make things worse, Ciros had been right. We all felt that for a time, we were too angry to do anything but agree. Ciros was right and the humans were overstepping their bounds. She decided that the gloves were off, and what was supposed to be a group devoted to leaving Fodlan instead become invaders, seeking to wipe the Agarthans off the map. The war. I was so young. Younger than you were, when this all began. It seems like I've always been at war. I find this more relaxing than the days of peace I woke up in, during this age. War is familiar to me. Peace is a memory I vaguely recall from my innocent youth. At any rate, we attacked, and the war quickly became a quagmire, not the swift victory Ciros promised us. The Agarthans wiped out many of us, and we were never numerous to begin with. What saved the war was that the humans underwent a civil war about a year after our invasion started. Nemesis, formerly a bandit, somehow got his hands on both the Crest of Flames and the Sword of the Creator, and he took his band of thieves and bastards and turned them into an army. An army of the common man, seeking to overthrow their leaders, who established rules and laws and tried to hold to them, even in extremity. They made multiple attempts to reach out to us, to form an alliance. Ciros didn't care for the distinction, she wanted to burn every human who dared hold a tool in their hands, reduce all your people to something less than animals, and I only knew he'd even tried to engage diplomacy because my father was her adjutant. It was then that I knew I could not stomach this, I could not support this. Revenge was one thing. Slaughter was another. A year and a half into it, I abandoned the war, fleeing west, to Inver, at that time just a collection of villages around an iron mining pit. That was where Nemesis made his home. I took with me all the dragons who would go, cousins and uncles and kin of mine and friends of friends, and we approached him, to make an alliance with humans, and live in peace with each other, the way we had when Suthies still lived. And that accidental tribe we formed, well, you know our names through the church Nemesis established. I'm pleased by it, I must admit. It's sweet. Very human of him, but I am fond of humans. I recognize your kindnesses, your attempts to memorialize your lives and conquer eternity, and I am moved by them. I am grateful, for what he did, that in this day and age my name is a name of honor among your kind. She sighed. It wasn't enough. We were the underdogs of that three-way war, goddess, how familiar I find all this. Once more, I fight for Inver, once more dragons pour out of the east to eat all Fodlan and devour the souls of your people. Once more, I am on the side that is most vulnerable. I feel like this is simply how it will always be. Long story short, I met Nemesis and, believing in his justice and honor, swore to serve him and me and mine, did what we could to join our societies together, and eventually I lost a fight with Ciros and should have died. I don't know why I'm alive. I think I remember my father picking me up after the battle, but he had grown to hate me so, for leaving Ciros. It must be just a fantasy, a little dream of being protected by one's parent long after such protection has passed. However I lived, I did well, some would. I was almost dead up until about 10 years ago. Sleeping we can heal if we sleep, but apparently I was so close to death it took me literal centuries to recover. Given the goddess crest inside you, Byleth, I think that you slept to recover from your fall, and that's why you skipped these 5 years the same way we do. I don't know where the others went, or how many of us lived. I'm not even sure how Nemesis won his war, but, well, here I am. She gives a small, sad grin. But if Agartha killed the goddess, why did Solon try to revive her and me? Byleth asked. I think Solon believed the official story, she said. Remember, he is a modern human, descendant of Agartha, but still born in this strange new Fodlan of yours, and you have so many strange ideas about what the Agarthans were like. What is the opposite of demonization? You cleanse them, make angels of your former oppressors. Strange. Perhaps it happened simply because of the weight of time, the drift in memory, the great weakness of you humans. It does not surprise me that Solon should fall victim to that distorted history, though how he found the heart of the goddess, I do not know. I don't even know why there was Agarthan technology under Garag Mach that was one of my people's habitations. It shouldn't have been there. What was my ancestor like? Edelgard asked, not quite wanting to, but the spark inside her wants to grow, and she always did like Nemesis. Flame Sethline smiled at her. A good man, by human and dragon standards, both my leader, my king. Funny to say I was older than him by some decades, but maturity and wisdom are not just functions of age, and I was and still am proud to serve him. He was haunted. I have my suspicions as to why, but no. I will not speak ill of him. Whatever demons haunted his eyes, he was a champion of the people, both peoples, humans, and Nabatea both. A fine champion too. Nemesis did not gather an army by accident. He was tremendously charismatic, in a stoic, powerful way. He was the kind of man who could say something and you just believed him, no matter what it was. He did not speak so much as he intoned. Even I, a dragon, found it imposing. Her smile grew melancholic. Strong. Strong as a human could be, and then equipped with both the sword and the crest, stronger than dragons. Obsessed with doing the right thing, he wanted to fix every problem in the world, to atone for some terrible deed he would never speak about. I am not surprised that the empire he established has lasted all these years. Nemesis' efforts were not just martial, but political, unifying human nations, establishing laws and rules. It's almost like having my king back, to see this empire of his. I didn't tell you at the time, Edelgard, but now that all this truth is out, I was secretly deeply pleased that it was you who saved me when I was hurt in Remire. Descendant of Nemesis, ruler of the land he established, for you to rescue me, it has always felt right. Her smile turned warm, and the fire inside Edelgard flickered to life. Just a little, but it was more warmth than she had felt in 5 years. Basking in that glow, she almost didn't hear Dorothea's next question. What else happened, back then, that you remember? We stole so much, Flame said, smile turning into a cheeky grin. A bandit at heart, Nemesis was, and it kept us going. We stole Agarthan technologies, we stole food from Ciro's armies, we stole everything that wasn't nailed down. We stole back my people's corpses, the weapons they made of them, including Amber, your pretty axe, Edelgard, that you lost here. That was a cousin of mine, once. Oh. Edelgard swallowed hard, ice smothering her fire again. I am sorry, she said, carefully. If we find it, we can bury it. Flame shook her head. He fought for Ciro's. I cannot claim to miss him. You use what you have to, in wars like this. Even the corpses of my brethren. No. That wasn't right. Edelgard, propelled by the memory of warmth, said, I am sorry that this has happened to you, and swear that when this war is over, I will bury all the weapons made of your people. This should never have happened. Dorothea looked at her, at this ghost of the woman Edelgard was supposed to be, but Edelgard, strength spent, faded back to ice and ashes. But, that is for later, she said, we must focus on practical matters. Where are the rest of your people? I do not know for sure, but I have an idea, Flame said, and a plan is made. Chapter 3, In Our Adulthood. Flame's idea is simple. She knows of a lake one of her honorary uncles favored, a dragon who became like a father to her when her own father disowned her in Dek, who was always a strange one among the Nabatea, who seemed to admire the strength of fragile humanity, who had never blamed them as a whole for Suthi's death, who was the first to join her runaway tribe. In the short time she had at Gareg Mach, she had studied legends of dragons, hunting where her accidental tribe had went after it had ended, and she has pegged the lake as a likely place to retreat, a lake with a small village near it, a village that bears her name. Sethline. Not that big of a deal. Many small villages take the names of the saints. There are 15 Karens in eastern Adrestia alone. But a village bearing her name, on the shores of Indeka's favorite lake, whose inhabitants seemed to have done their best to be ignored by history, and who were, mysteriously, never, ever attacked by bandits, something so simple and yet so telling that she checked the records thrice to make sure. Any bandit attacks would be covered up by her tribe and easily dealt with. Bandits have trouble with trained human soldiers, a single dragon could eat an army of the usual kind of bandit. Perhaps literally, Indek always did have a big appetite, though eating humans was something Suthis herself had despised and that even Rhea does not promulgate. She thinks her tribe is there, hidden in secret. Powerful and ancient, their presence would add considerable weight to the Black Eagles, and considerable authority, too. It would legitimize them, in the eyes of Rhea's allies, to have such ancient dragons at their side. It might cause more dragons yet to abandon the alliance, further weakening their foe. The alliance's own dragons, Flayn tells Byleth, have been fairly young by her people's standards, mostly born after the Great War. Rhea has either not committed any great dragons to the offensive yet, or she has none to command. Flayn is not sure which. Nemesis won his war, obviously, but Flayn was not there, at the end, was already asleep, so she knows not the disposition of most of her former tribe nor of Ciro's faithful. She is not even sure her guess is right, but that little village by Indeka's lake, bearing her name. She thinks that is where her people are. The problem, because there is always something, is that the village and the lake lie in distant lands, and getting there will require crossing into Alliance territory going over the Great Bridge of Myrddin. A suicide run, that bridge. It is heavily defended, and guarded by one of Claude's favorites, Laurence Helman Gloucester. Laurence, who the Eagles remember as an annoying womanizer, who has, somehow, matured into the best of the deer, the most honorable of the golden deer, who will hold to his word, and who treats the civilians under him well, be they Adrestian or Alliance. It leaves him as one of Claude's least used pawns, and one of the few against whom the Eagles rarely fight. Still, his skill is said to be top-notch, and what few battles they've gotten into with him indicate this to be true, equally able with a lance or with spells. The Great Bridge of Myrddin, defended by a completely incompetent commander, would be a difficult task. Guarded by someone who knows what they are doing, the task is impossible with their current forces. But Flayn's idea is attractive, and Byleth has an idea. Faerghus is under attack again, an enormous swarm moving now to assault Arianrhod, Sacred Fortress, and Silver Maiden of Faerghus. The forces consist of Alliance troops and Faerghus traders, the latter being members of House Karen, which just a month ago endured a coup as its former presumptive heir, exiled for reasons no one in the Eagles know, returned, backed up by Rhea and the Alliance. She's a swordswoman named Catherine, who has some strange blade that can cut down a dozen men in a single blow, like lightning striking from heaven. Worse, she has Marianne with her, Marianne, who had been so soft, so gentle. Marianne, who is one of Rhea's favorites, they hear, who worships her and her dragons as Suthi's favored, who preaches endlessly and works to convert all humanity to the faith of dragons. Marianne is a miracle worker with her words, the girl who once could not stand to be in the presence of others now charismatic in a sweet, disarming kind of way, voice a soprano trap. Edelgard sardonically remarks, as Byleth is updated on the situation, that it only proves an old adage, watch the quiet ones. Byleth does not miss how surprised everyone is by the remark, by the genuine attempt at humor. Some of the old Edelgard is back, no matter how much she tries to hide it. Some spark in her is catching fire. Hubert is able to explain, at least a little, what happened, based on what his spies have picked up, that Marianne's family had, in secret, borne a crest, and unlike Edelgard's own crest, considered sacred sign of Suthi's favor, Marianne's crest was a terrible and hidden burden, proof they had served dragons in the past. Though given the revelations Flayn has dropped on them, it is hard to still consider Edelgard's crest a holy thing. Marianne had been seduced to Claude's cause when Rhea praised her crest, claimed it as kin of her own, told her it made her holy, and Marianne, suicidal and hungry to be told she was not a monster, clung to that idea, hung on to every word of praise Rhea offered her. Rhea had, effectively, saved her from suicide, and so now no matter what she does, Marianne is totally dedicated to her cause, no more loyal soldier of Rhea can be found. But despite that danger, there is this fact, too: Cornelia, Dimitri's beloved stepmother, is the one in charge of the defense of Arianrhod. She's still recovering from whatever illness has nearly killed her and her husband, but the kingdom is in such dire straits that she was sent to the front anyway. Saving her will put Dimitri in the Eagles' debt, and free up kingdom forces, perhaps enough forces to help them punch through Myrddin, reach that little village, and see if Flayn's people are not just alive, but willing to go back to the ancient war. It's a risky gamble, but the Eagles must try something. 5 years has taught them that, dangerous as they are not going to win this with conventional means. To chase the lost dragon tribe of Sethlin is a fairy tale thing, but they are things of fairy tales too. Now, there are legends and stories about all of them. Maybe they should trust in that. The group discusses it, all except Annette, who claims that as a former kingdom citizen, she is too biased in its favor to give accurate counsel. General discussion is in favor of the attack, if for no other reason than that, if Arianrod finally falls, Faerghus itself will be so open to assault that it will be overrun in a matter of months, and that will increase the already unbearable pressure on the Eagles. Should the kingdom finally fall, Claude will have more resources to dedicate to his great hunt, and that is something the Eagles won't survive. At the end, Edelgard asks Dorothea what she thinks of the plan, and Byleth notes that it is not until Dorothea agrees that it's worth a shot that Edelgard gives the command. Edelgard is aware of who it is that holds the rebellion together, in the absence of, well, her, when she goes away inside. She is so grateful for that, but she can't admit to it, she can't come out of her shell, or she will break. She can't even express her gratitude for fear of fires inside herself. As they journeyed to Arianrod, Edelgard, tagging along with Dorothea, Byleth, and Hubert and half listening to the trio's discussion of strategy, was approached by Flayn. "Edelgard?" she asked. "Yes." Edelgard responded, feeling a weight that had not been present before. Partly because Byleth's mere existence was waking her up, set ashes alight inside her, but mostly because now, knowing the truth, knowing who Nemesis was to Cethline, knowing that he was such a great leader that, all these centuries after his death, Flayn still called him my king. Well, Edelgard felt a little pressure, that was all, to live up to a family legacy she hadn't even known she'd had. It reminded her of when Hubert had come, and told her the legacy of his family's service to hers, just more of her history she has never been privy to. The stories the church told of the war, they were not quite what Flayn had described. Cethline had been presented as always opposed to Cyros and older, in the stories, almost a wise mother figure, not this scarred old soldier, who was more like Edelgard than she was like anyone else. A teacher to Nemesis, not some scared, heroic girl who only followed what she knew to be right, no matter the cost, no matter that it estranged her from her father who had never been in history, whose name was not known to Fodlan. Just another war-torn, violent teenager, to whom peace was an aberration in a life of battle. Edelgard had time to be sardonic, and thought, no wonder she's one of my Black Eagles warriors in our teens, survivors, and veterans at 20, how does one go back from that? She was a Black Eagle before there were Black Eagles to be, prototype of our rebellion. When we retake Bear, Flayn said, I'd like to go to Nemesis' grave. I read about it in one of the history books. I'm glad they buried him under that old tree, he always liked it. Tell me, do children still play there? He always wanted it to still be a happy place, full of good memories. That old tree. The great Adrestian grey oak that sat behind the imperial castle, under which was the simple dirt grave of the man who had founded the empire. Edelgard had played in its branches as a child, the way generations of her family had done so. That had been Nemesis' last request, that his grave be not some hallowed shrine, but merely a marker, that children play in the tree the way they had in his own time, a request honored by all the generations since. His tomb's epitaph had been one of the first things she'd ever read, old words engraved in old stone in her young eyes and whispered by her young lips. No more for love of gold or power shall I fight, but now and forever only for a better future. They do, Edelgard said softly, remembering siblings playing with her in that beautiful, gnarled old tree. Flayn smiled. Good. You humans forget so much, but you make so many things. Maybe you have to throw away old things to make new ones. We're not like that. We remember everything, perfectly, but we don't make things. We are destroyers, inherently. It is hard for us to create, the way you do, the way you make so many new things. I sometimes wonder if, maybe, our two peoples were meant to be one, dragons to remember the past, humans to forge the future. Maybe that was the plan all along. This world was not Suthi's, but she loved you humans as her own children, and maybe we dragons were created to balance you out. Flayn sighed, the smile dying as her memories turned bitter. I used to fantasize about after the war, we talked about it. Me and the others, my tribe and the elites. I would watch over his family, his brood he'd gotten around a lot in his younger days, had a bunch of kids, and keep the memory of the war, keep everyone on track. Imperial historian, that was going to be my title. We would live in peace, the way we were supposed to, a way I had never known except in dreams of my childhood. Then I was wounded, and when I awoke, I feared all he'd done had been forgotten, but you've managed to remember that much, even in my absence, and I thank you for it. My king deserved that much, even if I could not give it to him." Her sorrow was almost a palpable thing, and Edelgard, who in her heart of hearts wanted to soothe all the world's sorrows, felt a fire burst into life inside her, a fire that demanded she speak, and without quite meaning to, she ground out her next words, in a tone so serious that, just for a second, Flame saw Nemesis standing there, heard her king in Edelgard's voice. "I will take you there, you have my word. And this time, when I say the war is over, it will be over, for all of us. For you too, Flame, you have been at war longer than anyone alive. There will be a place for you in Adrestia when it is reborn, whether it be imperial historian, queen of your tribe, or simply as a common citizen, to live in peace. You and your people will be welcome in Inver, and all the lands under my crown." Hubert and Dorothea were taken aback, both stopped their conversation to stare. That had sounded like old Edelgard. Gareg mock Edelgard, who cared, who was so awkward and so strange, and so heroic that even as a child she had saved Petra. Edelgard, not the lord of a dead soul she had become. Flame was taken aback, too, but for a different reason, because now, finally, and fully, she believed that Edelgard truly was Nemesis' descendant, that some of her king's blood flowed through Edelgard's veins. That had sounded too much like him to dismiss. After a moment following that eruption of a proclamation, Flame said, haltingly, "Will your people accept me? Dragons have haunted their nightmares for 5 years now." Edelgard shook her head and, with an effort, gave Flame a smile. "Goddess, this is why she goes to the ashes. This hurts, it hurts to care. It burns her, to feel, and she can hear her ghosts whispering. The fire draws their attention like a lighthouse on the shore. But if anyone deserves her concern, no matter the cost, this woman does, this woman, who is still loyal to Nemesis, after all these long years. The Alliance and Rhea haunt my people's nightmares. But Saint Cethline and her sacred band of dragons are their guardians and protectors. You are more likely to be in their dreams, Flame. Children pretend to be you, adults pray for your protection, and there is no rebel soldier who is not relieved to see you or your kin at their side. Humans have fought humans for centuries, we have no urge to expel ourselves, to hate our base humanity for that. Neither is your race to blame for the sins some of you have committed. As there are good and bad humans, there are good and bad dragons. It is a simple truth, and Adrestia understands it. And any who find it in them to be willfully ignorant shall learn at their emperor's command." Flame gave her a soft smile, and Edelgard smiled back before letting her flames die down. "Of course," Hubert said, "the grave isn't where Nemesis' body rests." "What?" Flame asked. Edelgard nodded. "Nemesis disappeared," she said. "He left with his elites. The only thing we got back was the sword of the Creator and some of their relics, like my old axe, Aimer, borne back to us by Hubert's ancestor with instructions to bury the sword at Gareg Mach and to make a grave marker for Nemesis. According to Duke Vestra, Nemesis had told him that there wouldn't be anything left of him or his elites to bury once they got where they were going. All we know is that after he left, Cyros disappeared, and the war was over." Flame frowned. "Where in the world did he go?" Popular theories abound. Some say the Valley of Torment, that the valley exists because the last battle between him and Cyros was so fierce it scarred the land. Others claim he used the last javelins of light in a suicide attack in the ruins of Shamhala, destroying himself and Cyros in a hail of technological catastrophe. Others say he just went back to being a bandit when his work was done. "Well, I can say this, at least," Flame said, frowning. "Cyros isn't dead." "She isn't? I thought you weren't around for the last battle," Byleth said. "I wasn't," Flame said. "But I saw Rhea. That was Cyros. You don't forget the face of the woman who tried to tear your kidneys out with her teeth. Well, maybe not the best example, given she was a dragon at the time. But her human form had been consistent for centuries. All she's done is add that headdress and change her name." "Well, shit," Dorothea said. "Cyros. I'm going to need some time to process that. Every church teaching is about her, about the terrible things she did." "They're mostly correct," Flame mentioned. "I read the holy book. Much is wrong, but much is right, and the atrocities described therein are fairly accurate. Don't like hearing that, Dorothea admitted, and even Edelgard chuckled a bit at that. Ceros, Byleth said, quietly, with an expression unreadable by Edelgard's eyes. Byleth had been different since waking up. The changes she'd underwent fighting through the brilliant light Rhea had banished her to had accelerated in her sleep, and now Byleth was Byleth but also more. Edelgard was glad for it. They needed every edge they could get. Speaking of name changes, why did you change your name, Cethline? Hubert asked, drawing Edelgard's attention away from Byleth's musings. She shrugged. Keeping my own name would have raised too many questions, even if I'd have lied and claimed I was just named for the saint. Pretending to have been named after, well, myself, was simply too strange. Flane was a healer I once knew. I always admired her courage. Do you prefer we call you Cethline? Byleth asked, and Flane shook her head. I don't care which you call me, they are both my names. Nabatea are less concerned with names, so long as they all refer to the same person, in the end. Then word comes back that they are nearing the border, and planning begins again in earnest. The battle is so big that, hours before they reach the field, the eagles can hear the roar of war. They slink in close, 5 years as refugees making them silent and secret, able to fly close to danger without alerting the foe, and they observe the battlefield for a while from hidden roosts. The news isn't good. The sacred maiden, which is partly a fire, is still standing despite everything, but the enemy forces are everywhere. Dear goddess, there are even children in the ranks, younger than any of the eagles were when the war began. House Karen's lands must stand empty, to have so many soldiers present here, an almost literal sea of swords surrounding the besieged fortress. Kingdom knights defend the walls desperately as Fhirdiad sorcery and arrows decimate row after row of the enemy, but like the shore fighting the ocean, there is always another wave to contend with. The fortress will fall, it is merely a question of time and corpses. The Karen troops are mostly untrained and scared kids, the eagles can tell, conscripted and gang-pressed souls whose eyes are bright lights of terror underneath their helmets. They would run, except that officers stand over them, officers whose eyes hold no such doubts, who bear alliance flags and wear dragon masks. Even as they watch, one scared teen breaks off, and she is cut down a second later by an officer's dismissive spell, sliced in half by a gust of razor-edged wind. The others, seeing that there is no hope of escape backwards, redouble their efforts to break through. Desperation can turn even the least trained soldier dangerous. The commander of the Karen forces is turning entire handfuls of their own troops into cornered rats, and terror drives them to punch above their weight class. Normally, a knight of Faerghus could cut down a dozen such conscripts, but they cannot handle the assault of 4 frenzied berserkers, more scared of the officers at their back than of the enemy before them. There is a steel core of soldiers here, real soldiers, but they are behind the enemy ranks, an imposing threat that will cut down any who try to run. Additional insurance, past the officers, that the conscripts will not run. The commander is there, judging by the messengers who keep running back and forth and judging by the sounds that issue forth, a preacher, oddly calm in the face of war, preaching indistinctly above the chaos. Well, the eagles hatch a plan based on what they know. Their numbers are few, but they have learned over the years to be as careful as a surgeon with their strikes, and this situation has a fairly obvious weak point. Edelgard doesn't really participate in the planning. Edelgard is gone almost the instant she sees Arianrod burning. Too much fire, too many scared kids, too much like Brigid. This injustice makes her so angry that she cannot focus, so she puts the anger away, smothers it, turns to ashes again. Rendered thus, she calmly, quietly listens as the others discuss, and finally, Dorothea gives out the orders. They can't possibly fight half the forces here, and the eagles find it sickening to battle children, but the kids don't want to fight. If they can kill the commanders, they'll break and run. You don't have to fight an enemy who flees. A single great dive, then swooping down into the command post before they know what's happening, kill them all, then retreat, so that the eagles themselves aren't between the conscripts and freedom. Give the conscripts a way out, and they will take it. They slip past the outer guards with practiced ease, Hubert and Bernie going among them and tearing them down, silent arrows and silent magic. Dorothea readies herself. The first volley is what counts. The first attack must strike so deep that the enemy cannot recover. The eagles get in position around the command post, whose warriors are understandably more concerned with the conscripts before them, trusting to the now dead rear guard to protect them. This close, they can hear the preaching more clearly, and the voice sounds familiar. The preaching is oddly soothing, inappropriate for the battlefield, sweet in tone. Dorothea shakes off the jitters that gives her, and gives the signal a bolt of screaming lightning that she fires from her hands, that strikes one of the knights at the command post and renders him into bloody chunks of ash that blind those closest to him. The eagles slam into the foe, who are dying before they even know they are under attack. Annette in particular is in fine fury, grateful that the eagles have chosen to save her people, her winds lashing out in tornadoes and gusts that even Hubert has trouble keeping up with. A tremendous assault, which goes smoothly and well up until the preaching stops, and out of the command tent steps Marianne. She is drowned in golds, her clothes fine things bearing the alliance's color. The brunette's hair is loose, it looks like Ria's hairstyle, and she wears a small coronet in her hair, upon which is perched a diamond that looks a lot like Flane's dragonstone. "Who comes here to interfere in our sacred work?" she asks, but politely, as though she were at a tea party, and not in the midst of battle. A soldier dies right next to her and she does not even flinch, merely looking at Byleth with an expression of disappointment. The homunculus and her servants, Marianne sighs. She is calm, too calm, only Edelgard has ever been that calm before, and the sight shocks her. Is this what she is like? Even as Edelgard cuts down enemies, even as the Black Eagles attack, Marianne is empty. "May the goddess forgive thee," Marianne says quietly, reaching up to touch the stone in her circlet. "And grant me strength to perform holy labors." "That's not possible," the eagles hear Flane say, right before Marianne changes. This is not the change of monarchies, who lose their human disguises to assume a true form. There is something almost miraculous about that, something appropriate, a change to one's true self. But this is something else, this is something wrong. Marianne warps and buckles under the stresses of the stone, storm clouds pouring forth from the gem, dark grey dragon scales like writhing eels bursting out of her skin and shredding it to make new muscles and new tissue, skinless flesh, revealing the muscle underneath. Great beastly formations grow out of her shoulder blades, like great tumors, things that should have been leathery wings but are left at great curving scythes of bones, lightning arcing between the exposed vertebrae. Her hands warp into claws, and thin, delicate grey scales wrap around her withered face as her transformation completes. When it is done, she strides above the battlefield, enormously tall, arms stretched grotesquely, floating above the fray. She seems almost a parody of humanity and Nabatea both, a mixture of the two species that is somehow living blasphemy against both. This is not a merging of races to make something more than its parts, but a defilement of both its bases, a mockery of life. They all stop and stare. Even Edelgard, so calm in her ashes, cannot help but be stunned by this abomination, though she is calm enough to note that the soldiers with Marianne have the same reaction. This is something new, even the dragon masks are surprised by whatever this is. Catherine arrives from the front, running back to her command tent, but Marianne's calm eyes, filled with storm clouds, draw all attention. "Homunculus, unholy one," she says, so calmly, so quietly, though her voice reverberates with echoes of a dragon's roar. It's almost comforting, like a mother explaining death to a child. "Please, submit yourself to my grasp. You are an abomination that was never meant to be. Your very existence is suffering. I know all about that. Let me free you from it, as Ria's sweet gift has freed me of my pain. Let me take Suthi's heart from your chest, and take it to Ria, that it may be reborn properly, and the goddess return to the earth." She raises her mutated hands. Storm clouds swirl about her fingers. "The rest of you do not oppose me. Surrender, and you shall be allowed to live. I am a Hierophant, the will of Ria made flesh. We are her most holy ones, the bridge between divine Nabatea and fallen humanity, and our word is divine law," Marianne states, as thunder rolls from her palms. "I bear the might of the beast, storm dragon, sacred servant of the goddess. Blessed to rise above my base humanity and embrace a piece of the transcendent glory of dragons, goddess be praised. Please, surrender, that your souls may be saved, resist, and you shall be unmade. An eagle soldier recovers from his surprise, and looses an arrow that skids off of the exposed muscle of Marianne's right shoulder. With a small, sad smile, Marianne waved a talon in his direction and an arc of lightning tears through him and all the eagles standing near him, reducing 5 of Edelgard's soldiers to electricity-wrecked corpses with a single motion. The violence erupts again, the lightning bolt the spark needed to relight the war. Byleth tackles Marianne, the sword of the Creator flicking out, Marianne blocking with her leatherless wings even as she continues to spew lightning for her warped hands. Catherine fights, too, deadly as a thunderbolt herself, and the twin storms try to drive the eagles back. Dorothea orders Bernadette and Caspar to finish off the officers before assisting, and moves Annette and Linhard to aid the professor. Edelgard barely hears her orders as the Emperor throws herself at Marianne. Edelgard is short, and Marianne is so tall now, it gives her an opportunity to slide around her, and to hack at her legs. This does little harm, even as thick gouts of static-charged blood erupt from the blow she strikes on what should be Marianne's Achilles tendon. Marianne simply lifts into the air, floating, and lightning licks the ground where Edelgard had been a moment ago. Byleth is lashing sword tears a gash in Marianne's back, which Catherine answers with a furious assault that leaves the professor dodging and unable to respond. Edelgard moves to assist, but Marianne backhands her in the chest so hard that she goes flying into a tree, sparks trailing off her armor. She catches her breath a moment, slightly stunned, sees Byleth headbutt Catherine and carve a chunk out of her face with her blade. Sees Linhard desperately healing Ferdinand, hit by an arrow in a vital place, sees Dorothea hurl a bolt of lightning at Marianne that simply merges with the thunders already in the hegemon's twitching fingers. Sees the newly empowered monster wave its hand and strike down another dozen of her soldiers, men bursting apart at the seams as the lightning cooks them alive. Then back into the fray. Edelgard slams into the wounded Catherine with force enough that it sends the big woman sprawling, and she hurls a bolt of fire into Marianne's face that forces her to drift away, scowling. Fire, she doesn't like fire. We can burn it, she hears Dorothea call out. Goddess bless her, Edelgard can't do what she does, can't give orders like this. The ashes consume her throat, but Dorothea pays attention. Dorothea does what Edelgard should be doing, but can't. She can't speak at all, not like this. I've got an idea. Annette yells, enraged, and their witch knight, seeing her beloved homeland burn, this place that her family has defended for generations, begins to cast with a fury so concentrated it is almost physical. Swirling green magic all around her and around Arianrod itself, she is not casting her spells on Marianne but on the burning part of the sacred maiden fortress. What is she doing? A tornado is called up, a whirlwind of flaming debris that sucks up all the fire, turning it into a spiral of roaring flames. Annette does not cast her words so much as shout them, and the fire rises high, higher, highest, a column of burning wood and blazing air that sucks all the fire out of Arianrod, that lights up this nighttime battlefield like the sun at noon. They all stop and stare at that, except Catherine, who takes the opportunity to run, applying half an elixir to her bleeding skull as she runs off to find a horse. This battle is lost, and Rhea must be told. Annette finishes her spell. The great blazing tower bends, curves, and at the last moment Marianne understands what Annette was doing, as that entire blazing column falls directly upon her. Marianne screams as she burns. Her storm clouds form a shield that lasts only a few seconds under that wildfire weight. Annette keeps casting, the wind keeping the fire tightly contained in a circle around the abomination, baking her from the inside out. Annette finishes finally, slumping down exhausted as the fire and wind both die, revealing a blackened, scorched thing of ash that melts, resolving itself into the half-dead form of Marianne, who is impossibly still alive after all that. Edelgard moves to finish her off, hefting her axe in hand. Hardy as Marianne apparently is now, Adelgid doubts she can survive a beheading. If she can, well, then they'll get creative. Hoofbeats warn her a moment before she would have been run over, Edelgard dodging back as Catherine on horseback rides by at full gallop, swooping down to grab Marianne in the process, shoving the other half of her elixir down her throat as they ride off. Only Bernadette manages to get a shot off in time, the arrow sinking deep into Catherine's left shoulder, but Catherine is an old soldier, and she merely grunts as she makes her way off the battlefield. Don't chase. Dorothea orders. Catherine will know this area better than they would. This is on the border of Karen territory, Her former home and the fight with Marianne already cost them more soldiers than they'd planned on losing today. There is little chance Marianne will ever again be in any condition to fight, elixir or not, and Catherine was beaten handily by Edelgard and Byleth alone. Even with Marianne's help she simply is not relevant. Eagles, grab the wounded, let's go. The Eagles retreat, grabbing their wounded and exhausted Raphael's gentle hands, picking up Annette, who cannot find her feet in the wake of her great spell, and leaving their dead for their black-clad kin, the crows. They flee the field, and in the wake of that escape, the conscripts who have just witnessed the real soldiers get slaughtered, and seen the horrifying power of Annette, take a look at their officers, and another look at Arianrod, which despite all their best efforts is still standing, imposing, the unbreakable fortress, not even on fire any longer. Then they take a third look, at the dark forest, from which eagles have emerged, slaughtering all in their path. The dark forest, from which eagles might emerge yet again, and if Catherine and that dragon couldn't stop them, what can they do? Every conscript comes to the same decision. The leaders know it, too. One officer yells at them to go back to the fight, striking down a paused conscript to enforce his point. Another conscript, in panic, runs him through with his spear, and all hell breaks loose. Shouts and screams go up as the army turns on itself, and the horde dissipates in moments as the conscripts kill their officers and flee, running back home, or running to nowhere at all, heading anywhere but this terrible battlefield. And when all are gone, the eagles send a messenger, and Cornelia herself comes out to greet them, bringing a friend along. "I had thought you were rumors," she said, giving them a smile from Arianrod's steps, surrounded by a bodyguard. Near her was a face Byleth had never thought to see again, someone from her teaching days, Peer Hanneman. He appeared as he always did, the clumsy professor extraordinaire, unhurt and unscarred somehow, despite all this battle. "We like to be mysterious," Dorothea replied, smiling as she looked over Cornelia. Howsoever Hanneman dodged the battle, Cornelia couldn't manage it. The Queen Mother looked like hell. Her wounds were clumsily and quickly patched up, white bandages soaked in red all around her midsection and arms. The cuts and scorch marks on her clothes reinforced the story that the bloody wrappings around her midsection were telling. A true Queen Mother of this warrior's kingdom, Cornelia, she did not spend the assault sitting down. "Byleth. It's good to see you," Hanneman said, because propriety was never his strong suit. "You're looking well for a dead woman." Byleth chuckled softly, which any who knew her understood was a sign of how happy this meeting made her, how delighted she was to see him. "You're looking well for an old man yourself." Hanneman laughed. "I see your eagles have done you proud. My lions have done much the same." "So we've heard," Dorothea said, redirecting this conversation back on track. "It is, in fact, one of those lions we'd like to discuss." Cornelia nodded, then winced as the movement made her wounds ache. "You are wounded, madam," Linhard said, surprising everyone there. Linhard had always been reserved, but 5 years in this hellhole war had made him almost stoic. The healer, not having forgotten all his graces, bowed lightly to the queen. "Would you have me restore you?" "Merciful Linhard, my own personal healer." Cornelia chuckled, and her smile was such that Edelgard's knees grew weak. "The king of Faergus was a lucky man. Quite a legendary figure to tend to me. But I am all right." Linhard nodded. "I am merely a healer, your highness. If you need assistance, feel free to ask." "I will," Cornelia replied. "Now, young lady, I doubted that the eagles have flown all the way over here just to save this old lioness in her den, and you mentioned wanting to talk about someone. Why did you come to our aid, grateful though I am for it?" "We would like to request aid from Dmitri," Dorothea responded. "We figured relieving the pressure on his kingdom would make it more likely he would grant our request." "A wise choice," Cornelia answered. "And an honest answer. You eagles really are something special. Unfortunately, my son isn't in Faergus. Dmitri is on his way into the Alliance, to the Great Bridge of Murden." "What?" Byleth said, quirking an eyebrow. "The discussion is swift after that, because the eagles are now on a time limit. Dmitri is chasing Mercedes, chasing the one letter that managed to make its way back to him, all these years later. The letter is suspicious, incredibly so. There is a chance it is Mercedes' original letter, but there is also a chance it's a trick. It would not even be close to the first time that Claude has forged something, and the risk is very real that this is just a way to get Dmitri somewhere Claude can kill him. Regardless, Dmitri feels he must take the risk. The coalition he has built to fight the alliance is failing. Mercedes found something, an ancient system of Agartha that can change everything, though the details the religious woman left were incredibly vague. Still, for gentle Mercedes to be so taken with it, there must be something there, and Dmitri has to risk it all. It's either certain doom or possible salvation, and in that situation, both the stupid and the wise choose possibility. He'd taken a moment to send a letter of condolences to Mercedes' wife, a nun in Verdant, who she had fallen in love with after Gareg Mach. Dmitri had been aware that the only reason the letter did not come with Mercedes herself attached is because she was caught out, had died. Her letter had indicated she would try to mislead the enemy. The lack of future letters, or of her presence, shows that her misdirection took her life, but the fact that no new power pours forth from the alliance proves that the misdirection worked, that her life bought the distraction she'd been hoping to purchase, though the transformation of Marianne greatly worries Cornelia, who wonders if this was what Mercedes had found. Still, at the time, Dmitri had not known of any transformation in Marianne, and so he had set out with all of his lions and all the troops he could spare, following that letter, to the facility's supposed location, hidden deep in Alliance territory. Dangerous territory, guarded by Lysithea von Ordelia, who no one had seen in 3 years. Rumors abounded as to why, though her poor health was a recurring factor. Mercedes' letter indicated it was more than that, though, whispered of other things in the dark, of some change in her. Remembering Marianne, Edelgard can make a guess, but why disappear, then? Marianne had been entirely functional, if different. What happened to Lysithea? But before he had even reached that place, an alliance force had set out to attack him. All the reports indicate they will meet at a rather familiar place, and upon hearing of it, Edelgard's heart nearly stops. Her life really has become a fairy tale. They say history repeats, but that's not quite true, Byleth says, as she looks at the reports Cornelia gives them, in hopes the Eagles can save her son, as they have saved her. She sounds as if she speaks from long experience. It's more accurate to say, it rhymes. Dorothea nods to the professor. This has the feeling of destiny. And so the Eagles wheel about, heading to a place in the east of Adrestia named Gronder Field. 2 scouts of Faergus, Outriders, run into an alliance patrol in central Adrestia. It's not a surprise to run into them. The army Dmitri has brought is enormous, the biggest host gathered under the kingdom's flag since the war began, his great gamble, the card draw that would win or lose it all. It is hard to hide an army that size, and the alliance knows something is up, even if they cannot find the precise location. The patrol, on spotting them, tries to outrun them. Of course they do. They must report them in, and if they do, the kingdom army will be stalled here, instead of reaching its real goal. The kingdom scouts try desperately to stop them, but they can't do it. Too many to kill quickly, and they are but 2 soldiers. 3 members of the patrol escape, are riding to safety, when a woman in brigid clothes cuts them down in 3 swift strikes. The scouts stare at her. They had heard rumors, but nobody had believed them. "Take me to Dmitri," Petra says to them in flawless Fodlanes as she wipes her blade clean. "I wish to speak with him." In Fodlan's throat, where her exodus had once been meant to begin, in the new nest she had her servants build, Siros, who in her own mind never thought of herself as Rhea, pondered the news. Catherine had sent a letter explaining about the attack on Arianrod, a useful servant. Catherine, prioritizing keeping Siros informed over her own wants, even if her fawning and obvious desire was grotesque to Siros' sensibilities. The very thought, even Siros' own skin feels wrong when she is in human shape. She cannot imagine sliding it over another human's filthy form in lust and desire. She sighed as she read the letters, looking down at these pale, pathetic fingers, the nails that, no matter how she sharpened them with a file, were a poor replacement for the claws she once had. She would not be whole until the day she reclaimed her true self. 1,000 years in this human skin, she'd almost believe it to be penance for her failure to save her mother, were she a religious woman. But the archbishop of her own false faith had no faith herself, and so regarded it as just what it was, a terrible tragedy. If only Nemesis had not burst her dragon stone, she could not use another, for reasons she had never been able to figure out, save that she was the last divine dragon her mother had made, the others dying to Agartha all those years ago, and Ceros could not have dragon children in this form. She had tried, discarding the children when they proved to be as mortal as the skin she now wore. She had simply lost access to herself, the way Sikal had after his daughter died, but his case was explainable. Grief and sorrow could manifest in a dragon that way. Sikal was not the only dragon who could not transform. But Ceros bore no such grief inside, save that she still mourned her mother, as any good daughter would, and she'd been mourning her for years and still transforming. It had to be tied to her nature as a divine dragon, the only one left. Perhaps Mother had built them out of different stuff. Still, no matter, she was used to this form after so long, and now, she was on the verge of reclaiming herself. Once she held her mother's crest stone in her hands, she would be able to place it in the device, and through it, ascend, regain herself. It was a shame the stone hadn't been at Gareg Mach. Her studies had led her to believe that the church nemesis had built, and damn him for this lie, for building this place to pretend that he had not murdered her mother, had stored much of the old Agarthan relics in Gareg Mach, because if one was going to piss all over a sacred legacy, you might as well not half-ass it. Ceros had scoured the place for 3 years and found nothing, finally abandoning it. Too many memories there. It was the same reason she had never been to Xanadu in all these years. Too many, too much. To go there would be to remember things that Ceros must forget, if she is to keep functioning. Mother dead, mother desecrated. She had been bringing her a gift, something to say she wasn't that mad anymore. She remembered how she'd actually felt a little silly being so mad. Mother had known best, of course. Ceros had never much liked humans, but maybe her mother was right, and she was simply being harsh. Then the way her heart had ached. The way the world had just stopped. She had flown at full speed to Xanadu and even then known what she would find, tears pouring from her eyes to see her mother shattered and broken. They had taken her spine, blood everywhere. Mother, no, no, no. Ceros breathed in, breathed out. She pushed it away. To go down that road was to degenerate into a crying mess, and she was Suthi's daughter. She would not fail her mother twice in one life. She would not let her murderers go unpunished. The work was going well. 2 of the nations of Fodlan under her control, the third to fall soon enough. The attack on Arianrod failing today was of little consequence. Time was on her side, as it ever was in dealing with the Mayfly humans. The continent was coming under control. Wherever the murdering bastards of Agartha had hidden the crest stone, she would find it. Shame all her notes said it was at Gareg Mach, and that Solon had died in captivity, before he could tell her much. Further shame that she couldn't find his own notes, grabbed by some desperate servant in their flight from the monastery, she supposed. Oh well. Just a matter of time. So for now, she was still too human, and she had other things to focus on. Catherine must be lead on. Her control reinforced invite her to the throat for a time. A touch here, a caress there, regardless of how it makes the bile rise in Ceros' throat. Stoke the fire of desire in Catherine so that she will not question orders. See how the transformation of her newest hierophant is going. Ignatz, lovely Ignatz, who so worshipped the goddess, and so had proven willing to accept the change, and so far, had survived it. Attend to Marianne personally. See to it that she recovered a hierophant was a significant investment for Ceros, after all. Few were worthy of the transformation, and fewer still were able to survive it. She still remembered what had happened to the first test subject. That girl. Lysae. Lysae? She could never remember. One of Claude's compatriots. One of her former test subjects, in fact, which had amused her. The irony that the girl would end up being 2 prototypes in a single lifetime, though now that she was thinking on it, the name was bothering her. What was it? Thea? ISI. No, it started with an L. Regardless, while the girl had been her first successful dual crest experiment, she had not proven so lucky in her second prototyping. Even Ceros, who had seen and done worse, had been surprised at the result, and simply grateful that Claude's pink-haired retainer had managed to exert some control over it. Claude. Her highest servant, she supposed, though she would never be able to make him a hierophant. No, the experiment on the similarly dual-crested had proven that it was impossible, unless she wanted another abomination on her hands. A shame, when she'd stuffed 2 crests into him as a child, she hadn't thought it would have such side effects. Still, you live and learn, and even Claude, for all his usefulness, was only a human. When he died, she'd simply find another. It had been dumb luck he'd survived in the first place, where the 30 other half-breeds and outcasts she'd picked had died. Poor material, she supposed. The other one had been her prototype, the Lysia? Damn it, she couldn't remember. The girl. She'd come from noble stock as if human blood could be uplifted, and it had taken Ciro's fewer attempts to get 2 crests into a single human using her family, though the girl had been the only survivor, at the end. Too bad she'd only had a few notes of Agartha to work with, but Ciro's had spent the last 1,000 years playing with dragon blood, trying to become herself again. That experience had compensated where the notebook scraps had run dry. So Catherine later, which would be a chore, but attending to Ignatz and Marianne would not be terrible. A Hierophant was almost a dragon, a process she'd discovered by accident in her experimental attempts to regain her own transformation, and she could stomach their presence more easily than that of a human's. She'd make all her high priests Hierophants in the future, it would make it easier to talk to them, and they'd last long enough that she wouldn't be replacing them every few decades. Finishing her current papers, she gave the completed letters to her personal servant, a quiet, stoic lad of Almira named Cyril, before sitting back in her chair and closing her eyes, resting for a moment and pondering her past. Almira had proven, receptive, to her, a nation of wyvern riders that was already used to treating draconic forms with a certain level of affection. A few decades spent studying human preachers and psychology, and she was able to make a warrior's church for them, claim that those who died in glorious battle would be admitted to the goddess realm, where war and wine and whatever you desired could be had forever. A lie, of course. Her mother was dead and answered no prayers, and if an afterlife existed, Ciro's had no knowledge of it. But very motivational. If she hadn't known it was all bullshit, she'd have been quite moved by some of her speeches herself. She had a dab hand at religion, it turned out. She still remembered the prophecy she'd told them, under an entirely different name, that one day a woman named Rhea would rise up and guide them to conquer all the world, under the wings of great dragons. She snorted, the memory amusing her as it always did. It's not prophecy, to let someone in on your schedule and itinerary. Humans. How short their lives were, how easily they forgot. Such base creatures, barely useful as pets. Untrustworthy with power, as Agartha had proven, but, much like any pet, with the right training and the right oversight, they could perform all kinds of useful tricks. Like Cyril, who was returning even now from delivering her papers to their messengers, and was bringing her favored tea, whose very smell made her mouth water and eyes open. The one advantage to this human form, Ciro's had to admit as she took the cup and sipped, was the sense of taste, so much more refined than a dragon's. For all their sense of smell was heightened, a dragon's tongue was dead in its mouth, an unfortunate side effect of their powerful breath. Humans, lacking the breath weapon, lacked the need for armored tongues, and so they were free to indulge themselves. She'd miss it, when she was restored, but to give up a sense of taste for a body that fit right, she should enjoy this cup, it would be one of her last, and so she sipped it slowly. What else on the agenda today? Oh, yes. The Kingdom Army at Gronder Field. Claude had assured her that he'd sent his best, another one of his dear, lozenge? No, that couldn't be right. Lore? Something like that. Why were there so many L names amongst Claude's little group? What a strange thing. Between that commander who Claude assured her was competent and the additional insurance she'd provided by sending Sikal along with them, they'd catch the Prince of the Kingdom at Gronder Field, and they'd murder him and his forces both. Then the last resistance would crumble, and she could become herself again. She took another triumphant sip of her tea. It was good to be Ciro's, some days. Somewhere else in the throat, somewhere hidden from prying eyes and listening ears, Claude, Grand Duke of the Alliance, once the Stormcaller, and Duchess Hilda, his most faithful retainer, have their last conversation. Tears stung Claude's eyes, though it is not he who goes forth into death today. Hilda's eyes remain calm and strong as the setting sun, embracing ending. Don't do this, Hilda. She gave him a small, sad smile in response, his Hilda, his faithful one, who had clung to him close as his own shadow all these long years. Claude knew why he knew everything. he had compensated for his short lifespan by learning everything, absolutely everything, devouring knowledge. He knew the history of House Goneril, the terrible crimes committed by it against the Amirans, the things that Hilda had seen that she could never forget. I have to, my dear Claude. You know that. The things that had driven her to imprison her own kin, after the war, assuming the title of Duke Goneril for herself, and continuing to serve him even as the alliance expanded, his retainer, right hand, and executioner. She had done things she had never even told him, the most terrible deeds, also his dream could be realized, that his great guilt be eased. So much blood on his hands, but even more would stain him, but that Hilda took up the burden of spilling it for him. She had always protected him. Hilda. I'm not ready to lose you, not just yet. A world, united. No more borders. The ancient genocides undone. Heroes slain, so she could never repeat her great war. The church broken down, so it could no longer claim that Agartha and descent made you superior. A dream that Claude had shared with Nemesis, with Cethline, with all the great heroes, which was how he'd known that being a hero would never accomplish it. Better humans and better dragons both had tried and failed. We always knew this day was coming, Claude. Someday, there would be a reckoning, and we would deserve it. We talked about this, remember? How important it was, to be honest with ourselves about all this. Not to lie and pretend that the dream justified it. You gave a whole speech about how, if you sacrifice others for your own dreams, it's not a sacrifice, remember? It was a good speech, I almost wish I'd written it down. So the dream had been accompanied by the scheme. The plan. If a hero couldn't do it, well, there was another option. He had always known what it would cost him, to create so much hate focused on his person, but he had never planned for what it would cost his friends. He had tried so hard not to care about them, but the former dear were his, and seeing what he had done to them. There are not words for how sorry he is, for all this. It had not seemed like much of a sacrifice to give himself up. He would not see 30 if his willpower was strong as stone, but to lose the others. I hadn't known it was going to be so hard, Hilda. She hugged him. She was so strong, he had time to marvel as he hugged her back, muscles like cord steel, an instrument of war tuned to high perfection. She had served him with unrelenting effort since they had met as children, her desperate to find someone, anyone, who could help her stop her family, he fresh from Ciro's experiments and burning with that unholy might. He had no idea how he was going to survive without her, but that was the point, wasn't it? He wasn't going to survive without her. He was just going to exist for a little while longer. Make sure they get the notebook. I will owe you what you have done forever. If there's any justice after death, they'll take it all into account, and you'll end up somewhere nice. Hilda laughed. It would be the last laugh he would ever hear from her, and his mind was desperate to record it, but before it could the moment passed and she was speaking and he will never hear her laugh again. What has he done? Claude, there is no justice, not here and not afterwards, and we both know it. There's just us. Fodlan had a goddess once, and we killed her. So it's up to us. For a better tomorrow, the way Nemesis put it on his tombstone, remember? For a better future. Keep that in mind, okay? You told all of us, and we all agreed to it, Claude. We all knew what this would cost us, at day's end. You're the leader, Claude, and I have never regretted my service to you. There is nothing more to say, so Claude does her the honor of crying for her, openly sobbing, and she bowed to him, to show she understood just what it meant for him to be so honest with her, what a gift it was. Claude must lie so much, to Ciro's, who dreamed him a loyal servant, to Fodlan, who thinks of him as a villain and a monster, and to be fair, he has managed to earn both titles fairly enough. To himself, when he pretends this does not hurt him, so he can continue to do what needs to be done. Genuine honesty from Claude is the most precious treasure he has to give, and she recognized the value of it as he handed it to her, bows once more, and walked away. Her journey was to a cell, one of the few in the underground base that was close to the surface. It was a lonely place, for the most lost deer, for the one deer that was even more gone than Leonie, who had disappeared a full 4 years prior, unable to stomach the plan anymore, despite her belief in it. Hilda wished her well. They had missed her support, but at least Leonie had kept her mouth shut, and so Ciros was still unaware of the truth of things. The last she'd heard, a woman matching Leonie's description had been heading north, but there was nothing there but some tiny village, named after a saint probably trying to curry church favor, back in the days when that meant anything. Whatever she was doing, Hilda wished her well, as she drew up before the cell that held Lysithea. 4 eyes stared at her from the cage's darkness, bright purple alternating with brilliant pink. They'd originally kept the cavern lit up, but Lysithea's eyes did not like the light anymore, and so at her request they had darkened the room. That had been back when she'd spoken more often. These days, it was mostly growls from her twin throats, when she deigned to respond verbally at all. What was left of the last meal she'd managed to gulp down her twisted mouths lay scattered on the floor, and Lysithea had savaged it so badly that one of the wyvern's legs had slid out of the cage, to lay against the far wall. Hilda didn't know why Lysithea had demanded live wyverns for food, back in the day, but she'd never voiced an objection since, so they kept feeding them to her. Maybe she liked eating something that tried to fight back. At least her transformation had destroyed her ability to taste anything, so that the sweets-loving girl cared not what she had. "Ready, Lysithea?" Hilda asked. Some days, Lysithea could not answer more days, recently, and Hilda would wait until it was Lysithea in there again, and not the bestial urges that replaced her on too many days. She did not fear Lysithea, precisely, but there was no need to take additional risks. "But today is a good day." Lysithea's voice in stereo comes to her, slurred by the changes in her wide grin. "Is it time for another hunt, Hilda?" "Time for the last hunt, Lysithea," Hilda said, quietly. "No one came down here, but no reason to risk the dream by carelessness." These tunnels echoed. Lysithea chuckled, one mouth a little ahead of the other. She echoed now, too. "Then I have lived to see it after all, despite everything," Lysithea said, with great satisfaction, but her tone turned plaintive, worried. You're not lying to me, are you, Hilda? If you have to put me down, I understand I haven't been myself very much, recently I'm forgetting things, but I still remember the dream, I remember Gareg Mach, I remember our promise. So if you have to put me down, just tell me, don't lie to me that I got to play a part in the final chapter of Claude's scheme. Don't lie to me." "I would never lie to you about this," Hilda said, reaching a hand out and into the bars. "You're a dear, too, Lysithea, even now. Fear the deer, remember." A rough claw, the size of Hilda's entire body, reached out from the black. Purple and black, flecked with static, each long finger tipped with a deadly claw, and as it approached the dust in the air transformed, warped into new shapes by Lysithea's mere presence. A single fat talon stroked gently against Hilda's outstretched palm. "Fear the deer," Lysithea intoned, and chuckled again. "Fear the deer. To think, that summarizes Claude's entire plan. Only Claude could take a schoolyard chant and manage to draw from it a plan to remake the entire world. Sometimes, I think I'm dreaming, when I think of the plan." Hilda chuckled with her as she withdrew her hand, but Lysithea kept going, her tone turning, wondering. "The last time I went under, I dreamed again, Hilda. But it wasn't about the empty man and his ice dragon children, or the silent dragon's spawn, or any of the other things I've seen, the green-haired woman and her beautiful sword, that big man with his great sword and his mage husband. I dreamt of us, Hilda." "What did you see?" Hilda asked, Lysithea's tone worrying her. Lysithea had shared a few of her dreams before, the ones that were most consistent, but she had never described them as anything but fantasies before, and never had she dreamt of anyone real. I saw a Fodlan, Hilda, where Edelgard launched this war, but she was less honest than us, she genuinely thought the death was worth it, if she could control it all. I saw a Fodlan where Dimitri went mad, Hilda, where the tragedy was not of Brigid but of Dusker, black skin sticky with red blood. Dimitri turned savage, Hilda, worse than I am even at my lowest. I saw a Fodlan where Claude he was a hero, Hilda, he wanted only to learn the truth and save people, he was a beautiful breeze that blew new life and growth into everything he ruled over. Byleth stood with him and he shone like the sun and... She choked, both throats clenching tight as she stifled a sob. We were all heroes, Hilda. All of us. We had beautiful crowns of golden antlers and we were all kings and queens, Hilda, we were kings and queens and nobody could take that from us. We saved the world, Hilda. We went down in history as heroes. A tear slipped out of Hilda's eye, and she wiped it away, surprised and stunned. She had not cried in. I wept, too, Hilda, Lysithea said. When I woke up, and I was this. I had a smile on my face and ribbons in my hair and I was shaped right, Hilda, I was myself again. Another life, maybe, Hilda said, flicking the tear away, still surprised that Lysithea's words would affect her so. In a fairy tale, that tear would have been magic, the lone tear cried by the terrible villainess, but this was life, and the deer were honest with themselves about who they were, and what they did. In another world, in another place, in another time, but we are here, Lysithea. Aye, we are, came the reply, and Lysithea's rough talon reached out through the bars and nicked the key off the nearby wall. The cell was not designed so that Lysithea could not open it, it was designed to restrain the basic instincts that took over when she was dreaming, when she was not there and only hunger and need ruled. The beast was too stupid to figure out how the locks worked. Lysithea, sensible, sane, was able to open the 3 locks in a moment, and Hilda stepped back as the door swung open. Lysithea emerged into the light. Hands as big as a human torso, 4 of them, 2 on each arm, where her body had tried to split and failed. They separated at the elbow, so that her twin shoulders bore 4 arms at their ends. The second hand on each arm was attached to long, leathery wings that spread yards in length, their other end attached to the bottom of her ribs, themselves part of a long, slender form that dwarfed some of the smaller dragons with its length. Scaleless flesh that was raw purple and wet black, leading back to legs and feet that had not quite managed to separate the way the arms had, so that each back foot had 2 claws and 10 talons, dual kneecaps cracking and popping with each movement. Her tail forked at its end, the immense hammers of bone on their ends that marked her craft dragon heritage, a dual thing so heavy and thick it could smash apart men and horses and stone walls alike. But it was her heads that drew the eye most. Her dual crests had reacted poorly to the transformation, the process had tried to make 2 hierophants out of Lysithea, 2 different types of dragon, and everything had went wrong. At the end of a long, wide neck sat 2 faces, one larger, one smaller, that had not quite separated. The larger, marked by her major crest of Gloucester, looked most like she once had, save that only her rightmost eye retained its normal coloring. But that face's left side led to its twin, marked by her minor crest of Karen, and it made fewer pretenses of normality. That smaller face had mismatched eyes too, for when it had formed, it had taken Lysithea's left eye with it, and when the new eyes formed, they did not have her original color, but a sort of strange purple to them. The 2 heads shared a mouth, wide and full of jagged teeth, and their closest eyes, the new ones, they were almost connected, their twin sockets had a depression between them like a runny channel, as though when the second head had formed and one eye had traveled over, it had carved a groove between Lysithea's 2 skulls. Lysithea's hair, still white from the experiments, stretched out in a wild tangle between the 2 skulls, tried to grow over the split too, ending up forming something that wasn't quite a mane and wasn't quite a hairstyle but had elements of both. Hilda wasn't sure how Lysthea's brain had managed to survive any of that, or if she had 2 brains or what. She was just glad that Lysithea was still present, here at the end, the way she had promised to be 5 years ago. Where does the plan require us to die, my friend? Lysithea asked her, as Hilda went to a nearby closet and withdrew from it a saddle. In Bear, Hilda said, as she brought over a bag containing the tools she'd need. Brushes for Lysithea's hair. She hated tangles, and she liked the sensation. Scrubbing sponges and soaps and treatments for her flesh. Adrestian weather was hotter than Lysithea liked, and she'd get sores if Hilda wasn't careful. Riding gear, for herself, and the straps and buckles that would keep the saddle on Lysithea's back even mid-flight. Then, it was Edelgard, after all. Lysithea queried as Hilda, on a whim and remembering the dream, grabbed a few spare ribbons from the closet, ribbons once intended to hold her own hair together, that would serve in Lysithea's hair as well. Not Dimitri. Yep. Claude's finally come around, Hilda announced. Dimitri's trying a fool's gamble down south, and so Claude's given up on him being the one. But Edelgard, her and her eagles have not only evaded us when we've actually been trying to kill them, and not just playing with them like we've been doing with Fairgus, but they recently just shut down our attempt to take Arianrod. They're almost certainly on their way to Gronder Field now. They'll take it, and current best projection is that they'll come roaring back to Inver with a combined army. The Great Bridge of Myrddin might be a target as well, Lysithea rumbled, as Hilda strapped the saddle to her. Despite everything, she was still the smartest of the deer, when her mind was her own. Her words reverberated through her skin, and her cold flesh buzzed against Hilda. Does Lorenz know that it's Edelgard, and not Dimitri? I informed him myself, Hilda said. He's ready with the accident, should we be wrong and Edelgard go for the bridge first. Good. But, she will have to take Inver at some point, regardless of whether she tries to establish a foothold first or immediately turns around to free Adrestia, Lysithea mused. Hilda did one last check and stood up, the saddle cinched and ready to go, her stuff packed in the saddlebags. So we go there, to ensure that this story has a proper fight at such a climactic point. I wonder how they'll play us off, in theaters of the future. I'm hot and you're scary, so I'll be played like I was a sexbot and you'll be played up as the actual threat between the two of us, so don't worry. We're in no danger of being remembered accurately by anyone, Hilda said with a laugh, and Lysithea joined in as Hilda hopped on. All right, Hilda said, grabbing the handles before her. Lysithea needed no reins. Let's get going. For a better future. For a better future, Lysithea echoed, and crawled down the tunnel to its opening, whereupon she spread her wings and took flight. Chapter 4, As we came together at last. Claude stares at the potion he has made, this concoction. It simmers, it whispers, it is alive in some way, not so much an elixir as a doorway. He sees a pool of infinite black in that swirling mix, and it looks back and sees him, too. It is almost time for the final battle. He shall not be found wanting, when it is time to reveal true colors, and show his tormentor what her torments have cost her. He has never forgotten a single one of her cruelties, and he will pay them back with interest. The dark, Rhea's eyes above his, reptilian slits as she moved scalpels to make slits in him, too. The way the others screamed. The way his mother and father screamed, the first people taken for Ciro's experiments, to see if there was potential in their family at all, his father, a king, his mother a runaway bride of Regan, neither should have had this happen to them, but in Almira, Rhea is the voice of the goddess, and when she called for them to come they had. He has asked so many sacrifices of the others. He has asked them to throw away their honor, their reputation, their lives, and their dreams. He has asked them to be damned by all humanity for all time, villains of history, all to chase his dream, the goal Suthes and Nemesis and Cethline and all history's greatest heroes have held sacred, the one dream so big that, someday, they might yet manage to make it real. He will never be able to forget the day they promised, that they all agreed to help him, the day when he pulled off his mask and stood there, bare, just himself, near tears, and told them what he was doing, and why. Why the theatrics, why the Stormcaller and goddess above, he hated it, he can still see Geralt dying and Rhaemyr dying and he is a monster. Ciro's did not make him a monster in the dark but Rhaemyr did. He can still remember Byleth's fury at their last meeting, Byleth, who alone of all the world he has ever loved. Who saved him from his own hired goons. How ridiculous is that? She saved him, and he'd always, it had lit some fire in him, that he'd tried so hard to squash. They'd talked. At the monastery, where his days had been so sweet, pretending to be just a schoolboy with a crush. Days spent engaging in schoolyard play, and watching her, who the world found emotionless, who he merely found beautiful, and intriguing. Days of joy that bled into nights of horror, the mask heavy on his face, nights spent planning how to fulfill Rhea's goals without giving her too much strength, and attempting to kill the Black Eagles, a task he failed at, and not for lack of trying. After all, at the time he had thought it was Dimitri who would rise as the great hero to his terrible villain, convinced by his heroic charm and steadfast faith, and one other thing. Some part of him had feared, bias, towards Byleth, had feared that his desire for her would get in the way of his great scheme, that he had been planning since he stood over his parents' unmarked graves and heard Ciro's praise them as necessary sacrifices for the cause. So he had chosen to kill the eagles, so that the lions could become the focus of the tale, the great heroes of the story. But Hilda had been right. Even back then, Hilda, who alone of his golden deer had known beforehand who and what he was, had seen something in Edelgard and Byleth both, had told him it would be them, and now, half a decade later, Edelgard and Byleth were proving Hilda wise. She'd mocked him for it, a little bit, in her friendly way. And now she was gone. Her and Lysithea were gone and he would never see them again, never speak to them again. A few tears try to sting his eyes, and with all the terrible willpower he has gathered in his short, desperate life, he pushes them back. He steadies himself. He gave Hilda his tears, the same way he wept for Lysithea and Marianne when he saw what Rhea had done to them, the way he will mourn Lorenz when he dies defending Deirdre and Ignatz when the transformation is complete. These tears, they are not for him, they are for these heroes who surround him, who choose, impossibly, to trust in him, who promises them only death and damnation. He has no right to any sorrow for himself, not after what he had done. He has always known this would make a monster of him, and he does not, he will not, dishonor the dead, he will not make mockery of the sacrifices he has forced others to make by weeping for himself. He is not Rhea. For Hilda, for his golden deer, who die that the world might be remade, he will weep. He will not weep for himself. He will be an honest man. He knows that it is his hands that clench tight the world's throat, every terrible thing the Alliance and Almira do is on him, for all that Rhea desires it too. He has enabled her, after all. He will not deny that, and he will not deny the world the right to kill him for it. When the black eagles and they are so beautiful, the eagles have become so incredible, the army of all the world that he had envisioned when he began all this come to kill him, he will resist only enough that the play can have a proper ending. That is his sacrifice. He will not escape, either. The golden deer have, between them, only a single point of honor, they are faithful to the plan. Even unto death. And this potion, this is part of it. Rhea has to die, first. The hatred the people will bear for the Nabatea will be too much, if a dragon is to blame for all this, at day's end, better it be him, a traitorous human. An evil, monstrous human. Let Rhea go down as merely another monster, one eventually slain by Claude himself, let the burden of history's hate fall on him. Let his name become a byword for evil, let his face echo down history with a demon's smirk. But, to do that, he must kill Rhea, and that's a tall order. The potion is the answer, something he has worked on for 5 years with all his knowledge of poisons and chemistry and alchemy. A thing of darkness, elemental night, to counter the divine dragon that is Rhea, a form she cannot reclaim, he knows now. He doesn't have to kill a dragon, just Rhea and human skin a deadly warrior, but he can overcome her. Between his wyvern and this potion, he'll have to kill Eloise too. Her faithful servant, first of her hierophants, dredged up from somewhere. He's not sure where. Faithful to her. Not like Marianne and Ignatz, who only pretend subservience, who are somehow still themselves, even with Rhea's voice rolling like thunder in the back of their skulls. Eloise is truly Rhea's creature, and Claude will need strength to overcome the burning thing he has become. Hence this jar of night he has constructed, that he must take inside himself in small doses, so that he will survive it. Something that will make him a little more, not stripping him of his humanity, precisely, so many, even before Rhea, had tried that, had claimed the little half-blood mongrel wasn't real people, that he cannot stomach the idea of transforming himself fully. But this potion won't do that. It will simply grant him great powers of darkness, if he's brewed it right. It will add a homunculus energy to his own, make him a thing of night. He'd based it on Solon's notes, which he'd stolen from Gareg Mach the day before he'd went down into the tomb and had his mask shattered by Amber. He had not dared let Rhea get her hands on those plans, and he had stored them in the once place she wouldn't look, his laboratory here, in the dragon's lair, not 100 feet from Rhea's throne. It was why he'd killed Solon, slipping a poison onto one of Rhea's blades, so that, when she cut him during torture, a week later, he died of a heart attack. Whatever the man knew remained locked in his silenced throat, and Rhea would never know it, no matter how furious she was at the death, no matter how she pummeled Claude afterwards. She had not beat him because she knew about the poison. If she had, she'd have killed him. She had merely struck him because she could. Claude's resilient body took more punishment than most did, and she had enjoyed clawing his toughened skin. Not the first time. Not the last. Homunculus, like Byleth. Not quite like Byleth, who was also part dead goddess. Maybe that was what he was attracted to, inside her. That chunk of the goddess, who was good, or so he'd read. Maybe he just wanted to know that there was someone, somewhere, who would look upon the world and try to fix it, a god somewhere who could forgive his dear their sins, that they commit in his name. He is not worried for himself, not really. Call him a devil and damn him for it, that is fair enough. Should a hell exist, and he burn there, he will not be able to contest the charge. But he likes the idea, that some spirit of divinity could look at his dear, see what they have done, and forgive them, and grant them peace. Or, at least, put their sins on his shoulders, let him bear the weight he has forced them to carry for so long, and let them walk away unburdened and free. He takes a drink. The potion is thick and rich, tastes of dark chocolate and blood and the whispers of the dreaming dead, and so cold, he can trace it down his throat. It does not burn a path but freezes one. He wishes the potion hurt. It doesn't. It feels calming. Quiet. It feels comforting, like a wet rag pressed to a fevered forehead, or the way your pillow felt against your tired and sleepy head after a long and stressful day. It feels kind of good to him, who is surrounded forever by shining gold and stark white, to drink down this elemental blackness and feel it spread throughout his skin, a promise that, when time comes, the night will be at his side. He wishes it hurt. Every time he takes a drink, he prays that this time, it is different. He feels like, if this hurt, it would be penance of a kind. A sacrifice on his part, who demands so many sacrifices from the others. But it does not hurt his body, and so it instead torments his mind and his soul, with the knowledge that he is comfortable when his own are about to suffer so, and his sleep is awash with terrible nightmares of Rhea's eyes. Somewhere in Adrestia, Mikhail hunts. The great dragon soars over the land, hunting a small group who have taken up raiding. He is not sure what they are doing, fighting the Alliance forces in the area, he thinks, from the snatches of conversation his sensitive ears catch as he soars over the land. He hears whispers of words he knows and hates, descendant of Agartha, Church of the Spirit, Adrestia. Human. The word he despises most. He catches them, eventually. Pathetic beasts. The gathering is of a large group of humans, but they have almost no equipment, just a few scattered spears and stolen things from the Alliance, hastily repainted with dabs of muddy ochre. They are led by a woman who has smeared black wings onto the back of her tabard in some ash-based paint, and one of them holds up a hand-painted banner smeared with dirt, a black eagle, flying proud. Black eagles. Now that is a set of words Mikhail hates, almost as much as he hates the word human. Black eagles. Black eagles on the lips of every godless human he hunts, black eagles painted in every town and every wall, black eagles, black eagles, black eagles. How he hates those words. An idiot's incantation, something these mindless humans believe in so much they are willing to die for it, a prayer that they hope will stop their proper masters from doing with them as they will. But if that was all, well, he would not care so much. Humans have always prayed in his presence, mostly for whatever imaginary gods they believe in to save them from Mikhail's torments, and none of those gods have ever answered in any way. No, he hates the word for more than it being so common on the lips of humans he is about to kill. He hates it for being a phrase he has heard, impossibly, on his brethren's lips, and more than once. He hates it for stealing some of his kin from him, for the strange power it seems to have, that dragons who should know better, leave, sometimes, in the dead of night, chasing those words to something only they can see. He has killed some of them, and the look in their eyes he saw, before the end, it scares him, though he has never admitted it to anyone else. He does not know that he sees in their eyes what they see, when they fly from the service of monstrosity to the service of good. It is the fabled horizon, the promise that tomorrow can be better, if you are willing to fight for today, a power that humanity and Nabatea both can only call hope. That is the power that frightens Mikhail, whose dreams include no hope, who cannot stand the sight of it in the eyes of those of his people who do not merely walk away from Amlas, but turn around and besiege the gates. He lands, expecting them to run, expecting to have his fun chasing them, but she turns, this would-be leader, and her makeshift army with her, and in her hands are two blades of ancient Agarthan steel. Run, he rumbles to them, because it is always more fun when they don't fight back. Run, and scream. Fuck you, the woman yells, and takes off at a run towards him. For the Emperor. For Edelgard. They charge with her, these humans, more of those damned words on their lips, as the charging men and women shouted out words of allegiance to the Black Eagles, giving these mere mortals the courage to charge a dragon. Mikhail would admire it, if he was willing to give humans credit for anything. As it was, he despised them too much to do so, and he merely sighed. Battle with such peons was a chore more than a delight. He'd have to struggle not to fall asleep. The battle was a matter of moments. But they kept coming, even until the end, and the woman in the lead, who he heard one of the others call something during the fight Cronus. Rania? Bah, names were a human thing. He did not care for them. Who did have the Agarthan look about her, was alive until the end, dodging and moving with practiced grace. "I'll kill you," she bellowed, dodging his lazy claw swipes. He resisted the urge to yawn. He preferred it when they ran. It was fun, to chase down prey, if for no other reason than because he liked stretching the game out a little. Sitting down and doing this was just dull. She'd tire soon enough, and then his hands would catch her and this would be over. Dull work, this, providing support for Ciro's human pawns, but Ciro's had been right, all those years ago, and she was still right now. Mikhail would serve her, the goddess-favored daughter. And, well, humans made useful pets, Mikhail supposed, though he could not stomach their presence at all. He idly pondered if he could convince Ciro's to let him set up a hunting range somewhere, when they owned all the world, a place to let humans run free for a time before he came to run them down. That would be very fun, and he pondered the possibilities. Thus distracted, he did not see the woman come up with an idea. See her look at his neck and at his idly flapping wings. She is off like a shot, dodging under his claws, leaping up to his left wing, and as he squawked in surprise, flaring his wings out, she leapt with the momentum he had granted her, swords turned around to hold reverse style in her fists, and she leapt to plunge them into his neck. His scales proved too strong, the way they always do. Even her ancient Agarthan blades cannot fully penetrate. She scores his scales deeply, though, as she slides down them, and when the blades finally catch on the jagged edge of one scale low down on his neck, the weight of her fall partially dislodges it. He grabs her up, enraged. That had hurt. For Adrestia, she spits at him, as he holds her in his fist. He spends the next hour killing her. He is cruel, he is slow, and when he is done, the last sound on her lips is not some paean of loyalty, but merely tormented screams. It exhausts his anger mostly at himself. He was getting lazy. He tapped the scale. Loose, it'd take weeks to regrow. And a bad spot for a loose scale, too, right over the thick vein that pumped blood up his neck to his head. He'd have to be careful, in the future. Not that such injuries were common. This wouldn't have happened at all if he'd been paying attention. Ah, well. A reminder not to be so slothful in the future. Shame that there wasn't much to do about a loose scale. He'd just have to be careful of it, until a new one grew in under it. Thus thinking, he lifted off from the bloody plains, to see what new prey Ciro's wanted him to hunt. The eagles move, flying as fast as their wings can go. Pack animals are laden with what few things they need, equipment cleaned on the move, and supplies made ready for war even as their feet beat out a steady march. These are the little details that bedevil the rebellion, but the eagles have been at war for a long time. They know exorcisms for these tasks, little tricks that make the work just a little easier, and off they march, as Edelgard ponders where the next great battle will take place. Gronder Field, where so much had been decided in the past, and where so much will be decided now. Edelgard's rebellion lasts because Faerghus distracts the alliance, absorbs most of the weight of its blows. Without Dimitri, Faerghus will fall, and without Faerghus the eagles will be hooded and caged, contained, killed. Without the lion, the eagle will fall. And if Adrestia's last hope for revival does not arrive in time, then Faerghus is destined to lose at Gronder Field. Edelgard knows this, knows the disposition of the alliance troops better than Dimitri had when he set out, and she knows that Dimitri is outnumbered too badly to win. He cannot overcome all the forces in the area. Without the eagle, the lion will fall. Neither can survive without the other. Two nations, doomed to die when the other does. This war has, finally, made brother and sister out of her and Dimitri, as it has made their two nations siblings, one again, the way they were once before, in the time when Faerghus had not yet fled the empire. To save her nation, she must save to save his nation, she must save him now, as his very presence has saved her, all these long years, a shield to prevent Claude from committing all his forces to the hunt for her. Payment, perhaps, for her saving him, all those years ago. An endless cycle they are caught in, her and Dmitri, not of revenge but of rescue, each saving the other in turn. A silly thought. Life was not like that. There was no plan, no destiny. But, it would be beautiful, if it were true. It would be nice to believe in. And if they are caught in such a cycle, then it's her turn, now, isn't it? Her turn to save him, and she will. She will not fail him. She chooses to believe. A fire inside her, a fire that burns, but the fire warms cold bones, too, even as it singes her skin. Perhaps she should let it set her ablaze. It will hurt, but the look on Flane's face when she had spoken to her with a fiery tongue is still in her head, the way the others had hoped. They want the old Edelgard back. Perhaps she is still in there, somewhere, lost in the ashes, waiting to come back to life like a phoenix. Perhaps it will be worth the pain, to care again, to care so much and burn so badly. Maybe it will be worth it. So to Gronder Field they go, as Edelgard's soul began to catch fire, where, long ago, she had won a mock battle with Byleth as able help and her fellow students. Byleth was at her side again, and while this will be no mock battle, her soldiers are not students anymore either, they are legends in their time. And they have Flane now. Saint Cethline returned, and all the dragons at her command. They are more prepared for this than the enemy can know. She will win this battle again. She will save him. Things are not so different as they were before. Only Petra is missing, but her ghost, the only one that stayed in the ashes with her, as faithful in death as in life, smiles at her, at the Edelgard who is finally, after all these years, beginning to awaken. Dorothea glances at her, sees the determination on her face, sees the way Edelgard wrestles with her own desire to go quiet inside, and wonders if the woman that, for a little while, she had come to love is returning to her. To get to Gronder Field in time would be impossible for most armies, starting at the distance they do, but the Black Eagles are not most armies. If anyone can do it, it's them, and so in hopes of saving the lion, the eagle take off, straight as the crow flies, following their mortician kin. They are traveling for the next few days to Gronder Field, hoping to catch up with the sluggish juggernaut of Dimitri's great pride of lions, before it manages to slam into the already entrenched forces of the deer. And a straight flight it is, not just tricks of travel do they know, this army of rebels and legends, but the land, too. They know this land that they have defended for half a decade better than anyone, no secret paths they have found or made with their own feet. It lets them cross Adrestia faster than any save perhaps Claude himself would believe, and even he would be surprised at the advantages their unique composition grants them, the ways around obstacles other armies do not have that, for the Eagles, are standard practice. The combined arms of the Eagles means that what would be the work of days can be completed in hours, no terrain is difficult for them to master. Flying dragons carry their human allies and their supplies across deep valleys between mountains, no need to descend or ascend either side. Swimming dragons ferry supplies and soldiers over rivers, eliminating the need to look for bridges or low crossings. Cavalry and caravans carry the exhausted monarchites, so that, instead of stopping for rest, the monarchites can simply sleep on the move, restoring their energy for the battle to come without pausing the march. Mages sweep away deep drifts of sand and raise solid ground in deep bogs with magic so that horsemen and wagons might cross without getting mired. Hardy mountaineers and mighty soldiers hack paths through deep forest that would entangle less athletic and more bookish souls, and keep them off more recorded paths that others might expect them to be on. Even former smugglers and brigands are valuable, for they know places that Alliance patrols rarely venture, and can lead their comrades safely past Golden Watchmen without raising alarm. Because each people of the world have contributed in some way to Edelgard's forces, she has found over the years that she always has someone, somewhere, who knows a way out of whatever predicament they manage to find themselves in, and she has taught herself to listen. This wisdom creates a relentless momentum, a reckless charge across her occupied country that, somehow, proves to be perfectly safe. The Eagles descend deep into trackless, unmapped forest, cross traveler-devouring bogs, journey up steep mountains with thin passes, and travel audaciously directly across the paths of allied armies, and it is all done without the loss of a single soldier and without the Alliance being any the wiser. despite the near-frantic speed with which they move. And so it is that, despite being the last to hear of the battle to come, and starting farther away from it than any of the others, the great flock of black eagles are the first to arrive at Gronder Field, managing to get there 2 days before the others will arrive, and with no one unaccounted for. They haven't even lost much equipment, just a few spare things in a single wagon that broke down and had to be torched and left behind, nothing that will be missed much. Still, for how amazing the feat is, 2 days only are they early. The deer are already nearby, as are the kingdom army, and there is so little time to prepare, to make plans. The eagles are so few, despite all the skill and expertise of even the least of their number, that they must make plans, use tricks, to make up for their smallness, to punch above their weight class. 2 days is not much time. But it is time, regardless, and the eagles, no matter the situation, never give up. They have not given up for 5 long years, they still believe in the dream of restoring Edelgard to her throne and Adrestia to the world, and now is no time to give up on such a long-cherished goal. Today is not the day they fail their people, a word that has grown to encompass all the world. So they make ready, so that when time comes, the bonds of the eagle and the lion might yet prove enough to throw back the deer. When the armies arrive, the eagles observe them both. The kingdom army is huge, everything Dmitri could put into it, a desperate gamble, row after row of knights, mages of Therdiad, and every warrior the Church of the Spirit had left, alongside 2 great companies of Dusker, axes shining in the sun. The Kingdom Grand Army, they'd heard it called in whispers along the way, and it surely is, a traditional kingdom army in its makeup, mostly cavalry, a few mages, only the church soldiers add anything new or unique to it, and they appeared to mostly be healers. Dmitri they found moving among the troops, and from time to time they spotted people they knew, former students, both common soldiers and those who had been part of the officers' class, but what they were looking for was morale, and it appeared that Dmitri had the loyalty and full unity of his entire army. No one looked likely to break or run, and all seemed in awe of Dmitri's mere presence. At one point, Edelgard saw Petra among them, a flash of purple hair in the sunlight, and ignored it. Petra was the last of her ghosts, and it did not surprise her that she might find her in a spyglass. Hubert saw her once, too, but when he looked again, she was gone, and he was able to convince himself that he'd just seen a look-alike, and in an army this size, finding one specific person was difficult. Despite him being ever present, for example, they never saw Sylvain, because his unit was on the other side from them. So, as a whole, the army was loyal, mobile, and powerful, and those only wounded and not killed could be restored so they could rejoin the fight, giving it sustaining power on the march and the attack both, but it was too specialized, vulnerable to specific tactics, and poorly suited for taking cities. An army half its size that was all spearmen could tear it to pieces, with only the proud soldiers of Dusker able to contest them. What would it do if it had to take a city? Even a small stone wall would be a huge stumbling block to this army of horsemen. The eagles saw few siege weapons among them, and cavalry cannot take a city unless someone else brings the walls down for them. Unless Dmitri planned to have the Dusker deal with all those problems themselves, he had no answer for them, and the Dusker were too few to handle all those duties by their lonesome. They didn't have dragons, either, which the eagles used as replacements for siege weapons, which were too bulky for rebels to take along, all except the ballistae they'd spent the last day setting up, which were easily stripped down for travel, and too useful not to keep, staying tucked under the wagons when not in use. Still, it wasn't Dmitri's fault that his culture produced monolithic armies. He'd tried to supplement his weaknesses, had drawn from the church and from Dusker for more options. You can't change a culture in a day, and like all of them but Claude, he'd went to war not with the army he would have made, but with the army he had, unprepared and ambushed. For all its flaws, the kingdom had held out for 5 years, whereas the empire had fallen in 1, and that was worthy of the deepest respect. The Alliance army was nearly as specialized, but was also much more fractious. The commander turned out to be Lawrence, the boy most of the female eagles remembered with thoughts of disgust had grown into a man at last. On a whim, Edelgard checked his fingers, and confirmed to her listeners what she saw with some amusement. No ring. He was unmarried. I knew it, Dorothea proclaimed, and they all laughed. Lawrence, who they'd always heard was no fool, seemed to be doing his best not to live up to that reputation. They hadn't fought him that often, It had been years since the wings of eagles faced this particular whirlwind, but they did not remember him being this careless. His army was enormous, admittedly, dwarfed even the Kingdom Grand Army. The alliance had been the smallest of Fodlan's 3 nations, but it had also been relentlessly recruiting in the years leading up to the war, and its homeland had been unharmed in the war, allowing new troops to grow up in peace, to take the palsy of the fallen. Still, big as it was almost all archers, which was common enough in the alliance, but Lawrence had brought better than that to their previous matches, seemed fond of cavalry as a counterweight to a bow-heavy army, and had always favored a wiser combined arms approach much more similar to the Black Eagles than to the standard alliance fare. The troops weren't the most disciplined, either, and compared to their ramrod straight opposition, seemed almost slovenly, so arrogantly unconcerned that they barely made the effort to be presentable. Of more concern was a relatively small pack of Almiran Wyvern riders, who were not lacking in discipline, led by an unfortunately familiar sight, though it had been more than 5 years since they'd seen him, the Dragon Knight, in the full bloom of terror. Linhard had been designated as his opponent, once again, the only person who had ever beaten him before, and the gentle healer had simply sighed and nodded. War was war, no matter that he had nightmares of his stained hands. Dragons were there, too, but as the eagles had seen before, they didn't listen to the human officials. Dragons were above that, would do their own thing, which the eagles had always been grateful for. The young dragons that were most of Ciro's followers were foolish and reckless, and had a nasty tendency to run out of formation, and straight to their deaths, either at the hands of the eagles' own dragons, or mobbed by human soldiers. Or Casper, who seemed determined to repeat his feat of dueling one to death. He hadn't managed it so far, kept getting assisted right before the end, but it wasn't for lack of trying, no matter how much Dorothea yelled at him for the needless risk. The same pattern would repeat today, it seemed, though Lawrence didn't make much of an attempt to corral the Monarchites who strutted, proud as peacocks, before his army. Truth be told, Lawrence didn't seem to be making any attempt to corral his army. He rode among them, but it seemed almost artificial. Like he was putting on a show. The eagles chewed that over. Maybe Lawrence was just really incompetent, but that didn't jive with their information or, worse, with their gut instincts, which said he was still the man they'd faced before. No amount of looking told them what was up with this unexpected foolishness, and for an army so dependent on information to keep up with its foes, it was nerve-wracking, watching this strutting parody of a theatrical villain. What trick was he planning? Lawrence looked over his forces, his mind running over the events of the past. He thought of the letters he'd written his paramours, the women he'd had his children with, and the letters and gifts he'd sent to the adoptive families of his children, the last bits of his family's treasury, spent for their futures. It had started as his way to forget. They all had their indulgences, among the golden dear little ways and pleasures they used to keep functioning under the weight of Claude's grand scheme, to not think of their own impending, necessary deaths. Part of it was simply supporting each other. Lawrence, who had to kill his own father for his sins, had found new family with the others, and was grateful for it. The rest were in hobbies. Hilda hunted down slavers with Lysithea's help. Marianne, before her transformation, anyway, had worked in field hospitals. Ignatz had painted. Lysithea, when not serving as Hilda's mount on hunts, read and dictated papers on magical theory to assistants, at least, when she was still Lysithea, and the beast was not in control, times that were coming fewer and fewer, these days. Leonie had drank and brawled, releasing her tensions that way, but it had not proven enough, and so she had fled to some distant land, but she held to the promise, so Lawrence would think no ill of her. He wasn't sure what Claude did, wrote in his little brown notebook, maybe. Or completed that poem he was writing to Byleth, that she would never see. Lawrence, though. Lawrence used flesh to forget. Always willing flesh, of course, paid for properly. He was a monster, but not in that way, and he had no desire to add on to his sins. He was seeking comfort, not more things to have nightmares over. That use occasionally produced children, as happened when certain genitals and certain other genitals became entirely too knowledgeable about each other over a long period of time. The medications healers used worked most of the time, but most was a thin word when you spread it out over 5 years. The women involved had different reactions. 2 had even tried to flee, convinced Lawrence would murder them and their unborn child for the high crime of getting pregnant. They didn't get far. Lawrence ran a tight ship in his area of the Alliance, ever since he'd had his father executed for the murder of Raphael's parents, and he kept tabs on his favorite courtesans, the way a gourmet kept tabs on his favorite restaurants. The women had been rather surprised that, rather than death, Lawrence offered them cash for the child, a considerable sum, enough that at least one he knew of had entered early retirement. The others remained in business, though they had become much friendlier with him during his visits. 4 children did he have, as far as he was aware, all being raised in areas well away from where any fighting would occur, all but one adopted by loving parents in various places, one by a pair of retired Pegasus Knights who, adventures in war over, sought the new adventure of being mothers, another by a pair of honest spice merchants wherein the wife had been rendered infertile by some illness years ago. The safest of his adoptees had ended up traveling out of the country with a Dada businessman and his husband, as far from Fodlan's War as one could get. The last belonged to the retired courtesan, who had wanted to raise the child herself. That was fine and fair enough, and so Lawrence had blessed her to take their son to a safe place he'd purchased, and granted her a hefty stipend in addition, which from his information she mostly used to buy, repair, and sell houses at a profit, being a bit of a carpenter in her spare time. It was a comfort to him, to know he had children in the world. It meant something of him would survive, and Lawrence believed in legacy, which was why he sought to make sure none of his sons or daughters knew of him. House Gloucester had to die with him, this house, that had murdered innocent merchants for a moment's advantage, that was so ruthlessly greedy that it had seemed determined to prove Ciro's most deranged rantings of human evil true. He'd found out about Raphael's dead parents not 2 days before Claude revealed who he was to them, in the grounds surrounding Garreg Mach. Sometimes, Lawrence wondered what it would be like, if Claude had approached at any other time, if he hadn't known about the deaths on his father's hands before the Stormcaller pulled his mask off his face and was revealed before them as Claude. He had sworn the oath in a fit of rage, agreed to the plan because it seemed a way to redeem himself of his father's legacy, and while he still believed in it, sometimes, he wondered. But his children would live and grow, never knowing who their father was, untainted by his terrible legacy, by his service to Rhea, no matter that it was service designed to sabotage her great assault on humanity. Lawrence had done things he could not forgive himself for, but his offspring, whatsoever they decided to be, would not bear the weight of his sins on themselves. Gold, and money, and books, and all the things they would need to not just survive, but thrive. The only father's gift he could give them that would not burden them accepting secrecy, which he'd managed to do, hiding his children so well that neither Edelgard nor Rhea would ever find them. He'd gotten so good at it that Ignatz, when time had come for him to play his final role and go to Rhea, so that she could make a hierophant of him and waste all that time, all those resources, making a hierophant who, at day's end, was not loyal to her, had come to him, to hide his wife and children, though Lawrence had been surprised at who it was. He'd known Ignatz had a wife and kids, but for it to be Maya. Well. Apparently Lawrence was not the only one who remembered the one dear who, by the dumb luck of attracting Bylitha's eyes, had never sworn their terrible oath. Lawrence hopes that Maya is doing all right, with her 3 children, in the last place anyone would think to look in Bear, a particularly inspired idea, if Lawrence did say so himself. They'd be safe there, for who would look for Raphael's very sister in Bear, and if they did, who of Adrestia would harm the sister of a Black Eagle? Thus is his duty to Ignatz as a fellow dear complete. Little kindnesses like that were how they'd kept it together, despite everything. Everything that they do, like planning their own soldiers' deaths. He looked over his troops again. Carefully designed, this army. As many archers as he could find, the core of any alliance army, and as many dragons, too. The army was huge, much bigger than it needed to be, and for 2 reasons. The first was theater. They needed an impressive victory, something to sell, to convince the coming armies that a treaty between them was worth it. If the 2 could defeat this great alliance army by working together, then any commanders with any sense, and Edelgard and Dimitri both count, even if Edelgard was the wiser, would see the value in that, and continue in that vein. The Eagles were powerful, but they needed the Kingdom Grand Army for its numbers, and for the tasks that needed not skilled hands, but many hands, just as the Lions would need the Adrestian rebels for information, for their dragons, for their incredible skill. They went together well, they truly did, a dagger and a sledgehammer, each suited to a different task. Lorentz took a moment to hope, prayer having fallen away from him over the years, as his atrocities mounted, and he realized that any gods that did exist would be more likely to be coming for him than offering help to him, that Edelgard made it on time. Claude was confident of it, and Hilda more so, expressing such in their last conversation, which would be their last conversation, a strange thought to have, after so long as friends and family. Hilda would die in distant Inver, as Lorentz himself would die in Derdriu. But he had no idea where the Black Eagles were. He had to trust in their well-deserved reputation as swift, secret warriors, had to hope that they were nearby, and ready, when time came. But, assuming they were here, there was a second reason behind this army's makeup and size. That reason, of course, was simply that every Alliance soldier who died today was one who was not defending the Alliance in the future, and the deer only had a little time to perform their sabotage. Rhea was sadistic, not stupid. They had to do as much damage as possible in their opening betrayal, or all the abomination of the last 5 years would be for naught. Rhea would catch on too quickly for there to be much time after the initial attack. And it had to be a lot of damage. The Alliance army, added onto the Almiran army and Rhea's dragons, was a dominating force. This great beast of an army desperately needed whittling down. They would do what they could, but so much was still up in the air. That was why the focus on archers. The heart of any Alliance army was its archers, and those that died today would fire no more arrows in the future. Archers, and dragons, who bred and grew so slowly. Future Alliance armies would be gutted before they were ever made. Still, nothing was certain, and the scheme was at its most fragile point right now, right here at the end, so Lorentz had pulled out all the stops. For the last few weeks, Lorentz had put all his considerable talent into making sure that this army was weaker than it looked, corroding this great golden fist so that it was hollow inside. Equipment manifests were filed incorrectly, to make sure that there wasn't quite enough to go around, be that arrows or vulneraries or shoes. Reports from subordinates were dismissed or burned or discarded. Communication with neighboring armies had fallen off. Even the most basic lifeblood of an army, discipline, had been lax, and all on purpose. Lorentz had sent his most talented officers off on other missions, saving those he imprisoned on false charges, promoting a great many underlings in the last few weeks who were suddenly elevated beyond their means and rendered incompetent by the sudden transition. He'd spread liquor among the human troops, straight from the commander. The officers he'd handpicked for their foolishness had cheered, as they opened the casks and the men drank. A poison in those casks, one of Claude's little tricks. Nothing major, in case a few casks ended up in Kingdom or Imperial hands after the battle. Just a little numbness, a little slowing, that would fade in a few days. A little less competent, a little weaker. All these little things, to nudge them a bit further towards loss. He was trying to kill his own men, a truth that haunted him, and he was sorry. But the plan required sacrifice. He will make it up to everyone, in the end. He will sacrifice even himself for this victory, but first, this atrocity must be committed. It will, at least, be one of the last atrocities he ever commits. There was also the matter of the devices Lorentz had installed in secret along the Great Bridge of Murden, but that was a later matter. The poison in those devices was not so harmless, was another of Claude's brilliant inventions, and the gas they would make would kill hundreds, but he must keep his mind focused on one massacre at a time. What a thought to have! The dragons he encouraged to rush out, praising their great power, and then he just has to sit back and let years of Rhea's preaching do their thing. Arrogantly self-assured, the dragons praise him for not trying to control them, preen and strut and talk of future victory, and he knew from long experience that he was going to get to watch all of them die very, very surprised. He wasn't sure where Rhea kept getting these dragons. They were all kids. A few centuries old, youthful as dragons saw things. Lorentz would feel worse about sending them to their deaths, except that he was a child soldier, too. They were all racist oppressors, and he wasn't entirely sure that dragons counted as children at all past a century or so. 100 years should produce a more mature being, in Lorentz's opinion, even if their hormones kept them a bit hasty. Sikal alone worried him, the man he had known as Seath. Seath knows he's more competent than this, and his own wyvern riders drank none of Lorentz's proffered liquor, but Seath seemed distracted, too, and he did not question the disposition of the remaining forces. Good. If he could just stay unquestioning a little longer, then it would not matter. Lawrence was ready, and would never be more ready, and so was about to give the order to attack after one last inspection. Then the goddess ghost pissed in Lawrence's plans, because she had nothing better to do. Thick, fat wisps of white began to billow in even as the morning sun tried to rise above them, and soon enough, Gronder Field, the stage where this great clash of titans was supposed to happen, looked like a particularly fluffy cloud had decided to take a nap on it. Lawrence swore. Damn the dead goddess. A little longer was apparently going to mean a whole day. They couldn't fight in this fog. What was to be a dramatic clash between opposites would just devolve into a ridiculous three-way mess if they tried fighting in this fog. Worst case, the Eagles and the Kingdom would end up fighting each other, and that was the last thing Lawrence wanted. After today, they needed unity, brotherhood, closer ties, not bad blood and feuds. This was meant to be a resounding victory for the heroes of this little play, not a confusing tangle of mixed messages that no one could pull either hero nor villain out of. Pull back, Lawrence said. Not today. The men did so, trusting in him, their great leader, who provided them liquor, and even Seath and the dragons abided, content to wait. They would attack tomorrow, if no fog obscured the battlefield, so that when the lions and the eagles can see each other, and commit all their attacks directly against his own forces. Looks like they're pulling back, Dorothea mused as she sat, camouflaged, in a tree overlooking Gronder Field, holding up her spyglass, a fascinating little invention someone in far-off Dada had made. They'd picked up a few years ago from some red-headed shopkeeper, and they were worth more than gold to the eagles, who survived on information. Must have seen the fog rolling in and not wanted to risk it. An alliance army lives and dies by its archers, after all, and they need clear targets. Should we contact Dimitri? Raphael asked Dorothea, from his hiding place nearby, her ever-present bodyguard. He'd probably appreciate having some help. Or knowing we're even here. It might also reveal where we are, Dorothea said, lowering her spyglass to talk with Raphael. It's more important we surprise the Alliance than that we contact the Kingdom. If Cornelia's messengers arrived, they'll know us for friends, and if they see us hitting the Alliance, they'll know it regardless. Our reputation precedes us. I hope. If the Kingdom decides to fight us, too, we'll just retreat, but I don't think Dimitri's that stupid. Raphael nodded, then pursed his lips. If the Alliance pulls back, won't the Kingdom army just keep going? This was why Dorothea brought Raphael along on missions like this. He saw the practical side of things. Dimitri's goal is to cross the Great Bridge of Murden, and his forces have a strong cavalry element, backed up by a small contingent of mages. This terrain's better for that kind of army than the bridge is. He wants to fight here, so he won't move, hoping to provoke the Alliance into an assault. She raised her spyglass again, and frowned. What I can't figure out is why the Alliance army came here in the first place. The Great Bridge of Murden is almost impossible to take at all, and the terrain is all narrow choke points. It's perfect for archers, and that's what the deer do. Why in the world would they come out here, to Gronder Field, when they have to know that the only thing that matters is whether Murden is still standing or not? Raphael shrugged. Maybe the leader's a fan of drama. Dorothea, surprised, turned to Raphael. Drama? Yeah. Gronder Field's where the Kingdom was born, right? Broke free of you guys. Same way we finally broke from the Kingdom years later. Well, I mean, technically we rebelled against you guys first. Wow, now that I think about it, the Alliance has always been kind of warlike, Raphael mused. I always thought we were peaceful, up until recently, but I guess fighting everyone in Fodlan's almost a tradition now. Anyway, maybe the commander wants to make a show of it. Destroy the Kingdom's last great army at Gronder Field, and put an end to it at the very place where it was born. But that's, Dorothea shook her head. Who in the world treats war like theater? Politicians and historians and storytellers, Raphael answered simply, and that was so true that Dorothea could only respond with a nod of her head. Somewhere far away, Claude gets the strangest sense that someone is onto him, but the moment passes as he brews another draught of darkness to drink. War, tomorrow, Caspar said to Linhard, as they lay in their shared tent, covered in the pleasant sweat of love-making. Aye, Linhard replied, shifting against him, and putting a kiss atop his forehead. Still taller, despite Casper's own rapid growth spurt in the last 5 years. Casper laid there a few moments longer, letting the quiet sink in. The camp had settled down, everyone seeking rest before the war the dawn would bring, and taking comfort howsoever they chose. Flane prayed, Annette read over her old notebooks looking for murderous inspiration, Dorothea hummed wordless tunes to herself to remember Manuela, whom all had assumed dead in the assault on Garreg Mach, all those years ago. Raphael ate a few of the snacks he carefully kept for such occasions, Bernadette tended her horse, Hubert and Ferdinand attempted to outbrood each other, and Edelgard cleaned her weapon and armor. Only Byleth needed no comfort, merely keeping watch without need of little things. Byleth had no need to seek relaxation before battle, a benefit of her mostly emotionless state. Not a lot bothered her, so she had little need for a counterbalance. And in her strangling skull, Byleth pondered what she was becoming, and that horrific feeling in her chest, whenever she pondered what Ciro's was now, and what had to be done to her, and wondered where that sound like gentle sobbing was coming from. Casper and Linhard, meanwhile, did what soldier couples had done since time immemorial, and fucked. It's weird, Casper whispered to Linhard, awash in the timeless haze of sexual satisfaction. We've fought so many times, but this feels bigger. It is, Linhard said, melancholy tainting his words as he pondered the bloodshed soon to come. Gronderfield. I don't think anything can happen here that isn't, well, bigger. More. Like the land itself has some hidden weight on history, so that things that are done here echo throughout time, are magnified in meaning. Tomorrow will be something big, a lot of people are going to die. I've never known what you saw in me, Casper blurted out, not sure where it was coming from, save the terror he felt at Linhard's words that, if he did not say this now, he would never say it. I've never figured that out, you're so smart and I'm so damn dumb, and I love all this war, goddess I love it so much, but it hurts you. Linhard hugged him tight, as Casper buried his face in Linhard's chest. Scared to die. Lot of stuff I wanna do, Casper admitted. I wanna be famous. I want to kill the biggest goddamn dragon in the world and hear people shout my name. I want to make it up to Bridget for the things my father did during the tragedy. Hell, I kinda want to learn magic, even though I'm shit at it. Seeing Annette pull all that fire out and drop it on Marianne was the coolest thing I've ever seen. Linhard laughed softly at that, and so did Casper, because this was ridiculous. He kissed Linhard on his chest, right above where his heart pumped. His heart, which loved peace and hated war, had mercy enough in it even for his enemies. I'm a bit scared, I guess, Casper admitted. Linhard held him tighter. It's normal, the healer said. I've been scared for 5 years. Still alive, though. And I'm here if it gets to be too much. Marry me, Casper said, and what would have passed for a leaden joke at any other time underwent alchemy under the heavy cover of dreaming night, and turned into golden sincerity. Yes, Linhard said. They lay there, just absorbing that, and both were relieved when their first instinct was just to hold each other tighter. We'll make Flane do it, Casper said, to his fiancée. She's a saint. Byleth is goddess, though, Linhard replied, pondering as he stroked his fiancée's hair. She outranks her. They should rock paper scissors for the privilege, Casper answered, and they laugh again. The day comes at last. No fog, clear blue sky, and a gigantic army of golden-clothed soldiers, ready and able to kill him. Dmitri closed his spyglass with a sigh. When he'd bought it from that red-haired merchant woman, he hadn't expected it to throw his own death into such stark relief for him. Turning, Dmitri looked over his men, whom he had brought here to die, and he wished to apologize to tell them he's sorry. That the gamble didn't work, as gambles sometimes don't, and he'd been so reduced in strength that he'd had to bet the whole thing on a coin flip. But 50-50 means it's anyone's game. The coin hasn't landed yet, but it was still pretty clear it wasn't going to be tails, and all their heads will roll for it. There's too many of them. Far, far too many, and dragons besides. If this army was guarding Myrden, he'd have simply turned around. As it stood, while he didn't know why the Alliance army wasn't waiting at the Great Bridge, he was grateful for it. At least he can do some damage, before the end. It's all he'll be able to do. He sighed, shaking his head. He was going to go down in history as Faerghus' dumbest king. The king who came to Gronder Field, where the kingdom was born, and managed to lose it all. He tried not to think about that. Tried not to hear the condemnations his mind imagined, that will surely roll onto his head, as the future looks at his plans and, with the benefit of hindsight, calls them foolish and short-sighted. That's not fair. He did the best he could with what he had. It simply wasn't enough. He hoped his mom and dad knew he loved them. He hoped his mother was okay at Arianrod. He hoped that they both remember him not as the king who lost the kingdom but as just their son, who tried his best. He prayed that they didn't hate him for it. But he will not be merely a disappointment to his parents. He hoped that his troops knew that he did not do this foolishly, that he took the only play he had, and while it has failed, he did not lead them here out of stupidity or foolishness. He had been chasing Mercedes' last message, the last word she'd sent before Hilda went down there in the dark and cut down Mercedes and all her soldiers. A message of hope, of a red notebook, of something in Agartha ruins that might change the course of this war. But the Alliance found them too soon, and now whatever promise is in those Agartha ruins will have to be found by someone else. He wondered about the word she'd sent in code. Shamhala. But it was a mystery he would never answer, and he put it out of his mind, as he observed the battlefield one last time. Gronder Field. Here where the kingdom was once saved, it shall now be damned. Claude had probably set it up that way. He always did love history. He would know what this place meant to Fergus. Dmitri remembered a time when they were schoolmates, remembered the mock battle here, which his sister had won, of course, with that strange teacher's help, remembered laughter and a feast afterwards. Gareg Mach's great dream, the idea that if the nobility of each nation could come together, something like peace would reign, for what man would kill his schoolyard friends? Even a second's hesitation born of remembering younger days could make a nobleman change his mind about a war with a former friend, and save many lives and much grief. But the only people feasting after this battle will be the crows. Claude had been the storm caller, he had never been their friend. The Alliance was making ready, dragons taking flight, archers getting ready. They were slow about it, but they didn't need to be fast. They were going to win. After all, you only had to look at the difference in army sizes to know that. Dmitri steadied himself, and went to ready his men, and did his best to act like this was all according to plan. He acted confident, proud, as if there is one last ace up his sleeve, and that's been true for so long that, before he ever took the throne, they called him the daring prince, so some of them start to believe. The fear around their hearts releases, just a little. They'll die bravely, and believing it is in service to some plan, instead of just being a waste, and that was the only kindness he could do for them at this late hour. It will be his last service to them as king. Alliance is moving, came the call, from a ballista sharpshooter named Jike, a Dada mercenary who'd been paid to serve for 1 year and had remained with them for 3, finding heroic rebellion to his liking. He racked his weapon, loaded it. Weapons ready. All right, Dorothea said, rising to take her place. Showtime, folks. The Eagles made ready. Their commander, Dorothea, ran down the plan in her head, one more time. Get nearby using the woods for cover, then attack from so close that the Alliance would have no time for their bows to do all the killing for them. But plans failed, like this plan would, inevitably. All plans faded in the face of battle. It was the mark of a commander to improvise. She considered the disposition of her forces, went down the list, so that she would know them, that in battle she would not have to waste time wondering who was where and doing what. Like memorizing lines for a stage play, a time that seemed so long ago now Frank, a different world, another world, and this rebellion, this labor of war, the only thing that had ever been real in her life. She'd be in the second wave, along with her team of mages snipers, all mages whose natural magic had a talent for killing at a distance. As Dorothea was usually too busy ordering others about to focus on her own squad, she had designed them to be mostly autonomous, needing little direction to know which targets to prioritize. To run the squad when she was busy, she'd chosen a woman from distant Morphise named Anri for her second-in-command, a brilliant officer, though she never spoke of her past in that distant desert land. Hubert's squadron was with her in the second rank, consisting of the few mages he'd been able to teach the eldest magic too difficult work, darkness, hard to control for human hands. They were there to swat down dragons and wyvern riders, in that order, and knew their business well, though Hubert did not lead them so much as they followed whatever he was doing. Last in the second wave were more general support troops and second-string soldiers, meant to move ahead and replace tiring members of the first wave, under command of a fiery Dodden mage named Tao, as well as the archer contingent, led by a chipper former Adrestian poacher named Hans. They were the most common recipient of Dorothea's orders, and stood well within earshot, though when you were listening for Dorothea, that was quite a distance indeed. The lungs of steel that had once filled opera houses now one of the only certain ways to send orders across even the roar of battle. The vanguard would be cavalry archers, led by Bernadette, who would run up, fire, wheel around, and then start circling, looking for weaknesses, and sending messengers back so that Dorothea would know what the battlefield as a whole looked like. Behind them came the heavy infantry, the true first wave, the men and women who bore a mountain of steel on their shoulders and could stay on the front come hell or high water. Multiple squads they had of those, for it had been one of the most vaunted and common professions of Adrestia's former military, but the ones foremost in Dorothea's mind were those run by her fellow Black Eagles. Caspar's squad, Raphael's squad, and Edelgard's, though Edelgard's were not led by her so much as they tried to keep up. Her squad was, in many ways, bodyguards, to protect their dead-eyed emperor, and as such, had been hand-picked by Dorothea herself for their loyalty, their skill, and their silence, and it perhaps said something about the Black Eagles that, in Emperor Edelgard's own personal squad, only about half of them were Adrestians. Byleth was behind both, with a squad of skirmishers, ready to leap in where trouble happened, and leap back out once the problem was fixed. Byleth favoring lighter armor and also wanting to be close to the front in case the sword had to be committed to some desperate fight. Right behind the infantry were Linhardt's healers, positioned so that they could be close enough to rescue the wounded but hopefully be protected enough by the heavy shields in front that they would not be the first to fall, though healers would die anyway, as they always did. Everyone targeted them first. Anyone who could undo the wounds you inflicted on your enemies and get them back into the fight was a target of the highest priority. And behind them all, the ballistae, who would do their best to lower the withering hail of arrows that would be coming their way, and the reserves, consisting of Flaine and her dragons, Ferdinand's heavy cavalry, and Balberoy's flyers. Each had a specific role that made keeping back the wisest choice. For Cethlene's tribe, that role was primarily anti-dragon work. Hubert and his squad did that, too, but they had few dark mages, and the Alliance had a lot of dragons. Still, allied dragons were usually younger and always dumber than Cethlene's folk, usually inexperienced in fighting other dragons, and far too brash. Dorothea would wait until the allied dragons flew out to commit themselves somewhere, and then she'd order Flaine's monarchites to jump them. Allied dragons didn't often fight other dragons, but Flaine and her comrades did, and the experience was fatally telling. Ferdinand's heavy cavalry would wait, ready to ambush when weakness presented itself to Dorothea's eyes, a second charge to open up a second front, a heavy crush that could put an already strained enemy to rout, so that the cavalry could run them down later. The flyers, led by a violent Srang expat named Balberoy, would do the same when called, a third front, in hopes of overwhelming the foe and panicking them. An army that would not run could be invincible in the face of far superior forces. An army that ran, though, was not an army, but just screaming victims, and a force a third the size could triumph if they broke their foe before they, themselves, broke. And Black Eagles do not break. Dorothea reached up to adjust a hat that wasn't their old nervous habit. She'd lost her hat 2 years ago and had always wondered where it went, and then strode out, confident. She passed Edelgard on the way, and almost stopped, because Edelgard's face seemed different. She seemed to be wrestling with herself, but then someone had a question, and she got caught up in the minutiae of command, and had no more time to think of Edelgard, or the thin tear coming from her eye. Dmitri goes to his officers at the last, and he kisses to their last kiss. He tastes like he always has, strong and heavy and alive, firm and strong as Duskurian steel. "I love you," he murmurs. Didu holds him tight. "I love you too," his husband whispers into his hair. "It will have to be enough. Maybe Claude will bury them together. He sometimes has a sense of honor, the Grand Duke of Dragons does, when Rhea does not overrule him." "Officers," Dmitri calls, and his blue lions approach. Their faces are grim, they know they are doomed, and Dmitri cannot lie to them, they are his only friends. He struggles with what to say a moment, before, finally, sighing. "I'm sorry, he says instead, and it is Ash who answers first. You did the best you could, he says to his king with a shrug. I'm proud to have served you, Dmitri. Same here, Sylvain says. You're a good man and you'd have made a damn good king. Proud to know you, Dmitri. Same here, Bor, Felix says, but with a smile. My father was proud to serve yours, and I am proud to serve you. And prouder still to kill these sons of bitches, who killed my brother. Revenge for Glenn has been an honor, Ingrid agreed, bowing her head to Dmitri. But to serve a great king is every knight's dream, and no greater king could I serve than you. I am at peace. He smiles at them, a moment of genuine joy despite his gloom. To think, that what had once just been his schoolmates were now, this. I am honored to command you, Dmitri finally says, overwhelmed. Let's cost the Alliance everything we can. With that done, he turned to their guest, the lone eagle who was not with her flock, though he wonders if her flock even exists, if the black eagles are not merely a nursery rhyme for an oppressed people, a bedtime story to make the Alliance boogeyman less scary. Petra, I apologize. I cannot do what I promised. I cannot take you to Edelgard. I am sorry. Petra shrugs. I've seen worse. Dmitri nods to the survivor of the tragedy of Brigid, that's probably true. At least they are all soldiers, and not the innocent waiting to be cut down. He turns, holding up his ancient ancestral spear, and tries not to think about how history will judge him. But even as Dmitri prepares to die, he hears a sound that he will remember until the day he dies. It is the sound that announces that his coin flip is not done after all, that someone else has caught his coin just before it hit the ground and thrown it back into the air again. Horns. Deep horns, like the growl of the earth, resounding from deep caverns. Horns on the wind, horns on the horizon, horns playing a tune that has been banned in all Fodlan for 5 years. An Adrestian tune, beyond ancient, of praise to the Empire and to Nemesis, King of Liberation. An imperial tune. The shout goes up among the troops. Eagles. It's the Black Eagles. The shout rises and suddenly, before his eyes, there they are, decked out in reds and blacks, flying banners that would get you executed in the new world Claude and his draconic overlords have made. Dmitri pulls out his spyglass again, to look at this thing that cannot possibly be happening, but the glass tells him the same story as his eyes did. The Black Eagles striding forth like giants, emerging out of the woods like fae, like in the old tales, like legendary figures come to life. And that's what they are, in many ways. Dmitri had not entirely believed the eagles to be real, had assumed it to be the kind of story that always follows lost royalty, and believed Edelgard dead, even as Petra swore she was alive. He'd assumed the Black Eagles were just what Adrestians called all their resistance movements, since even the poorest and most absurdly desperate rebels of Adrestia painted black wings on their backs. But now he sees that the rumors told the truth. As he scans over them with his spyglass, the Black Eagles are real. Petra jumps, shouts for joy as she, finally, lays eyes on the fabled Black Eagles, as she sees her sister again, in the flesh and real. Real, and so close to the Alliance that their assault is beginning only a few yards from the ranks of the Golden Many. This is a surprise charge from quarters so close it is almost unbelievable, but then again, that's what legends do, unbelievable things. Impossible things. Not so impossible, for the Black Eagles. 5 years of running have made them secretive, stealthy, has taught them how to hide even from Claude's brilliant eyes, and so, even as they announce their presence, they are upon the Alliance, who have no time to get ready, who barely have time to figure out they are under attack at all. The officers are in the lead, and Dmitri recognizes them. It has been 5 years and so much has changed, but he sees them and he knows them. He recognizes first Annette, his former lion, in command of a ragtag squadron of mages, fire leaping from her hands, but the others he knows, too, memories flashing by as he sees them. A proud archer on horseback makes him remember a soft, purple-haired girl who had planted flowers on Geralt's grave despite her shyness, an act lauded by those who knew how hard it must have been for her. A giant of a man with blonde hair makes him remember a time when Felix had sparred with the Leicester beast, skill against strength. A commanding figure calling down orders and lightning bolts with equal aplomb calls to mind Sylvain's failed attempts to get a songstress' attention. A dour man reminds him of one who wanted to be Edelgard's shadow. Friends of his, long lost, come to him now in his hour of need. And there, in the front behind a screen of cavalry archers, Edelgard, charging forth, and his heart leaps in his chest, Edelgard, who he has owed an eye in his life for 5 years, who saved him as surely as did you had, once upon a time. Edelgard, whose one eye blazes with a brilliant fury, is she crying? Even at this distance, the tiniest gleam of a tear running down her face in the spyglass. His spyglass spots another figure, and his eyes widen further. It must be a day for miracles, because right behind her is Byleth, the goddess chosen, dead these 5 years, but alive now, and the sword of the Creator in her hands. Adrestia. Edelgard bellows, so loud he hears her even at this distance, and sees in his spyglass the obvious surprise of those around her, but then every voice echoes that shout, a roll of thunder that rolls over the Alliance seconds before the infantry crash into the Alliance with an indescribable noise that resounds over all Gronder field. The attack is an unmitigated success. Edelgard, Caspar, and Raphael in the front cutting soldiers down like knights in chivalric tales, Bernadette and her swift cavalry circling and releasing arrows enough to fill the sky, Hubert and Annette a storm of magic. Massive bolts from hidden ballistae rain down and cut down rows of soldiers. Byleth is somehow the deadliest of them all, each flick of her blade slicing enemy soldiers open, her whip lashing out to tear heads from shoulders with deadly elegance, her face betraying nothing of her thoughts and more frightening for that calm than 1,000 snarls would be. They fight like heroes, they fight like gods, they fight like figures from the old stories he'd loved in his youth. 5 years of war has made them experts at it. There are no warriors like the eagles in all of Fodlan. They have brought the smallest force here, a dagger to the hammer of Faergus and the sword of Les Cider, but this Adrestian edge is so sharp that they cut like an army 3 times their size. The Alliance tries desperately to wheel, but they are trapped by their own preparations, ballistae out of position, archers and healers exposed, cavalry trying to turn horses that balk at the sudden explosion of violence right beside them. Even the dragons are confused, not sure where to go. By attacking on the right flank of the Alliance, they've even managed to put most of the enemy's shields on the wrong side. A perfect attack, creating lots of opportunities, particularly if the enemy should be attacked from a different direction. Dimitri's face splits into a grin. He'd called his shot too early, the gamble had not quite finished, the coin might yet land on its edge. He had not counted on this, but half of luck is pretending you meant to do that, and this is a jackpot he can collect, he must collect, it will save the world, if he can win it today. Soldiers of the kingdom, he bellows, and cannot quite keep the surprised laughter out of his voice. His men seem to think this was his trick, and triumphant shouts and cheers for the Adrestians go up and down the line along with his commands. Will you let a bunch of Imperials show you up? For Faergus and the church. For Dusker. Didya yells, and they charge across the field. The coin spins in the air. Edelgard was ablaze. Edelgard, in the thick of it, wanting to swim in ashes, wanting to go back, but she was furious, she was so full of burning emotion, and she found it, made her better, to feel, it made her fight better. She had always heard you should not feel anything in battle, that emotions made you weak, but that advice came from many who had never seen combat. From her fellow soldiers, who know battle like a lover, she had heard different stories, she had heard others say that emotion in battle could save you, that hatred could spur broken arms to swing swords, that love could make trembling legs leap to save another, that loyalty could stiffen a weak spine into steel. She believed it now, when her insides were all in a roil, anger and love and grief like a firestorm inside her, that same roil gave her arms strength, tightened up her focus, made her faster, because everything meant more, it was more important, now. She had to give more, because everything meant more. The ashes had been her way of deadening a world that made her feel too much. A way of narrowing her inputs. Opening herself up hurt, it hurt like hell, goddess, she cared, which made everything in the war so much worse. One of her bodyguards caught a hammer blow to his helmet, staggering him at the worst possible time, as 2 more enemies attacked. While he managed in his desperation to catch an incoming halberd on his shield, the second soldier dashes in to drive the hard edge of a knife into his guts. Edelgard hurls burning magic into the man's face, then hacks the halberd in half with her next blow, before finding the original hammer wielder and bashing his skull in with her shield. Luke, pull back and clear your head, she ordered, which stunned him more than the hammer had. And it should. Luke, goddess, She had known this man for 3 years and never once said his name, a kingdom veteran, from some ruined barony, who had saved her lifetime and again. She's never told him how grateful she is for that, has never been actually grateful, not to him or to any of the soldiers who take up the literally thankless task of keeping her alive. Goddess, how much has she lost, in the ashes? How much time? A tear catches hot in the corner of her eye, blinked away a second later as she uses her axe to hook onto the shoulder of one of her guards and tug her out of the way of an axe. She's surprised, too, so surprised that Edelgard has to save her 2 more times in the next few seconds before, with a laugh, she goes back to war, spinning a great sword that most would take 2 hands to lift in one massive paw, her heavy shield in the other. May, Edelgard thought her name was, some big Adrestian farm girl who had joined the Eagles with stars in her eyes, and been elevated to guardian of her emperor, all big heart and sweet soul. What was Edelgard doing, that for her emperor to save her life surprised her? This girl believed in her, more than almost anybody. Something like ghosts kept dancing around the edges of her eye, but there were people here, alive, who mattered more, and Edelgard kept her eye on them. Brigid would always be there, in the back of her head, but the Black Eagles, they were around her now, and they deserved more, they deserved better, from this woman who dared call herself their emperor. Dorothea deserved the title more than anyone did at this point. Hell, Caspar deserved the title more, at least he'd been here, been present, while Edelgard went quiet inside. If she lived through today, then never again. No matter how it hurt. She would be an emperor ablaze, if she had to be. The thought stuck in her mind as she fought, shield between her protectors and death, more present than she had ever been, muscles burning with the pump-pull-push of combat. A resounding clash from nearby distracted her. She took a second to glance over. The lions had pounced. Not in the neat, planned way of the Eagles, but this pride was big enough that it didn't really matter much. They hit with all the delicate subtlety of the goddess' own sledgehammer. Soldiers were swept off their feet by the force of the charge, which was spread out over the entire alliance front, or what should have been the front, but due to the Eagles' attack, was now their left flank. Dmitri could not have done that attack to a well-armored, prepared front line, but to an exposed side, he could spread his forces thin and threaten the entire army at once. The alliance men were pressed hard, from 2 sides, in a battle that they had almost certainly presumed would go their way. A few began to panic. Commanders sent messages to the top, and though none of the Eagles or Lions would know this for some time, the messages were simply not answered. Lawrence had fled the field when he saw the kingdom begin its great charge, but only after he called his staff officers together into his tent and then, with his burning magic, setting them all on fire, killing them all. Lawrence survived the fiery end of his command tent because he'd downed about 3 drafts of pure water beforehand. While it gave him stomach cramps on the ride back to Merdin that were so bad he'd have preferred dying, it also made the magical fire slide right off of him, and so he lived through his act of arson. The command tent was torched, along with everyone who could possibly lead this army, and that wound only grew as the battle grew more desperate. There was no one to reinforce the army's backbone, nobody to give orders, nobody to structure their efforts. Feeling that it fell to them to prevent disaster, in went the dragons, who needed no commander, and had gotten bored waiting for someone to tell them to go in. The allied dragons were determined to put these human interlopers down and were hyper-focused on the humans. Thus, they were terribly surprised by Flayn's tribe, who tore into them, losing few of their number. They even gained 2 members, 2 fire dragons who, seeing that they were outmatched, surrendered, and would eventually join the fold thanks to Flayn's attentions and charisma. Seeing their dragons die screaming destroyed what was left of the alliance's morale. It panicked them more than anything else the Eagles could possibly have done. That's not how alliance battles went. The dragons went in, and the enemy died. Dragons were a trump card, and having played it and lost, the alliance has no more aces up its sleeve. When dragons began to attack them, that was it. Men began to run, and what was once a few scattered cowards became a general rout as courage faltered and men begged their legs to do their duty, running as fast as they could. Not all did so, of course. In every army there are the brave, the stupid, the sadistic, and the faithful, but a few scattered great souls could not hold the entire army back. The press around Edelgard eased up as the rout began in earnest. Edelgard checked her bodyguards in the sudden clear, making sure they were all right, and took a second to catch her breath, assessing the situation as she breathed in and out. Dear Goddess! They're going to do it. They're going to do it. If the alliance had stood and fought, it could have eventually ground out a victory by weight of numbers alone, but because it ran, an army bigger than the kingdoms and the eagles combined was outdone by both. Dorothea sent in Ferdinand to encourage them to keep moving, trying to get them to flee across Gronderfield instead of back into the woods. They can run down men on foot over the plains, and the Kingdom Grand Army will be even better at it than they will be. Dorothea wants as few soldiers to escape as possible. Edelgard nodded at the decision she overheard, idly watched Byleth and her squad begin chasing a rooting group of archers, then turned to her bodyguard. "We should fight our way to Dimitri," Edelgard told them. "I need to speak with him." She needed an alliance with him, more specifically. She had not the numbers to take Murden, she needed his help. Hopefully, he proved amiable. Her battalion nodded, smiling at her bruised, beaten, hurt, but none of them are dead. Edelgard had kept them safe, if not perfectly intact, as one showed by spitting out a tooth. "Lead, and we follow," Luke said, and the Emperor nodded to him as May laughed, a sound as big as all the rest of her like Raphael. She was a beast of a Drescha to go with Red Raphael. Edelgard gave him a smile in turn, and then they pressed on. They pushed on by themselves, the fighting easier as they skirted the flanks of what remained of the battle, the war resolving itself into pockets of individual fighting as specific squads of alliance troops stood their ground while the rest ran, a battle conducted piecemeal. Finding Dimitri proved easier than she'd expected after helping out a kingdom vanguard bogged down by spearmen. Edelgard and her battalion saw Dimitri, away from the fighting, getting a rather nasty cut on his arm healed by a church mage. When he saw her, his face lit up, and he waved with his good arm to Edelgard, waving his own personal guard back so he could see her. Dorothea, meanwhile, began to panic herself, wondering where Edelgard was. She'd lost track of her unit in the fighting, as had everyone else. She asked. She sent scouts to find her. She did not suspect that Edelgard had made a decision to talk to Dimitri. Edelgard never talked in combat and suspected the worst. Fear for the woman who some part of her still loved flowed through her, but she kept it tamped down. Focus. The battle was not over yet. "I can't believe it," Dimitri shouted to Edelgard, as she approached carefully. She did not want to provoke a fight when she came in peace because guards, jumpy from battle, mistook fast movement for attack. "Stand back," she told her guards, in a voice much louder than required to make sure that both they and the kingdom soldiers heard. "Dimitri's a friend of mine." I am," he said, talking louder. Two rulers, the both of them were. Standing up as the healer finished and flexing his fingers, he walked over to the edge of his bodyguards. "And a friend you are, too. Without you, I don't think we could have won the day." "We couldn't have done it without you, either," Edelgard replied, looking him over as they both stepped to the edge of their respective rings of bodyguards. The battle was still ongoing, but it was far enough away now that Edelgard judged that they had time to talk, and every bit of Dimitri's body language said he was friendly. "I'd like to talk, when this is over." "Sure," Dimitri said, chuckling. His next words were softer. "Can't believe you're alive, Edie. I'd heard all these rumors, and Petra thought you were alive, but I didn't believe them." "Petra?" Edelgard asked, and felt her heart stop. "Petra?" "Her sister, whose name no one has said in her presence in 5 years." "Petra's alive, Edelgard," Dimitri said to her. "She's been hunting you for 5 years. She's with my forces. I'll send somebody to grab her. She swore you were still alive." Edelgard paused, closed her eye, took a deep breath. "Dimitri, I do not have the words to thank you for this." "Don't need them," he said softly, with a smile. Still the same old Dimitri, after all this time. "You saved me, a long time ago. I owe you much more. We'll talk, when this is done. You eagles have done right by us. I didn't fancy our chances with the alliance without you. Don't fancy our chances in the future without you, either." "Yes," Edelgard breathed, through the thick knot in her throat. Some part of her stayed focused. Ablaze Dimitri's words meant that he wanted an alliance, too, which was what she'd sought in coming here, but the rest of her was laser-focused on one point. Petra. Petra was alive. She was going to see Petra today, and not just as a ghost. She had thought, in the spyglass, "Oh goddess, She had seen Petra. How ridiculous was that? Dmitri opened his mouth. Whatever he was going to say was interrupted by a yell from a kingdom bodyguard, who leapt before Dmitri's right side and took a hatchet to his skull, the blood fontaining out of his helmet. They all wheeled to face where that had come from as the kingdom man dropped down and died. There, above them, descending out of the sky, the dragon knight and his wyverns, who had flown over the battlefield to hunt two very, very specific targets. Even if the battle was a rout, the alliance could still emerge as the victor. And Edelgard had made that victory a simple matter. By approaching Dmitri at all, she had put both royals in one conveniently attack place. Stupid! She berated herself, as the wyverns dove all save Seath himself. Her and Dmitri's bodyguard moved as one to protect their lords, red shield to blue, but the wyverns split right before impact, and then they were surrounded by attackers on all sides. These were no petty soldiers, they were elite troops, well-trained, and the difference staggered. Wyverns bit and dragged shields down so their riders could kill, or snapped at exposed limbs, while their riders bore great scythes that sliced through armor, and all of it was done with incredible coordination, the wyverns wheeling about them, distracting and tormenting the troops. Edelgard and Dmitri, standing near each other, ending up fighting back to back, the wyverns circling and circling, moving the bodyguards out of position, something Edelgard saw, but couldn't do anything about. Too many wyverns, too few bodyguards, and now alliance troops were moving in, seeing the wyverns and being commanded by the dragon knight himself. What bodyguards were not stumbling to stay alive in the storm of wings and teeth were busy battling the renewed efforts of alliance soldiers, and more of them, seeing this burst of frenzied violence in their favor, were finding their spines again. This might yet turn the rout around. A scout returns to Dorothea with news. A moment later, Dorothea and her entire squadron are up and moving. She has no time to grab Linhard, who is somewhere else, buried deep in the art of healing. She doesn't even have time to tell Flane, who is busy tending to her own wounds. The scout is sent to find one other Dida to tell him what is happening to their rulers, and where he must go, and the scout will prove her worth. She finds Dida long before Dorothea is able to reach the tangled knot of battle, and Dida sets off to reach his husband, too. But Edelgard had no time to think of how the greater battle was going, struggling desperately as she was. A wyvern dove just as another came from behind, and both were distractions, as another came diving down from her right and grabbed her axe arm. Edelgard was caught and dragged, somehow keeping her grip but being jerked along several feet, wrenching her arm horribly. Her shield worked as a club, hammering on the beast's knee until it released its grip, dropping her at last. She landed hard from her semi-flight, skidding a bit, and turned around to see Dmitri, all by himself, and the thing he could not see, that was coming in from behind him, as he fought two wyvern riders. The Dragon Knight. Ancient Terror. Swooping down for Dmitri's unaware back. No. Brother, she yelled, naming him kin in his presence for the first time last time, perhaps as she raced forward, visions of Gareg Mach before her eyes. Not again. A wyvern rider tried to stop her, and Edelgard threw her axe into his face, a perfect throw that dropped him dead. She paid it no attention, looking only at the Dragon Knight coming to Dmitri, who, having heard her scream, was turning to see what danger was behind him. Too slow to save himself, but Edelgard was not. Her charge put her between the knight and Dmitri, and so the fatal swoop missed. It did not crash into Dmitri's defenseless back, but into Edelgard's heavy shield, and so it killed no one. He crashed heavy against her shield, slamming into her with the weight of a mountain, and while she clung to her shield and somehow stayed on her feet, the impact knocked her breath out of her. As Sikal's wyvern bit her shield and tugged it down, that ancient trick of wyvern riders, the Dragon Knight raised his long-handled axe, to bring it down on her skull, and she realized that she could not stop him. She'd lost an eye for Dmitri, once. Now she would lose her life. A fair trade, she had time to think, and be at peace. But Dmitri's spear swung up, the timing perfect, aimed at the Dragon Knight's falling wrist, impacting just as his swing had gained real force. The combined momentum was enough to send Dmitri's spear, ancient dragon bone blade, through whatever strange armor the Dragon Knight wore, cutting through gauntlet and flesh and bone alike. She had forgotten this. Her and Dmitri are in a cycle of rescue. As she saves him, he saves her, every time. The Dragon Knight's hand was taken off at the wrist, his blood spraying into the air, his deadly axe skittering harmlessly off of Edelgard's right paw drawn, missing her by a literal hair. She saw the hair it missed her by, in a moment of the perfect clarity that adrenaline sometimes created, an auburn strand whose very tip was cut by the axe's impossibly sharp edge. For a moment, Edelgard could not process that she was alive, but then the Dragon Knight howled, a terribly undignified sound like a tiger being beaten to death, and she snapped out of her daze. The wyvern released her shield to bite at her, trying to defend its rider in extremity, but it discovered its mistake as Edelgard, shield released, bashed it straight into the wyvern's jaws and with her free hand, summoned up fire, cooking one of its eyes to a crisp with a swift fireball. Dimitri at her side struck out with his spear, but the armor glanced the blow with a sound like scraping nails, saving the beast's life. The Dragon Knight retreated, him and his mount both howling, blood spraying from his empty wrist, and it is that, finally, which throws the wyvern riders off their coordination, letting the guards of the two royals take them down. The common alliance forces, too, who had nearly rallied, hung back, now uncertain again, as Edelgard bent down as fast as she could and picked up Siethe's discarded axe, the severed hand flopping lamely off the handle as she straightened up and shook it. "Thank you," Edelgard said, in the small moment they had, and Dimitri's laughter was bright and beautiful. "Thank you." "That would have killed me," he announced, as he turned his back on her, knowing she would guard it with her life, had already tried to do so. "Beating the Dragon Knight, now that's something, isn't it? We make a great team." "We do," Edelgard replied, turning around herself, knowing that Dimitri would save her, should attack come from behind. Their guards formed up near them, reduced and wounded, but still there, and mixed, too, having gotten confused in the fighting, a shield of red and blue alternating. The Alliance soldiers nearby were nervous, did not want to fight those who sent the Dragon Knight not just fleeing but screaming away, so they paused, not sure if they should rush in or stay back, and none of them wanting to be at the lead of a charge that would prove fatal for at least some of them. The pause proved to be fatal, too. A wrecking ball in human form hit them as they waited, resolving itself into a Duskurian giant Didu, come to save his husband. A schoolyard chant rippled through Edelgard's mind, something Sylvain had come up with. You cannot subdue Didu, born of the quick games of athletics the Lions had loved so much, that Didu had proven to be the best at it, though the humble man had never bragged of his skill. Didu's axe and shield swept entire rows of men off their feet. The son of chefs, who once upon a time had saved a king in an act of bravery, was at this moment fighting at the head of a group of his fellow men of Duskur, who arrived moments after he did, chasing their long-legged captain. Didu, once nobody, now king's consort on the back of a single act of courage, fought like the royalty he was, and none could stand before him. It would be like trying to fight the sun. Beside him, a crackle of thunder forewarned of lightning as Dorothea and her mages open up, the songstress herself striding across the battlefield, her favored stage for the last 5 years. Wise Dorothea, whose legends did not often talk of how deadly she is but deadly she was, a storm that walked in the shape of a woman, and lightning rolled off of her lips and her hands. Alliance soldiers died in droves as she cleared the field with raging arcs of electricity, focused on reaching her emperor's side, opera-trained lungs able to keep up spellcasting longer than any of her compatriots. The voice that had once sung arias now added its weight to the bolts she called forth from the clear blue sky, the thunder her accompanying choir, and none could stand before her. It would be like trying to fight a hurricane. My Dorothea, Edelgard thought, mighty Dorothea, who has led in her absence all these long years, who she must talk to, when this is over, and apologize to, and, perhaps, admit, at last, her love to, who should be called Emperor's consort. Her appearance here with Didu is the universe telling her what she should have seen all along, a wife for her to stand next to a husband for Dimitri. She might offer the crown entire to her, no one has deserved it so much as Dorothea, these last 5 years. But there was no more thought after that, for Edelgard caught sight of someone behind the both of them, guarding their backs, but that was impossible. Long purple hair flying, a blade in her hands, dancing, arcs of blood flying from her swinging sword as enemy soldiers dropped like flies all around her. Not a lover but kin of hers, O goddess, her sister, alive. Petra. Edelgard whispered, as the Brigid woman, her sister, her retainer, lost all these years, returned to her side amidst a dozen alliance corpses. Edelgard. Petra yelled, as she caught up to her. The two women stared at each other a long moment, taking in the changes in each other. ignorant of the battlefield around them, uncaring of Byleth, in fine form, lashing entire groups of enemies to ribbons, of Raphael lifting and throwing a horse and bowling over an entire squad of men, of Ferdinand and his men running down the cowards as they fled. "You're alive," Edelgard choked out, and her voice cracked in a dozen places on 2 words. "So are you," Petra said, voice no more stable. Around them, the lions, in a spirit of competition, tried to even the score between them and the eagles. Felix hurled lightning to try and keep up with Dorothea and failed to do so. Sylvain taunted an entire squad of men into abandoning their position, and killed them for it. But the star is Ingrid the widow knight, who joins Caspar as one of the few to tackle a dragon alone and walk away unharmed, leaping from her horse onto an ice dragon's back. Running up its body despite its best attempts to throw her off, Ingrid drove her spear so deep in its eye that she pierced its brain, killing it instantly. She even managed to get off safely, Ingrid using the beast's dying throes to throw herself back onto her horse nearby with a perfect landing. Caspar, nearby, will curse her for stealing his gimmick from him. They will call her Ingrid Almighty, after this, define her not as Glenn's widowed wife but as the peerless knight she is, and though Edelgard and Petra were not even 5 yards away, neither of them will remember any of it when asked later. They will remember only a relief, they will remember only that they are both alive, that for all the time that has passed and all the catching up they will have to do, they are finally together again. The battle continues, Dida reminded the 2 smiling women, gently. Dorothea elbowed him. The battlefield around them was clear for a moment, and just for a second, Dorothea felt young again, surrounded by schoolmates. "Oh, hush," she said. "They're having a moment." Dida chuckled, but accepted the criticism, and was silent, as the 2 shook themselves and finally turned around. "Dmitri," Edelgard said, "Let's finish this." He nodded. "Absolutely." Into the breach. The quintet turned, and returned to the one constant of their lives, war. The battle takes a day. A day of terrible violence, but somehow there is a feeling of hope in the soldiers. They all take heart even as many of them fall. This is resistance, this is striking back, this is the kingdom and the empire taking a stand for all the dead and dishonored of the last 5 years. This has the feeling of a tide turning, this has the feeling of storms clearing, this has the feeling of salvation. This is the sense of roses blooming, of the moon rising over a free country, of the great hurricane being pushed back. And so it is that the second battle of Gronderfield is not the death knell of the kingdom, but its salvation, and as the kingdom was once born from victory on these grounds, now too is the empire reborn, rising again, a phoenix from its own ashes. Or a black eagle, as the case may be, burned, wounded, but still flying high. And they do feast afterwards, on the Alliance supply train that they managed to capture, and at the table they fly the flags of Adrestia and Faergus united, and old friends meet and chat, the bonds between their nations reforged. Even the war cannot shatter all the hopeful dreams of Gareg Mach. Chapter 5, The Night We Became Whole. When the battle was truly over, all but the mopping up, as janitors and generals both say, Dmitri had left to congregate his forces, and Edelgard had left to do the same, with the addition of one more Petra. Lost Petra, whose lone flight was over at last, who returned to camp and to her flock amid unbounded shouts of joy. The open delight and happy disbelief of the officers was a benevolent plague that spread through all the gathered eagles. Though the majority had never known Petra, they celebrated with their commanders the return of their lost soul. It was always nice, after a day of killing and death, to see someone alive, so even as they took stock and made ready to mourn their dead, they cheered the return of one alive. Even faces used to gloom lit up, to see this miracle: Ferdinand smiling, a rare expression on his somber face, Raphael grinning like he used to, before the war, Linhard in gentle tears. Hubert, to whom it meant more than most, just stared at her, his throat working and making no sound, wavering on his usually steady feet. There was talk. Edelgard missed most of it. She shut down, partially, not all the way, but she fell into herself, just a little bit. A way of protecting herself, from emotions too hot to touch, a way to cool the fire so that she could handle it. That was all the ashes were, in the end: a refuge, safety, a place to run to, away from herself. She could see that now, with the little spark of her she made sure stayed lit, as she fought off the urge to stay. It was so sweet, so calm, but wrong. Her people deserved better, they deserved more. They deserved Edelgard, even if it burned her. She wrestled with her ashes, tried to light herself once more. When she won and emerged out of herself, when all her struggle lit her fires again, she was back in her command tent. She wasn't sure how. She remembered walking through camp, all the words and joy, and then, a blur, her sister beside her again, not a ghost but alive. Some combination of Casper clearing out people who wanted to talk to her, Dorothea suggesting they talk in private, Annette leading the way before standing guard outside the tent flap. Heh. That told her well enough how she got back to her tent, then. Her eagles, taking care of her, as they have for 5 long years. She has no idea what reward would be commensurate with this kindness, but she will find out, if it takes all her life, she will find a way to repay them their kindnesses, for keeping hold of her cracked skull, for keeping her mind safe and intact inside it until such time as she could begin to heal, keeping her sanity from sloshing out like water from a broken cup. If they survive this war, if she sits the throne in Inbar as she will see them as kings and queens, if they should ask, and anything else they want besides. What's the point of being emperor if human greatness cannot be rewarded? She collapsed onto the mat she slept on, muscles tired from battle and mind tired from revelation. Petra sat down across from her, smiled at her. Edelgard surprised both of them by bawling, deep, terrible sobs. Petra was on her in a moment, hugging her tight, and Edelgard sobbed into her arms, sobbed and sobbed. So much to cry over. Over Petra, gone these 5 years. Over all that must have happened to her on her long lone flight. Over her joy at Petra's return, even her happiness brings her to tears, the relief it sparks in her is so sharp. But for herself, too. For all the things Edelgard has lost, amongst her ashes. All the things she should have said or done. The words she had not said, that have waited 5 years to be said. Soldiers unmourned by heartless Edelgard, praise that had never left her lips for her friends and all the good things they do for her, all the time she lost as she once was. She cried, for Edelgard who was not Edelgard, who had went away inside, sitting in that calm land of ashes, just letting the world wash over her, for 5 long years. 5 years worth of tears poured out of her, but when it was done, when she was reduced to sniffling in her sister's arms, and that is who Petra is, she can acknowledge what this Brigid woman is to her and what her loss meant. Her family dead again, she had lost her sister 5 years ago, she felt better. Warm. Alive. It burned, but it wasn't so bad, not as bad as she had feared. All the worst part of any suffering was the anticipation of it. Edie, Petra said, and she'd been crying, too. Edie, shhh, it's okay. Edelgard brushed tears from her sister's face. It is now, she said, and gave her a smile. There is much to do. Much to talk about, but it will be done, in time. For now, it is enough that they have each other again. It is enough that they are together once more. It is enough to begin. The monarchite before Flame was terrified. He had been taught all his life that he was superior to humanity, that dragons were the goddess-favored children, and that against a dragon's divine might, no human could stand. Now he was in a cage, huddled over his little brother, terrified. He was small for his age, too, his brother, even smaller. She'd initially thought them even younger than they were, though both were children in Flame's eyes. Children, who had nonetheless stained themselves red with human blood. But still just children. Please, you said you'd heal him, the boy said, hands returning again and again to his neck, where his dragonstone once sat, a dragonstone they'd removed when they caught him, that was, at the moment, safely in a caravan nearby. I will, Flame said. But his constitution is delicate. Was he? She fumbled a moment, trying to remember the modern terminology she'd read in Gareg Mach's walls. Premature. Huh, the dragon boy said, cocking his head. Premature. Born early, Flame corrected. Did he hatch after too short a time? Yeah, a lot do, you know, his brother said. Under the lights. He was a runt. Ah. Ciro's apparently held to the old words. That made this a bit easier. Cethline returned to her work, and filed away that comment about the lights for later, adding it to a pile of things her new followers have said that begin to paint a very, very specific picture. Yeah, But, don't call him that, he hates it, the boy continued, as she kept working on his brother. What's that got to do with anything, though? Harder to heal, Flame said, as she poured energy into him. Most healing resets the body to an original state. For reasons even the humans have yet to figure out, very premature births destabilize that kind of healing. I have to do the harder kind of healing, repair things manually instead of allowing the body to simply restore itself. Oh, he said, not sure what to say, and so instead looking around them. He was in a small jail they'd constructed out of bent-over trees, not that he was much of an escape risk, without his dragon stone. Ciro's dragons weren't much of a threat as humans. Weren't much use either, Flame thought. She'd had to teach her newcomers so many things, basic things, that Ciro's had not bothered with in her build-up to war. All around that cell, as evening began and the sun started its slow journey past the horizon, Cethlene's reborn tribe did the work of camp, gathering supplies from the wagons, assisting in setting up tents, or generally in their true shapes hauling cargo from the captured Allied supply train, which had been stocked for an army that frankly dwarfed the Eagles and so had all kinds of supplies for a smaller military to steal. They weren't the only people stocking up, the lions were ravaging a different part of this tremendous feast of carrion, and Cethlene was sure that some enterprising bandits or thieves had probably managed to take some of it as well. You always found vultures where there was a big enough carcass. Enough was still going to be left over that they couldn't carry it all, so their leaders were planning a feast in 2 days' time, a celebration of their united victory and probably a celebration of whatever scheme Dorothea was working on with Dimitri, something Flame had heard her muttering to herself as she worked. Something about a federation. The boy, who could no longer stand to look at his brother's pale face, could no longer even think about it, turned his mind to other things. Why do you do this? Flame asked, as she kept healing. The boy's injuries were bad. One of her ice dragons had savaged him, and that chilling bite on his shoulder had spread destruction through his body like poison. Cold was fatal to a thing of heat, and it was in hopes that they would save his brother that the older had surrendered them both. All this, he said, waving a hand. This is human work. Flame gave him an amused smile. It was not the first time she'd heard that comment. For all their sacred strength, for all that they had come to her with honest hearts, seeking to do right, much of her new tribe had to learn this same lesson. They were all infected by Ciro's ideals, after all, even the noblest, and it fell to Cethlene to once again be the ancient antibody to that spiritual disease. It is people work, Flame stressed, as her clever hands knit the boy's wounds closed, the energy her needle, his tissues her thread. It is the work of life. It is work that must be done, or no army ever moves. Human or Nabatean, children of the goddess or firstborn of the world, any army would need someone to move supplies. That's what humans are for, he said, daring a glance at his brother but only a glance at that pale face. He wanted to cry, seeing his lively, scrappy little brother like that, but dragons did not cry, so he turned his head away again. That's what humans are for. Have they enslaved you? Flame barked a laugh, though her hands remained steady as she reintroduced the boy's bones to cartilage. That bite had been deep. Blue had nearly killed him with that one attack. Not an uncommon thing, for Cethlene's tribe, Alliance dragons had so little experience fighting other dragons that sometimes, one strike was all it took. You had to defend yourself differently from an equally sized opponent, as compared to a small, nimble human, and few of Ciro's dragons knew how to do it. Do you see any chains on us, little one? She said, chuckling. Muzzles? Humans with whips, mages with their clever tricks. When she went silent, he realized it was not a rhetorical question, so he thought on the young dragon's words, who did not seem so young, who called him little one, the way elders did, who had an air of timelessness about her. After a moment, he unwillingly ground out the only answer he could give. No. Flame chuckled, summoning a little fire to her hand, to warm cold deadened skin. We are here because we choose to be. We do this work because it needs to be done, not because anyone forces us to do it. And we do not make the humans do it, because that is not right. No people deserve to be forced into servitude to another. Would you accept the dominion of another tribe of dragons? No, he said, bristling. The very idea. Only Ciro's was accepted from that, because she had no tribe, was divine, and thus not like the other dragons, just as they were not like the humans. A hierarchy, as the goddess intended. Would you have a right to dominion over another tribe of dragons? No, he said, less fiercely. That would be wrong. Then why would you have such a right over humans? Flame asked. Because that's how the goddess set it up. Humans weren't made by her, they're beneath us. How familiar this all was. This argument had an easy cadence in Flame's ears. This was a discussion she'd had so many times she could almost do it by rote. Ciro's religion was a brute force thing, aimed towards a single, monomaniacal end, a double-edged blade that cut the insides of her followers to ribbons when they embraced it. Both brothers in this cell were injured, though the elder had his wounds on the inside, where, often, they were worse. A physical wound you could see, but a wound in your heart and soul, that could stay hidden for years, even as it bled you dry. And you heard this from the goddess herself, I imagine? From Suthi's divine lips to your ear. The boy flinched at the name that left Flame's lips. Don't say that. Don't you know what could happen to you, throwing the goddess name around like that? It is just a name, child, Flame said, as she continued to work. Just a little more, and the boy's own constitution should restore him, assuming she hadn't made any mistakes during the healing process. We are Nabatea, names are not so important to us. Are you afraid of one? It's just, that's. Ciros said you shouldn't, the boy said, confused. Ciros fears her mother's name because hearing it hurts her, Cethline explained, as she finished with his brother. Ciros grieves her still. Suthi's was a good mother, though it may be hard to see that, after all of Ciro's atrocities, but her daughter's pain comes from a place of love. It does not justify what she has done, but it is the truth. That Suthi's would hate her for what she's become is something she puts out of her mind, I imagine. Suthi's would never hate her daughter, he exclaimed, and did not notice how he said her name. I knew the goddess, child. She wanted humanity and Nabatea to work together. I believe she may have even made us to be their companions, to do what they could not, as they do what we cannot. Suthi's intended for us to work together for a better future, not to lord over each other. You're not that old, he protested. Flame chuckled. I slept the long years after Ciros tried to kill me, Cethline said. I predate you by quite a bit. The goddess was a lot more fun than Ciros portrays her as. Ciros never did have a sense of humor, but Suthi's was fun. Humans killed her, he said, as if it would shock her. To his surprise, the saint nodded. Almost certainly, she said. I believe I even know who it was. But then what? How can you serve them? Again, I ask you, do you see masters here? Cethline said, waving her hand around them. She waited until he gave the same growling negative, then continued. We do not serve them. We serve with them. Our two races, united. As Suthi's wanted, as Nemesis wanted. As all the wise folk of history have wanted. But, the goddess. Nemesis killed her, he said, stumbling. Ciros did not teach her people how to argue, how to think, just how to repeat. She had not, after all, set out to build a real religion, that would ask the great questions, whose followers might argue in good faith about good faith, ponder morality and meaning, and explore the mysteries of the sun and the stars and all the world around them. She had built only a hilt for the sword she sought to make, something by which she might grip it to swing it into her foes, a thing with which to make a blade of a people and a nation, and, holding it tight, manipulate them into war. Perhaps, Cethline said, coming within inches of the one thing she had never admitted to herself about her king, the thing she thought she saw in his eyes, the last moments of a deity, and regret that could change a life. There were some sights that left a mark in your eyes. But he also sought to fulfill her dream, the cause she lived for. Life is complicated, little one. He stole another glance, saw the blood returning to his brother's face, and Flame sighed in relief. The boy would live. Now, she said, turning to the monarchite and clapping her hands together, who's hungry? Ciros growled as the dragon stone burst apart in her hands. Too much power, too much light, divinity too big for a dragon stone to handle. Her mother had apparently made her dragon stone personally, lucky her. If she'd had some of the shards, She might be able to recreate it, perhaps, but those were lost to the dust of history, lost when Nemesis had struck her down and then banished her. A voice whispered in the back of her skull, "He showed you mercy. He had your life in his hands and he let go. He gave you mercy you did not deserve." A voice that she thought she'd silenced, one horrified at what she had done, echoes of a conscience that was. She ignored it, as she always had, ignored that it sounded just a little like her mother's voice. Ah, well. Regrets of a millennia could be ignored, she'd had long enough practice at it. She sighed. "Your tea, Your Grace," said Cyril, depositing it nearby, not so close she risked bumping into it, not far enough away that she'd have to get up. Cyril was one of the few human servants she'd ever had who was actually worth a damn. She took a calming sip. "Thank you, Cyril," she said, sighing. Some combination of frustration with her work and appreciation for this human servant drove her to speak. "I'm just irritated by my lack of progress. The stones aren't able to absorb the energies, it's too much for them. If I had some way to dull the effect for just a little while, I think I could get them stable. I'm sure the energy will spike, then level off. It does that for every other kind of dragon stone. I just don't have anything that can survive the spike. Though it would be nice to have a stronger stone of some kind, perhaps I will experiment with star sapphires again, they showed some promise." Cyril pondered that as Cyrose closed her eyes and put her hand over her forehead, rubbing at her temples. This human body was always aching, and headaches were the worst of its many frailties. "Admittedly this is more of a hobby than any real effort. Now, I will have my mother's crest stone, soon enough, and ascend to take her place, as I must. There must be a goddess in this world. With my mother's absence, everything has went wrong." Cyril knew the truth about her, that she was Cyrose, so it was alright to speak before him. Given what she'd saved him from in the depths of one of House Goneril's pens, his loyalty was beyond question. If it wasn't for the fact she'd miss his services if the process failed, she'd have made him a Hierophant already. That and the process to make a Hierophant took 2 years. She'd miss his services that entire time, with no proof that he'd come out the other end intact. "Mistress," Cyril said, hesitating a moment before continuing in a halting tone. "I have taken the liberty of observing your work for years now, and I apologize for overstepping my boundaries, but I think I might have a few suggestions." She cracked an eyelid open at him, and quirked up an eyebrow. "What? I thought you were illiterate." "I was," Cyril said, "but I asked Claude to teach me. I have been studying for the last 5 years. I'm not good with numbers or magic, but I'm extremely dedicated to the work and I've done a few experiments on my own time and—" "I'm sorry, I know these notes are private, but it hurts you so much, mistress." "Wait," Cyrose said, removing her hand and regarding him with both eyes open now, truly seeing Cyril, the way she hadn't in a long time. "Are you telling me you've been through my work?" "Yes, mistress," Cyril said, and hung his head miserably. "I'm sorry." "Well," Cyrose said, as she pondered that. Normally she'd just kill any human who looked at research, who would dare presume to, but it was Cyril, who she trusted with much. Amirans were the only humans she found even semi-acceptable, the nation being hers, well, except for that part Nader, that damned rebel king, whose ancestors had kept the eastern half of the kingdom free of her and her faith for generations, who kept to the old ways of fire rituals and purifying religion. But short of that, Almira was hers, and Cyril was hers, more than any Almiran, and, well, it wasn't like she was getting anywhere. What harm could it do? Even her mother had assistants, back in the day. "What suggestions did you come up with?" "Mistress," Cyril said, daring to risk a look up at her, saw her smiling sardonically at him. "You could hardly do worse than failure," Cyrose said, with some bitter amusement. "As that is all I've managed to achieve, well, I want to hear your thoughts. I tried multiple stones already, but I can't get them to focus together." "There may be a way to make them work as one," Cyril said, a smile breaking out on his face. "And even if that fails, I've got, oh mistress, I've wanted to help you with this for so long. I've got notes on all kinds of things. I think I've even got a way to make the Hierophant process faster." "Do tell," Cyrose said, with a low, interested growl. If it didn't work, she lost nothing. But if it worked? Eventually, both their tears ran dry, and it was time to talk. To talk of many things, Edelgard and Petra, but the other officers deserved to hear it as well, so it was time to leave the tent and rejoin the world. Edelgard rose on shaking legs, and Petra did too, and they laughed as they got up, almost sick with the joy of being together again. Edelgard had lost her family twice in one life, first in Bridget and then at Garreg Mach, but the second wound was healed. Petra was returned to her. The happiness of it was such a terrible sweetness that it was almost sharp, pierced her chest with pain. It lanced the boil of grief, let her begin to drain her sorrows out. They made themselves briefly presentable, and it was a miracle, how easily they fell back into the old routine, Petra assisting her, Edelgard helping her. For just a second 5 years had not passed and they were emperor and retainer, as they had always been. Even the new wound of Edelgard's eye was treated with Petra's usual casual efficiency, the eye patch gently removed, ointments applied to the empty orbit. Linhard had removed her eye, all those years ago, after realizing he couldn't save it. Better the clean wound of professional surgery than risking infection, he'd told her when she woke up. Professional surgery, and it really had been, despite the fact that Linhard had been so young. They had all been teenagers then. Sometimes it catches Edelgard, to realize that she is so young, 22. She feels ancient, she feels the burden of all eternity on her back. How in the world can all her life have fit into only 22 years? The eye patch was gently replaced. Edelgard smiled at Petra when it was done, and hugged her again, the taller woman laughing, Edelgard relishing in the feel of her warm and alive, and Petra's own arms a strong counterpoint on her. Then it was time to go. They should all sit down and talk, and Edelgard was starving, she belatedly noticed. Combat worked up quite an appetite. She hoped they hadn't missed dinner. They emerged from the tent to find Annette still on guard. The former Blue Lion smiled at them. "Hey," she said cheerfully. "You guys, okay?" "Better than I've been," Edelgard replied honestly. Petra laughed. "I'm back, finally," she said. "We're glad to have you back," Annette said, smile widening. "We got a lot to talk about, but I'm starving, so if we could hustle over." They're just now starting to get dinner ready. It's a bit late, but they were seeing what we could nick from the Alliance supply convoy. They apparently up and abandoned most of it once the tide turned. That was incredible news. Edelgard had paid attention when Flame told her of her ancestors' tactics, and now she shared something else with her famed progenitor. She was a bandit, too. Thievery was the great friend of the rebel, and had kept them fed and in the fight when all others had abandoned them. "How much has Hubert tallied up?" Edelgard asked, and then another thought occurred. "How much are the lions taking?" "We worked that out," Annette said. "Dorothea and Dmitri cut a deal. We get first pick of medical supplies, since apparently the Kingdom Grand Army is, in Dmitri's own words, drowning in healers, and after that we've got a list of who gets priority for what. There's a whole lot of thought behind the list, for how it works. Hubert and Ash, of all people, worked it out. Apparently he's the kingdom's quartermaster now. Anyway, we worked out who else gets what. That's the long and short of it." Though Hubert told Dorothea she needed to talk to Felix about something to do with the supply amount. "I wasn't sure, I just overheard them gabbing." "Dorothea and not Edelgard?" Petra asked. Annette, who'd plainly forgotten that they tried to keep others from knowing of Edelgard's condition, briefly panicked before her emperor intervened. "I have not been myself," she told Petra. "After Garreg Mach, I have not been in the best condition to lead. Dorothea is the true leader of the rebellion, not me. I'm merely a figurehead." Petra turned her around, hand on her shoulder, looking her in the eye. "You are okay with this?" Petra whispered to her, quietly. Her other hand went to her sword. "They have not held you against your will, have they?" "I wouldn't think they would do that, they're good people. I'd have thought that Hubert, at least, would not do that, but 5 years is a long time, and people change." "No, Petra," Edelgard said, and almost laughed. From an outside perspective, she had put the situation rather unkindly. "Petra, I lose my mind, Petra, from time to time. I retreat inside myself. There are times, too many, where I cannot lead. Not always, but often enough that someone must take up the slack." She smiled at her sister, put her arms on her shoulders, squeezed tight. They have supported me, Petra, they keep me alive and together. The eagles have taken care of me, Petra, they are why I am here to see you at all. I am trying to be better, I am recovering, but I will slip, Petra. That is how wounds of the mind are. I will slip. And when I do, the eagles will do what they have always done, keep me alive. Keep me breathing. I owe everything to Dorothea and the others. Petra stared her hard in the eye, and what she saw there confirmed the words as truth, and she nodded, satisfied. All right, she said, releasing her sword and Edelgard in one go, turning to Annette, who was busy mentally cursing herself and had missed most of the conversation. It's all right, Annette. The secret is safe with me. Annette let it out in a sigh. I mean, there was no way to hide it from you, especially not from you, and it's not like most of the troops don't kind of know anyway, but, yeah. All right, let's go eat, and if anyone asks, I didn't say anything about anything. They all three laughed at that, and headed off to the cooking fires. The smell hit long before they got there, rising above the general camp smells of sweat and exertion, cleaning oils and antiseptics, a smell of warm smoke, thick and heavy with hot spices, roasting beef, the grain-sweet scent of freshly made cornbread, the delicate strawberry aroma of watered-down Adrestian wine. Edelgard's stomach rumbled as they reached the tables. Great long tables, disassembled and packed in wagons when not in use, where the eagles ate when at camp. Meals were taken together, at the rebel camp. Unity was a commodity so precious that even gold could not buy it, and eating with their troops was part of how the officers showed that they were all in this together. No fine officers' dishes did they take in private quarters. They ate what their soldiers ate, and thus suffered with them in privation and celebrated with them in plenty. Dorothea's idea, as so much was. Dorothea! Dorothea! That conversation was coming, and Edelgard longed for it as much as she dreaded it. Should Dorothea reject her, she would not be able to contest her decision. She was sure she had been a terrible burden on Dorothea, and not much help in return. These past 5 years, she could only hope that Dorothea would forgive her all her troubles, that Dorothea still saw something worthy in her to love despite her failures. But, that was for later. For now, best to fill the stomach. The officers sat in the middle, where all could see them. Raphael, big as a mountain, sat next to Linhard and Caspar on his left, and Byleth on his right. Opposite them was Dorothea, Ferdinand, and Bernie on her right and Hubert on her left. Edelgard approached, getting an unexpected cheer from her personal guard, who sat ragged and wounded from Sikal's unit at a table near the center. May in particular waved at her, a smile on the big girl's face, and Luke raised a mug. Edelgard waved back, a little shyly. She'd never been praised like this before, but of course. She had been the emperor, aloof and distant, that's how they saw it, anyway, when she was in the ashes. She hadn't ever saved their lives before, or even spoken their names. She couldn't do that, not ever again. Or at least, as little as her own willpower could manage it. She wondered if there was medicine for this, magical or mundane. There were vulneraries and healing magic for broken bones, why not elixirs and spells for broken minds? There was no reason there couldn't be. Perhaps if this war be won, if the throne in Inber became hers again, it would be something to put gold into, something the crown could invest in. She couldn't be the only one suffering from ghosts and hallucinations and the ashes. It could bring peace to many, if there was a salve for an inner wound. But enough of that line of thought. Do what needs be done, and if your ass finds itself in a golden seat in the future, then think those thoughts. Edelgard sat down next to Raphael, Petra next to her, Annette moving over to sit with Hubert next to Dorothea. Edelgard and Petra, Dorothea said, shaking her head in wonder. Petra, I can't believe you're alive. I can't believe I'm finally here, Petra replied, and a smile lit up her face. It is so good to see all of you. I've heard so much. We have, too, Hubert said, his hand reaching out unconsciously for her. She took it in hers, and he was surprised at the touch, some part of him still disbelieving the evidence of his eyes, still sure this was an insubstantial phantom and not really her. After a moment, he continued, I kept up with all the news about the ghost of Bridget. Even after we held a funeral for you, I hoped. I prayed. Petra clutched his hand tight. "A funeral?" she asked, voice tight. "We figured we'd never find your body," Ferdinand offered, "since Hubert." "We." Flame presided. "She was Saint Cethline, after all, so we had her perform your funeral rites and buried some of your old clothes, they were all we had left of you." He paused. My goddess, Flame. She's Saint Cethline. And Ria's Ceros, you weren't here for any of that. You missed all those revelations, and probably some stuff I'm not even thinking of." You've missed a lot, Petra." Petra nodded, even as she filed those revelations away for later, when she could properly examine them. Now was no time to lose focus. "You need to catch me up and I'll tell you what I've seen as well. Mostly I've just heard, rumors. Stories and names." "We heard the same," Hubert said. "You were called the ghost of Brigid, and other things." Petra gave a sardonic grin. "Ghost of Brigid, always kind of liked that one. Heard myself called the Phantom of Inver, the memory of the tragedy, much like all of you, I seem to have acquired a multitude of names." "Yeah, but you didn't get a song," Caspar drawled, and Linhard rolled his eyes. "Please, love, don't remind me of the goddamn song," he said. Byleth snickered as Dorothea mock-pouted at him and Annette puffed up. "I wrote you a lovely song," Annette said. "It's not every day you get a song written that rhymes Linhard and heart," Dorothea said with a grin. Linhard sighed. "Raphael, do you have any of that good Faergus vodka you snatched while we were at Arianrod?" Wordlessly, the big man passed the half-full bottle from his bag to his favorite drinking buddy. Linhard uncorked it and downed a massive swig. "Ah, yes," Linhard said, exhaling happily as it burned his throat. "Now, when this bottle is done, I shall remember nothing of the Ballad of the Merciful, and all will be right with the world again." "I think it's cool you got a song," Caspar said, shrugging as his lover shook his head. "It has to be a good song before it's a point of pride," Edelgard commented, and eyes turned to her. This was faster than she usually recovered after a battle. "Nobody appreciates my music," Annette said with a sigh. "I always liked the one you used to sing about cleaning," Petra said. "The one that was actually about Manuela." "It wasn't about Manuela, it was just a song about cleaning," Annette protested, as she had for years and was summarily ignored, as such protests always were. "Death of the author doesn't apply when you can just ask me, guys." "I have missed a lot," Petra mused as Caspar laughed. "For example, Dorothea, where is your hat? I remember how picky you were about it, how you never felt fully dressed without it." Dorothea laughed. "Lost it 2 years ago. And I miss it. Let me tell you, I've learned how valuable hats can be, out in the field. That hat kept my head dry through many a rainstorm." Cheerful laughter, and Petra wanted to just sink into the easy flow of the conversation, but she steadied herself. There was information she'd learned that she had waited years to deliver. "My fellow Black Eagles," she announced, silencing them as they turned to listen, "I've been to Inver. I have things I must tell you." "What is the capital like?" Dorothea asked, instantly alert, her hands reaching up to adjust a hat that was not there. "We roam all over Adrestia, and even into Faergus and the Alliance, but we avoid the coast. We learned that early on, at great cost. The Alliance maintains tight control over the most densely urban areas of Adrestia, and anything with a connection to the sea can be reinforced too quickly for us to combat. Even now, strong as we are, I would not relish attempting to assault the south, so any news you bring would be most welcome. I thought you might have trouble learning of anything down there, so let me inform you. There's a resistance among the people there," Petra said. "Nothing like this, since most of the nobility capitulated to the Alliance and Ria's dragons, but the common folk paint your symbol on walls and work in defiance of their masters. You inspire so many, from all walks of life, to paint black wings on their chest and go forth to fight for freedom, and I have the names of many traitors. The rebels in Inver asked me to make it. It's a list of everyone they spoke of who'd helped the invaders in, though it was primarily 7 major noble houses that really brought Adrestia low, 7 who had been planning this for a long time." The Brigid once princess sighed. "The rebels told me how it happened. Inver was invaded by land, sea, and air almost the instant the war began, a surprise attack. From the descriptions of survivors, Inver would have been hard-pressed to throw the attack back at its best, but the effort was never made. The 7 traitorous families and their allies opened the gates and themselves killed anyone who tried to fight. If they'd stayed true and fought, maybe Inver would have lasted, but their betrayal made defending the city impossible. The battle was over in a matter of hours. "Goddess," Dorothea said, sighing. "Of course it was treachery. Claude's a smooth talker and he's not stupid. Why fight someone when you can corrupt them?" Her fellow Black Eagles nodded as Petra continued. "True, but he didn't get everyone. Not all the major families betrayed Adrestia. Your family stayed true, Casper, and... I'm sorry, I don't know if you know what happened." "Tell me," he said, the Blunet brave in the face of all danger, physical and emotional both. When I heard Inver fell, I knew what had most likely happened. And we've heard a few things, over the years, we're not totally clueless. I know my uncle died." Petra nodded. "Both your father and your uncle, Randolph, perished in the fighting. Nobody was sure what happened to your father, but Randolph died on the steps of the Imperial Palace, trying to keep them from getting inside." Casper nodded grimly. "I heard. Heard a dragon got him." "Not just any dragon," Petra said. "McCule himself. I will not go into detail, but Randolph died a hard and terrible death, Casper, before the entire city. McCule was cruel." Casper scowled as Byleth tapped her chin. "McCule. Flames told us a bit about him. One of the old dragons, different from these younger ones," Byleth offered in her monotone. "More dangerous. If we run into him, I'll kill him, too," Casper growled. "They don't call me Casper Dragon Slayer for the hell of it." Linhard gripped his hand tight, and Casper clutched it, grateful for the touch, as Dorothea redirected the conversation while Casper wrestled with his anger. "We heard some of that, too," Dorothea said. "A few of Inver's survivors have made it out to us, over the years. As I said, the southern coast is death for us, so we avoid it. Then it is good I join you. I was mostly in that area." "And, Casper?" "Yes," he ground out. "Not all the news is bad. Your aunt, Flesh, she lives. She is one of the heads of Inver's rebellion." "Little Flesh?" Casper said, feeling the ache in his heart ease a little. "She's alive? And helping run a rebellion? I didn't think she had it in her." "Yes," Petra said. "She was alive when I left her, though her brother's death has, she talks to him, sometimes. I'm not sure she's aware of it. Still, she's focused enough, and there is no fiercer fighter, when the underground of Inver must tangle with Alliance forces. Talking to her dead brother, more people, Edelgard thought, who needed help like she did, who saw ghosts. Her idea, of a place to learn how to heal these wounds, grew firmer in her mind. Someone had to do it, and it would be nice, once this war was won, to devoting her efforts not to killing people, but to healing them. Poor Flesh, she always did worship the ground." Randolph walked on, Casper said mournfully. "But, at least she's alive." Petra continued, tone regretful. "Casper is not the only one who has lost family. Ferdinand, I'm sorry, I don't know if you've heard. I know my father is dead," he said to Petra, appreciating her attempted gentleness. 4 long years since he'd had definitive proof, and the wound still rankled. For all his disagreements with the man, he had still been his father. I know. But there was still a question to ask. We have heard many variants of his death. What is the truth, if I may ask?" Petra paused a moment, all this talk of dead family bringing up memories, her own murdered family flashing through her mind. She squeezed Hubert's hand in solidarity, and he returned that warm, calming grip, even as Edelgard put a hand on her shoulder too, steadying her. When she could speak again, her voice was low and clear. "At least I can make sure you know he died well and with honor, cold as I know that comfort is. The rebels I talked to spoke of him highly, Ferdinand. He was in the Imperial Castle when the invasion came. Randolph died to buy him time, you see, they'd set it up beforehand. Your father was in the archives, burning everything he could get his hands on, destroying records that listed everything the Alliance could have used in their war, secrets, and blackmail and hidden funds and unknown armories. He kept them out of Alliance hands. He chose to spend his last moments not bending his knee, but serving Adrestia as best he could, making sure that the secrets of the Empire would never be in Alliance hands. When the new regent had him dragged in chains before the stolen throne, your father spat in his face and swore allegiance to Edelgard, before Hilda dragged him off to the chopping block and executed him. Well, Ferdinand said, and felt a welling up of his grief inside his heart, but it was good. It was like having a boil lanced, it drew his suffering to the surface where it could be expunged. I knew he'd died well, the stories all agreed on that, but the details. I'd heard so many different stories. Knowing the truth is cold comfort, but cold comfort is still comfort. Tears sprang to his eyes, but he forced them down. He would weep later, in private, mourn his father, who had failed to be noble all his life, but who, at last and at the last, had upheld the duties of his position. Ferdinand had never been proud of his father, and the feeling was new inside him, strange, almost like happiness, that had eluded him for long years now. "Thank you, Petra. Thank you." Petra gave him a small, sad smile as he shook his head. "You mentioned a regent," Ferdinand said. "Who was this man that my noble father spat on, who would betray our people?" "I'd like to know, too," Edelgard said. "I've always wondered who got in Bear. We know a few of the regents, but like Dorothea said, we only ever get poor intel out of the south. I always have wanted to know who was haunting my home." Petra looked at Bernadetta, who somehow knew what she was going to say, long before she said it. "I'm sorry, Bernie, but the regent is your father, Count Varley, now Archduke Varley," Petra said. Bernie stopped even breathing. For a second, her father a demon of her past she had not thought of in years of joy. For her, the terrible, awful joke of her life is that this war has been the best period of her life, outer violence matched by inner peace. She has been happy, like this, no matter the danger. It cannot compare to her father's voice or the constriction in her heart at remembering him, and Bernie had cheerfully chosen a willful amnesia, had forgotten him entirely, her own greatest victory. But now, he's back in her new, beautiful life, and hearing of her father, of the betrayal he has enacted to Edelgard, who Bernie has served in her sanity and in her madness for half a decade, slammed a stone the size of a boulder through the glass house of her soul. Echoes of her father's words bounced through her head, all the things he'd said running together in a slurry of contempt and patriarchal anger. "Stay in the chair, be a good wife, be still, be silent, obey me or be broken." Words that, to a child, were the pronouncements of God, as all parents are to their children, words that had hurt her, before. But Bernie wasn't a child anymore. She was Bernie, she was Bernadetta, she was Fearless Bear, she wasn't a child anymore. She looked at what had been done to her not with the broken heart of a daughter, who could not understand why her father hurt her, but with the clear eyes of an adult, and something rose inside her like the dawn. Rage. Not mere anger this, but the hatred of a soul at injustice done to it, a brilliant fire that filtered through the dark parts of her heart and ran so hot she wondered if the others could see it, if they could see the red light inside her skull, shining out through her eyes and mouth. Hot, hot heat, this light, a high noon that banished all the shadows in her heart and left her unafraid. No scared child was she, not anymore, not ever again, but proud and furious and full-grown. She clenched her teeth. Her throat muscles bulged. Arms grown strong from the drawer-release draw of archery tensed so hard that she left an imprint in her table where her fingers pressed into the wood. Her stomach clenched so hard that she would have muscle spasms that night. Past her teeth and up her tightened throat, a single noise slipped past. She snarled. Hearing the gentle girl make that sound was so disturbing that everyone plainly forgot what they were talking about, and Edelgard's hackles rose at the noise and the sight of Bernadetta. She had seen that look on few faces, that look of anger so bright that it could burn you, to stand near someone feeling like that. Edelgard knew that hate, had felt it herself, over the long years, though the ashes usually smothered it before too long. She drew back, and she wasn't the only one. Casper, unconsciously, had reached for one of the two hatchets he kept at his belt, sheer reflex at the sound of danger, though this danger wasn't directed at them. "I'll kill him," Bernie said, looking straight ahead at nothing, and it came out not a threat, but prophecy. She relaxed visibly as she continued, turning her head to Edelgard. Edelgard, I abandon the house of Varley. I shed my hands of it. I declare my emancipation and my independence from a house of monsters and traitors. I am simply Bernadetta now, no scion of House Varley. Your services more than make up for your father's abominations, Edelgard said quickly, if only because seeing Bernie possessed in a fit of rage almost made her duck back in the ashes, it was so frightening. I do not apply to you his failures, nor to your house his sins, if you wish to keep the name. You don't have to emancipate yourself. Regardless, Bernie said, calming down and not entirely voluntarily, it took so much energy, to hate so fiercely, to blaze so bright, and where the anger receded, sorrow and guilt, her old friends, took its place. I renounce his house and his name. I will not propagate anything of him to the future that I don't have to. He's a traitor. My emperor, Edelgard, my life is yours, yours to use as you will, to keep or to throw away. I am not him. I am no traitor. Bernie, I know this, Edelgard said, reaching a hand out to the surprise of all gathered. Edelgard felt a bit annoyed at that. Goddess, how many reminders could she get in one day, of her failures as emperor? Bernie, after her own surprise, took her hand. You have served me perfectly all these years, even as I have proven to be, rather less of an emperor than I should have been, Edelgard said, and noticed the looks her eagles sent each other, at this open admission of her nature. In every way have you served me, in no way have you given me cause to doubt you. Why in the world would I think ill of you now, after everything? Why did my father hurt me? Bernie said with a shrug. There is no answer, and therein lies the problem. It warps you, Edelgard, to have something like that happen. It's a wound inside, Edelgard. It blinds you in a way that leaves you without an eye patch to tell the world you're blind. Blinds you to human decency, makes you assume everyone will hurt you if they can. More wounds on the inside. The idea turns real, in Edelgard's head. There has to be a cure for these things, there must be a place to study them and heal them, or, if healing cannot be done, at least make them bearable. People lacking legs had wheelchairs, people like her missing an eye had an eye patch. Why couldn't there be something for a wound on the inside? I understand, Bernie, Edelgard said. I know you do, Bernie said with a sigh. Better than anyone else here. I'm sorry, I've interrupted everything going on. Continue, Petra, please. Petra looked at the others, and Hubert, who had withdrawn when Bernie snapped, reached his hand back out to her. She took hold of it, and he squeezed it as he spoke. I hesitate to ask. I know there are bigger matters than my own, but I must ask after my own family, too. Petra smiled. This, at least, was good news. Your family survived, sweet Hubert, Petra said, smiling at him. They did not join the conquerors, but then, they wouldn't have, would they? They serve the throne as loyally as they have always have. Your father is one of the heads of Inver's network of secret patriots, and he is alive, as far as I know, though I did not meet him. He was apparently out on a smuggling run during the time I was in Inver. He has a boat now, the Imperial Servant. Him and his crew are on multiple wanted posters in Inver for piracy. My father, a pirate, Hubert said, and an amused grin broke out on the dour man's face. Oh my! Petra grinned back and shrugged. Smuggling is a major business for them, it's how they keep bringing in coin enough to survive, and yes, it's about as amusing as you're imagining, watching them. They're quite an interesting bunch. The rebels in Inver are all pretty experienced criminals now, but very few of them were sailors beforehand, and even fewer had much experience as lawbreakers. So it's mostly boiled down to a few old criminals and pirates teaching the newer generation, which consists of former nobles and patriotic citizens and a few stray volunteers, all of whom have had to learn how to be thieves, rogues, and able seamen, and the whole thing is based out of Inver's sewers. I saw a housewife prepare poisons the same way she'd have once prepared cake in a former sewage tunnel, watched former noblemen unload a boat of stolen weapons at the direction of a pirate, and heard Casper's aunt launch into a flawless, heavily accented rant in Thieveskant after some bit of bad news, then go straight back to proper Imperial while talking to me. Casper snorted, amused despite everything at the idea of Little Flesh going full-on brogue. Petra laughed. It's A bit surreal, to be honest. The whole Inber rebel movement is a mishmash. Sounds like us, Annette remarked, and the gathered officers laughed at the fair assessment, even Bernie and Ferdinand, stewing in their own thoughts. Indeed, Petra said. They're not the only group along the coast, either. I've met so many different rebel groups in the small places of the south, where even the Alliance's eyes can't find them, people who believe in you so much, who paint blackened wings on alley walls and do what they can in secret to keep the dream of Adrestia alive. Your people love you, all of you, not just Edelgard. I've even seen statues of Saint Cethline, carefully protected their band, now, in Alliance territory, and heard people talk of her tribe, returned to save Adrestia from their monstrous kin. How many groups are there? Dorothea asked. We find small groups of dissidents from time to time in the areas we roam in, and that's where we draw most of our recruits from, but we've never been able to get good intel out of the coast. This is the first I've heard of there being a rebel movement at all along the coast. If there's enough of a homegrown resistance down there, then maybe retaking the south won't so impossible after all. The south is full of such groups, Petra said. People join in droves, even despite the danger. I heard one Allied official call the place infested with loyalists, and he was not wrong. Church faithful, hiding their religion, Adrestian loyalists biding their time, dispossessed nobles and opportunists and simple peasant folk, even a few dragons who cannot stomach the terrors they are asked to inflict, all united only because they wish to see the Empire reborn. It's why I was so busy down there. For so long I kept running into groups that needed my help, needed this official or that Alliance spy slain before they could reveal who was actually involved, or had some plan that needed the extra muscle only I could provide. Few of them are skilled soldiers, they mostly died in the fighting, but I encouraged the groups I dealt with to train if they could, to prepare in secret for the day their emperor would call, and the sheer numbers would be telling in any conflict, untrained or not. A few managed to get their hands on Adrestian books of magic. They'll probably be the strongest support we'll see. Fire from novice hands is still fire, after all. Edelgard noted that Petra said the strongest support we'll see. Not returned to them even a day, and she was already back to being one of them. This felt natural, right, the way it should have been all along. So from what I'm hearing, vast numbers, but very little organization, Dorothea said. Any group that stands out as a potential leader. Not down there, Petra said. Not really. The groups are numerous, but scattered, secretive, and mostly small, nothing as organized as this. Only the Inber network comes close, but it's hard-pressed just to operate at all. It can't really afford to try to unify the coastal groups. The numbers in total are high, but each individual rebel group only has a few members. The Alliance keeps the people scared, which itself keeps any resistance weak and divided. It's terrifying how efficient the Alliance is, how good they are at hounding the rebels, even as paranoid as they are. The things they let the dragons do, they're eating them, in some of the cities, devouring anyone they think opposes them. Petra shivered, and Edelgard stepped in. They're using fear and terror to keep them in line, but that's a fragile backbone for a society. If we can shatter the Alliance's control, even temporarily, they'll emerge into the open, Edelgard said, already seeing how it would work, a trick like the one they'd pulled at Arianrod, but this would be a greater fire. This great pile of tinder that Petra had described was a bonfire to be that required only a match, and it would burn the infection of the Alliance out of all Adrestia. And once they're out in the open, they'll combine forces and overwhelm the Alliance, Dorothea said, following her emperor's train of thought. If we can give them a place to rally, we can even gain control of them, direct their efforts to make them more effective than individual, scattered attempts. So much going on down there, in the capital and out of it, Raphael said, shaking his head. But, well, that's not where we're heading, at the moment. Where are you heading? Petra asked. North, to Saint Cethline's tribe, Edelgard said. We intend to bring her older tribe back into the fold. Petra nodded, but then, finally, came the booming voice that all gathered there were waiting to hear. It's cornbread and chili, the Kemp's head cook announced grandly, to a round of cheers. He was whip-thin, unusually for a chef, a Dodden named Hanzu who claimed to be an assassin by trade. According to him, he'd learned to cook for a job and found a new calling. His stories seemed too absurd to be true. Claimed he'd fought bird women and men made out of metal, but he was an excellent fighter, sneaky as a rat, and his cooking skills were almost as good as Edelgard's memories of Didu and Mercedes' culinary delights. His fellow camp cooks began passing out bowls and the ale that came with every meal, getting everyone fed. Edelgard still had no idea how Dorothea had managed to set this up, but eating with her soldiers like this, for at least one meal a day, well, that wasn't so bad. Hanzo continued, gums flapping in the endless patter that fell out of his mouth whenever he wasn't paying attention. The chili's made with sweet Adrestian peppers for some kick, because you Adrestians like that shit, and the cornbread's fresh. The chili's got a secret ingredient, it's beef, good, freshly killed beef. We didn't even have to steal it this time, the beef's a gift from our kingdom friends. And, of course, for you monarchites who can't handle heat, I've already made accommodations, so come on up and grab your bowls. You non-Adrestians, suck it up, hot food is good food and good for you. There were still things to say, of course. Things to say in private, apologies, for things she has not done. Words to Dorothea that had waited too long to be said, so many things still to be said and done. But the bowl of chili before her was hot and sweet, the meat filling, the cornbread a good sop for the soup, and the ale just alcoholic enough that it had some flavor. Life as a rebel had taught Edelgard the many tastes of poverty and plenty alike, the taste of acorn and grubs holding off starvation, the fine whisper of aged wine on the palate after a successful raid, and she knew that what she had, right now, was something to be grateful for, to be eating a good meal in the company of her friends, of the people she loved. There would be tomorrow, for more talking. For tonight, for right now, at least, she was fed, and happy, and the ashes a quiet thing in the distance of her mind. For the first time in too long, she was at peace. So when she heard a nearby soldier say grace to the dead goddess, Edelgard, on a whim, murmured her own prayer of thanks, and meant it. Byleth felt a warm something brushing up against her inner self, a bright and warm thing like a ball made out of gratitude and joy. It was not the only one, she felt other things, swimming from the greater sea of the world around her into the inner ocean of Byleth's self, things ranging from angry darting curses to dark, desperate pleas to amused and sardonic oaths, all things that touched her, inside, stretched and uncurled muscles she hadn't even known she had, releasing a fist she hadn't noticed she was clenching. Even as she ate, she pondered these strange feelings, these entities, these, whatever they were, that filtered into whatever it was that Byleth had that passed for a soul, she an empty thing of night made to hold the essence of the morning. She'd felt this before, ever since she woke up, but had told no one. What good would it do? Byleth was unique, nothing like her in all the world. There was no one who could guide her. Even if her father had been alive, he would not be able to help her in this. He was human, after all, and Byleth just wasn't. It was something she tried not to dwell on, this dark emptiness inside her, or the bright power of Suthies that was part of her now, tried not to dwell on how lonely she felt, even amongst her once students, who had become her friends. Their acceptance was a comfort, but the love of kith could only go so far, for a creature like her, that had no kin in all the world. She missed the little green ghost. Maybe she would have been able to guide her, but Byleth thought that, maybe, she wasn't as gone as she thought. For every now and then, ever since she learned about Ciros, Byleth thought she could hear, sobbing, in the back of her skull. Check the description for the links to the author.